Chapter 12. James could tell the minute he opened his eyes that things were okay again between Karl and Anna. For one thing, today was the first day Karl hadn't risen before Anna and gone outside to keep out of the way while she got up and washed and dressed. When James opened his eyes and stretched to look over his shoulder, he found both his sister and brother-in-law tucked up in bed yet. They were whispering, and James thought he heard giggles. A pleasant sense of security enfolded the boy. It was always terrible when things were strained between Karl and Anna, but today, James knew, would be one of those good days he liked best. Karl was at the moment lying nose to nose with his wife. He had her by both breasts. "There is not a handful in both of these together," he was whispering. "You didn't seem to mind last night," she whispered back. "Did I say I minded?" She faked a heavy Swedish accent and whispered, "If you want a wife who is shaped like a moose and has bosoms like watermelons, you will have to go back to Sweden. This one has only 2 little blueberries." Karl had to put his face somewhere to stifle the laughter, so he plunged it into her 2 little bosoms. "But, Anna, I told you blueberries are my favorite," he said when he was able. "You don't fool me. I know you. A man cannot help having a favorite. Your favorite, says this fool. He should remember that if he did not have hands like soup plates, they would be full right now." Another spasm of laughter grabbed Karl. Beneath his hands he felt Anna's breasts bounce with laughter too. "And if you were not so busy being smart to your new husband, you might have your hands full too." He captured her hand and placed it upon his genitals. "Ja, sure," Anna said, her Swedish accent beautiful by this time. "Like I said, he is a fool. With the sun up and his brother-in-law on the floor, he wakes up like a ripe cucumber." This time they couldn't keep it quiet any more. They laughed in audible snorts while Karl engulfed Anna in his big, powerful arms, and they rolled back and forth, bubbling over with joy. "What are you 2 doing up there?" James asked from the floor. "We are talking about gardening," Karl answered. "So early in the morning?" James wasn't misled. He knew things were going to be great around here from now on. "Yeah, I was just telling Anna how much I love blueberries, and she was telling me how she loves The rest of Karl's word was muffled, as Anna clapped her hand over Karl's mouth. Then James heard more giggling, and the corn husks snapping like they'd never snapped before, and many grunts and sounds of playful battle. But James wisely kept his back to the bed as he got up and went outside to the wash-bench. He was smiling from ear to ear. Karl was right. The Indians showed up in the clearing before breakfast, looking longingly at the kiln. What else could they do but invite them to stay for breakfast? Thankfully, there were only 3 this time, so only one of their precious loaves had to be shared. Karl took his axe outside. Anna, James, and the 3 visitors watched as he rapped on the kiln and broke it open. The 14 loaves were gloriously brown and still warm. "Tonka squaw cook good bread," Two Horns complimented when he tasted it. "Two Horns shoots fat pheasants," she returned. And with her words peace was made between Anna and the Indians. Karl did not find it necessary to clear up who had made the bread. Instead, he let Anna bask in the Indians' obvious admiration of her. To them she would always be Tonka squaw, big woman, and Karl was proud of her for earning the honorary title. Now that Anna understood the import of it, she was congenial to them. She found it strange that Karl still said, in spite of their friendship, the Indians would steal food if the house was left untended. Just as the Indians believed no man owned the birds of the air, they believed no man owned the wheat of the land. If they wanted white bread, they would come in and take it. If they wanted white potatoes, they would come in and take them. But their sense of honor would keep them out if they saw the warning block of wood wedged against the door. Breakfast with the Indians made for a late start that day, but it didn't matter. The trio were in high spirits, for this was the day the hewing began in earnest, and nothing could rival the excitement they all felt. Anna was glowing, Karl was energetic, James was eager, all in time for the day the actual walls began going up. Karl brought out his keenly sharpened foot adze and began hewing, explaining the art that seemed dangerous to both Anna and James. Standing upon a tamarack log, Karl used short strokes, which swept toward the toe of his boot. Anna was horrified to realize the blade actually bit into the wood beneath Karl's boot with each swipe. He moved forward a mere 3 inches after each stroke, making his way along the length of the log to leave behind a creamy, flat surface. "Karl, you'll hurt yourself," she scolded. "Do you think so?" he questioned, eyeing the cleanly hewed wood, then curling his boot toes up. "A proper adzeman can split the sole of his boot into 2 layers without touching either the timber beneath it or the toes inside it. Shall I show you?" "No," she yelped. "You and your logger's ego." "But it is so, Anna." "I don't care. I would rather have you with 10 toes than an award for splitting soles." "Your sister likes my toes," Karl said smilingly to James, "so I guess I cannot prove to her they are in no danger." Then to Anna again he said, "Come, help James and me roll this log over." Together the 3 of them strained, using braces with which to roll the log onto its flat side, so Karl could adze the top side. Then, with no more than 6 deft strokes, he removed a cleanly rectangular half-notch, some 8 inches from one end of the log. He did the same at the other end, and together the trio worked to raise it onto the foundation. Always there was a perfect fit to receive, a perfect fit to enter. During those days, as the walls grew higher, Karl made sexual innuendo out of even the fit of the notches. These were days of grueling work, of sweat-stained clothing, of hot, stinging muscles, but of satisfaction. Everything to Karl was a source of satisfaction. Whether he was showing James the proper way to drive the blunt side of an axe pole into a kerf to hold it secure for sharpening, or measuring the distance between notches by axe lengths, or fitting the newly notched log securely onto the last, or pausing for a drink of spring water, to Karl the living of life was a precious thing. In all he did, he taught the most important lesson of all: life must not be squandered. A person got from life what he put into it. If even the most arduous labor was looked upon benevolently, it would offer countless rewards. He would raise one more level of logs, sit straddling the wall up above their heads, slap that log soundly, and say, "This will be a magnificent house. See how straight these tamaracks lie?" Sweating, hair plastered to the sides of his head, muscles hot and trembling from the massive effort of placing the log just perfectly, he found glory in this honorable task. Below him, Anna would gaze up, shading her eyes with an arm, tired, beyond any tiredness she had ever imagined, but still ready to help raise one more log, knowing that when it was up she would feel swelling in her chest again the glorious satisfaction only Karl had taught her to feel. One day, standing thus, she called up to her husband, "Oh, this is a magnificent thing, all right, but I think it is a magnificent birdcage." Indeed, it did look like a birdcage. Even with Karl's deeply cleft notches, the logs did not quite meet. By now Anna knew perfectly well that all log cabins were made this way, but Karl's infectious teasing had by this time rubbed off on her. "And I know a little bird I will put inside and keep there, and feed her good to try to fatten her up." "Like a hen for market?" "Oh, no, this hen is not for sale." Even so, If you want to fatten her up in this cage, you'll have trouble getting her in, since you forgot the door." He laughed fully, raising his golden head till the sun caught it brightly against the blue sky. "Such a smart little hen she is that she noticed a thing like that. Such a foolish Swede I am that I forgot to build a door. Or windows either, he acknowledged playfully. "You will just have to peek out between the logs." "How can I peek out when I can't get in?" "You will just have to get in over the top, I guess." "That should be easy enough on a roofless house." "Does the little hen want to try it?" "Try what?" "Try out her birdcage." "You mean go inside?" "Yeah, I mean go inside." "But how?" "Come up here, my scrawny little chick, and I will show you how." "Come up there?" It looked mighty high from where she stood. "I have had to look at you in those awful breeches all this time. This is the first time I see some advantage in you wearing them. You can climb the walls easily. Come on." Anna was not one to waver before a challenge. Up she went, hand over hand, toe over toe. "Be careful," he called down. "Chickens cannot fly." 12 logs high she went, and Karl leaned to grab her arm and help her swing a leg over the top of the wall. Of course, she swung the leg out behind instead of before her, almost knocking poor Karl off his perch. But he skittered backward, and Anna made it safely up. The world seemed magnificent from this height. She could see the straight rows of the vegetable garden and their corn crop. The wheat lay like a green waving sea below her. The backs of Bill and Belle were so wide. She'd never realized how wide. The roof of the sod hut had a squirrel's nest up against the chimney. The road out of the clearing was so straight and shaded. From behind her, Karl's voice came. "All this is ours, Anna. Have we not plenty?" He edged forward, put an arm around her waist, and drew her back into his spraddled thighs, pulling her tightly till she was forced to lean her head sideways against his shoulder. He smelled of fresh wood, and sweat, and horses, and leather, and all things wonderful. He rubbed her ribs just beneath her breasts, while she reached behind to put a hand on his neck. "Yes, Karl, I know now what you mean when you talk about having plenty. It has nothing to do with amounts, does it?" For answer, he squeezed her ribs a little harder, then whispered, "Come, we will go down inside," and swung to do so. Together they climbed down until they stood within the 4 new walls. The sun, coming through the timbers, fell upon the interior in bars of light and shadow that angled across their faces, shoulders, hair. It was like a cool, green cathedral, with a blue sky ceiling. It was encompassing, private, pungent with the clean, crisp scent of wood. Automatically they both looked up. Above the walls a fringe of branches swayed lightly in the summer breeze. Instantly they both looked down. The wind sighed softly through the fretted walls. Lazy birds chirped in the elms outside. The gurgle of the brook spoke quietly from the spring. And everywhere were those bands of sun and shadow, crossing Karl's shirtless chest, Anna's freckled face, their humble house, where soon would be door, window, fireplace, loft, and bed. His arms opened and his eyes closed as she pressed against him. Her arms entwined round his sun-striped body, which sprang to life at her touch against his limbs. Mouths joined. They turned in a slow circle, not thinking about what they did, but answering some need to move with each other, against each other, in harmony with each other. "Oh, Anna, how happy we will be here," he said at last against her hair. "Show me where our bed will be," she said. He led her to a corner, where sticks and leaves and grass were its only furnishings. "Here," he pointed, envisioning it, "and here I will cut the hole for the fireplace. and here will be the ladder to James' loft. And here I will put a dresser. Would you like a dresser in your kitchen, Anna? I can build it of maple. I have already chosen a good maple tree. And I thought of a chair that rocks. Always I have wanted a chair that rocks. With my adze I can hollow out a smooth seat, and make spindles for the back of it of willow whips. What a chair that will be, Anna! She could not help smiling at him, with him. She thought she would rather have an iron stove than a rocking chair or dresser put together, but did not say so. His enthusiasm was too fine to dampen. "When can we start chinking?" Anna asked. "Soon," he answered. "First I must bring in the ridgepole from the woods. I have it chosen, too." "When will it all be done, Karl? When can we move in?" "You are anxious, my little one?" "I am tired of lying to James about all these walks we've been taking lately." He hugged her against his chest again, chuckling into her neck, placing his mouth there, tasting salt of her labors, loving it. He dropped his arm to her hips, drew them against his own. Then he placed both hands upon her buttocks, and cupped them handily, though there was no need for him to pressure her against her will. Her will was now his own. She had come to love the feel of his body, molded against hers, sought it out as eagerly as he did here. If my Tonka squaw keeps it up, she will be lying to her brother again, and he will know perfectly well this time that we are not going for a walk in broad daylight with a cabin only half built. Since he will know the truth anyway, perhaps this little Tonka squaw will just go ahead and tell him the truth, that his big, hot-blooded brother-in-law is off to the cucumber patch again. His laughter sailed up over the fretwork walls, and hers along with it. The raising of the ridgepole was an auspicious occasion, for it was James' first real chance to prove his mettle as a teamster. It was a tricky business, and as Anna watched, his eyes darted time and again to the height of the walls. He pulled in huge gulps of breath, then blew them out exaggeratedly, cheeks popped, raising the hair off his forehead. The tamarack Karl had chosen was, of necessity, a stately old giant, longer than any used so far. It lay now in wait beside the cabin wall. 4 thinner trees were skinned and shone whitely, leaning up against the topmost tier of logs in the sun. The great chains were attached to the clevises, and James felt his palms sweat. Never in his life had he wanted to please a man more than he wanted to please Karl today. Wiping his forehead, James again raised his eyes to the top of the cabin, wishing suddenly there were another man here to help Karl so he could be excused. Yet at the same time the challenge filled the boy with the will to do his best. James scoured his memory, recalling every lesson Karl had taught him about the importance of soothing the horse with quiet words before and while it was worked. But his voice cracked to a high falsetto when he tried to speak reassuringly to Belle. The horses were accustomed to working closely, side by side, and were uneasy now at this unaccustomed separation, as one animal was attached to each end of the long ridgepole. Only rarely were they asked to respond singly to any command. Thus Belle unconsciously swerved toward Bill, and James ordered, "Haw, haw!" But nervousness made his voice too sharp. From across the way, Karl explained, "Boy, do not forget you are commanding only Belle now, but Bill can hear your orders too. When you give a command, use her name." James swallowed the lump in his throat, going over all the things Karl had taught him. Horses have a keen sense of hearing. If you shout at a horse, you only shout to relieve yourself. Quiet but firm commands are best. "Keep the reins tight until I give you the nod, then we will start them out together," Karl instructed. "Remember, if you let her ease up too much, we will lose the ridgepole in a side-slip." Unconsciously Anna balled up her fists, as if the reins were in her hands rather than in her brother's. Her heart beat as quickly as she was sure his did. She spared a glance at Karl. The trust he had in James showed in his casual stance, and the relaxed expression upon his face as he turned one last time to reassure the boy. "How many times have you handled the team, boy?" Karl asked now. "Lots of times. Every day since I've been here." "And have they ever let you down?" "No, sir." "And you ever let them down?" "No, sir." "How many are in a team?" "What?" James' face registered surprise at such a question. "A team. How many in a team?" "Two, of course." "You handled 2 overgrown percherons all this time. Now you have to handle only half as many, right?" After a hesitation, James replied, "Right," even though he realized this was part of the problem. A man who can skid a ridgepole into place can do anything with his team. And with these words, Karl squared his stance behind Bill. Never before had Karl used the term man in regard to James. Hearing it now, knowing that this truly was a man's job, James tried mightily to reflect the confidence Karl placed in him. The reins seemed greased. The sweat trickled down the hollow at the back of James' neck, while shivers ran up his calves. Bell's haunches looked so massive that no puny hanks of leather could stop that power, should it decide to flesh itself at will. Grasping the reins, James frantically wondered if he could possibly have missed a weak link in the chain somehow, when he'd checked it over. Were Bell's tug-straps, which bore the vast stress of the load, really thick and unworn? But it was too late to make any further corrections, as the chains pulled taut, and the slack disappeared with a musical chink. James looked over at Karl. The big man gave him a great wink. Then came Karl's silent nod, and together the man and boy spoke. "Get up, Bell." "Get up, Bill." There was a first grating denial, then a clunk, as the ridgepole settled on the green skids. The chests of the percherons strained in their harnesses, and James took his first step, leaning back, as he'd seen Karl do. The squeak of green wood sang through the clearing, then the groan of the skids as they bent beneath their burden. "Get up, Bell," James ordered, as Bell felt the stress build upon her chest. The horse's head arose with the effort, and her step became shorter, higher. "Get up, Bell. Atta girl, Bell." The ridgepole, 20 feet of deadly, crushing weight should it go awry, slid steadily, horizontally, skyward. The horses moved forward and were cut off from each other's range of vision by the cabin. Then the drivers were cut off likewise. Now they could see only an end of the ridgepole, could only envision the rest of it going up level, moving, nearing its mooring, until, when it seemed the lungs of the horses would implode from their efforts, there came the soft thud, and Karl's voice from the other side of the cabin, "We made it, boy, we made it." James forgot himself then, and let out a whoop and a holler, and jumped in the air, scaring poor Bell into skittering sideways. Anna let out the breath she'd been holding and ran forward gleefully, nearly as excited as James by his success. "You did it! You did it!" she sang, enormously pleased by his ever-growing prowess as a teamster. "I did, didn't I? With a little help from Bell." "A little," James agreed, but then laughed again. "Bell, you big old sweetheart!" James exclaimed, and foolishly kissed the rounded side of Bell's belly. Just then Karl came around the corner. "What is this? My brother-in-law kissing my horse?" That brought another round of laughter. "I did it, Karl," James said again, proudly. "Yeah, you sure did. You could show a thing or two to some Swedes I know about skidding up a ridgepole." James knew that from Karl there was no higher praise. They both looked up at the pole, lying securely in place. "I was plenty scared, though, Karl." "Sometimes we must do things plenty scared or not. To be able to say afterward, "I was plenty scared," makes a man, a bigger man, not a smaller one. I didn't want to tell you how scared I was when I took those reins. Karl could not help being amused by such an admission. He smiled and nodded. And I was plenty scared myself. I always am when a ridgepole goes up. But we did it, eh? We sure did. Chapter 13. The raising of the ridgepole was the catalyst in the nurturing relationship between Karl and James. After that day there developed a compatibility between them such as James had never experienced with another man, and unlike Karl had shared with any but his older brothers. They found they could speak on more equal terms, since James had passed muster as a teamster. The ease with which they worked, learned, and taught together created an ease of discourse, too. Soon they found themselves talking of more intimate feelings, memories, and hopes. Karl told James countless tales about his life in Sweden, about the family that had been so close and loving, about the desolate loneliness he had experienced during his 2 years before Anna and James had come here. Karl even confessed openly how wonderful it was not having to sleep alone any more, to eat alone. Often they spoke of Anna. There was no doubt in James' mind that Karl loved his sister. The knowledge made for a security that had been lacking in James' life. Warm beneath it, he began unfolding into a man. Slowly Karl drew him out about the life he and Anna had known before they came here. But there was only so much James would say. There were gaps he left unfilled, as if they were too unpleasant to remember. One of those gaps was their mother. Whenever she was mentioned, he would withdraw behind a barrier as palpable as the walls of the new cabin. Neither would Anna speak much about her mother. But Karl learned bits, here and there, that made him certain the two did not want him to know about the woman they called Barbara. He did not force the issue, but merely brought the word Boston into his conversations with James now and then, as encouragement for the boy to tell anything he wanted about their past. During this time there were countless chores Karl had to teach James, or Anna, or sometimes both of them. There was the gathering of wax from honeycombs. Wax, it seemed, was as essential as lye. They would save it till autumn in hopes of killing a fat bear to provide them with plenty of tallow to melt with the wax for candles. It was used also in treating the horse harnesses, in preserving various foods, and in medicinal concoctions. Karl taught Anna how to boil the laundry, rub it on the washboard, and hang it over the bushes to dry. The laundry was a very difficult chore for Anna. She complained about the lye soap burning her hands, until finally Karl examined them more closely, and discovered that she had acquired the malaise commonly called prairie dig, which most newcomers to the Plains States contracted. It was a mystery that had no solution but to wait out the itching and puffiness, which made Anna, and soon James, scratch irritably. Karl told Anna it had nothing to do with lye soap, but with digging in the garden. This did not lift her spirits any. Both laundry and gardening were basically her chores. Karl sought out help from the Indians and did as Two-Horn's wife advised. He made an ointment of lard and laurel, hunting for the lance-shaped evergreen branches, then working the dried leaves into a fine powder to be mixed with lard. Anna put this on at bedtime. So did James. At other times they used a weak wash made of the laurel powder and water. There seemed to be no end to the things a man must learn about horses. The upkeep of the harnesses alone was demanding. They were carefully kept washed clean of sweat, which rotted the leather almost as fast as the urine fumes, if the barn was not kept clean. Karl had no forge, so Belle and Bill were not shod. Thus it was necessary always to keep their hooves and feet in tip-top condition. Countless ailments could lame a horse whose feet were not kept clean, whose hooves were not kept trim, or who stood in an unkempt stall. Karl and James were working over the horse's feet in the barn one day. James, as usual, was leaning close to watch every move the big man made as Karl demonstrated the proper way to grasp the horse's cannon and force the knee to bend. He squatted, holding the giant foreleg in his lap, demonstrating the use of the hoof-pick to remove soil and pebbles out of the hollow, spongy part of the hoof called the frog. "I am very pleased with your progress as a farrier," Karl praised. "You have learned it almost as fast as you have learned to drive the team. If I did not know better, I would say you drove many horses before you came here." "Nope, never," said James. Then, remembering something, he quickly added, "Well, once I did. There was this man in Boston who let me drive his horse and shade just once." "And all this time I thought you had never handled a team," Karl teased. "Well, it was no team. It was just a single bay. But what a bay! It was one of the most beautiful horses I ever saw, and pulling the fanciest red leather rig in the world. Sometimes I'd just hang around the livery barn to see if I could catch sight of it. After all that time I got my chance. I never could figure out why Saul let me take her out that day. Up till then he never let me get within a mile of her, even if I offered to lead her to the livery for free. You could have knocked me over with a toothpick when he ups and says I could take that bay and rig out for a ride." Karl continued the lesson and the conversation simultaneously, carefully keeping his questions casual. "You must see that the frog of the hoof is free of dirt, or the horse will develop a disease called thrush. So, if you knew this man, this Saul, why would he not let you take care of his horse before?" "Well, I didn't really know him, actually. Well, sort of. I don't really know. He was a friend of Barbara's, and he sort of took to Anna after Barbara died." "He was a young man then? Anna's age?" "No, he was at least as old as Barbara. Once the frog is cleaned out, you must check the hoof wall for cracks." Karl picked up his cutter, bending, couching the big hoof in his lap. "But even so, when your mother was gone, this Saul remained your friend?" "I told you, he was no friend. He never used to like us underfoot when he came to see Barbara. She'd usually send us packing whenever Saul was around." "Once the hoof is trimmed, it must be made level with the rasp." Karl picked up his rasp. "But that day Saul offered to let you drive his fancy bay and fancy shay, eh?" "Yup. I took her for a sprint around the commons. She was a high-stepper, and you should have seen the bloke stare. There I came, Barbara's brat, behind that pretty little bay. It was something, Karl, I tell you." "Barbara's brat?" thought Karl. But he didn't want to interrupt the first insight into James' Boston life. Instead of questioning the queer phrase, Karl only agreed. "Yeah, I bet it was something. Now you watch here and see how I shape this hoof, so Bill will balance on it right." "What did Anna think of riding behind that high-stepper?" "Oh, she wasn't along." "No? Poor Anna missed out on a treat like that." "She acted nervous and said she didn't trust that bay. Said he was too spirited for her taste and sent me off by myself." "Anna should have had more sense than to let you take that horse out alone, if it was so spirited." "She figured I'd be okay, I guess. She said it was too good of a chance for me to miss, so I ought to go without her. That time she stayed behind, even though Saul was there." The rasp croaked quietly as Karl shaped the hoof. "Anna? What did she think of this man, Saul?" "She never liked him much." "But he took to Anna, huh?" "Oh, Karl, are you jealous?" "That's funny. You don't have to be jealous of Saul. Why, Anna used to run and hide when he came around. She said he gave her the willies." James smiled at Karl's concerned expression, knowing he had no cause to frown so. Anna had never even liked any man before Karl. Of this James was sure. But Karl was not relieved. He forced a smile, and laughed for James's benefit, but the sound was strangely unfamiliar, coming from high in his throat. He tried to picture Anna standing with the man who gave her the willies, a man from whom she had always hidden, while James drove away in the fancy rig. Once he had pictured it, he tried not to. To all outward appearances he seemed absorbed in the hoof, studying it critically while he asked, "I guess he was a pretty rich man, this Saul, huh? That was some fancy rig he owned. I guess. He wore fancy clothes most of the time, too." A hot, sick feeling crept through Karl. "Here, boy, you try trimming this next hoof, and I will watch to see you do it right." But it was not the boy working the hoof that Karl saw. It was Anna standing beside some dandy named Saul, while James drove away. Karl seemed withdrawn that night. When Anna asked him how James had done at hoof trimming, he gazed at her vacantly until she had to ask him a second time. They all went to the pond as usual, but Karl was not his usual playful self. He swam with singular intense vigor, driving himself back and forth across the deep end of the water, leaving Anna and James to cavort in the shallows if they wanted to. By now Anna could swim out above her head, but when she did and tried to coax Karl into a corner against the beaver dam, he told her to leave him alone tonight. He wasn't in the mood for playing. In bed later he muttered something to the same effect, saying he'd had a hard day. He sighed and rolled over, facing away from her. Immediately she hugged him from behind, settling her lap around his posterior. But he did not take her hand for a long, long time. He only took it when she reached to fondle him, squeezing it then so tightly she had to pull her fingers out of his grip with a sharp sound of complaint. The ointment on the prairie dig was all over his hand, and he got up to find a rag and wipe it off his skin, making an unmistakable sound of irritation at the bother. Anna slept at last, but Karl dozed fitfully. Every time he drifted off, some past comment of Anna's or James' would come tearing through his mind, bringing with it an ulterior meaning. Like pieces of a puzzle, various things fit into place. But as the picture formed, always it was the vision of Anna, standing beside a fancily dressed man, as old as her mother, while James rode off in the man's rig. Guiltily, Karl opened his eyes wide in the darkness to dispel the picture that intimated something about Anna of which he should be shot for thinking. But then again would come James' words. He gave her the willies. Then again, that time she stayed behind, even though Saul was there. By the time dawn was hovering on the horizon, Karl had finally begun the deep search of the thing he had resisted all night long. His memory of the first night Anna and he had made love. It was terrible he should even be suspecting her of such things. Still, he allowed that night to come back fully. Things he'd been too overwrought to see at the time became significant now. Most significantly, 3 things had been missing from Anna: pain, resistance, and blood. Karl wondered if he was right. How could he know if she suffered pain? Perhaps she had hidden it from him. But he remembered again saying to her, "I don't want to hurt you, Anna." What had she said? Exactly what had she said? He thought it had been something like, "It's all right, Karl." Then he remembered something else she had said afterward. "Something good happened, Karl. Something I didn't expect." He laid his arm across his forehead and found he was perspiring. Another memory came, again too vividly. In the house, before they had run out to the barn, she had said, "It's so different, Karl." Different from what? He wondered now. Oh, God, different from what? When he could stand the torment no longer, he got up and went out to the barn, where Belle and Bill turned inquiring eyes on him. But he did not touch them, only stood with hands in his pockets, staring ahead with unseeing eyes. "When are we going to cut out the door, Karl?" Anna asked, just as gay and carefree as ever. "After the roof is finished," he answered. "Hurry, huh?" she said piquantly, tilting her head sideways. Instead of his usual chuck under the chin or teasing pinch, he turned on his heel and left her staring at James for the answer as to why her husband had become so distant all of a sudden. James scanned his memory for anything he himself might have done to displease Karl, but there was nothing. He'd come pretty close to giving away their secret about Barbara, but he didn't really think Karl was the kind of man who'd blame them if he did find out what Barbara was. Not Karl. Karl was too good to do a thing like that. Still, James wondered about the conversation in which he'd mentioned Saul. Could Karl be jealous of Saul after all? But it couldn't be that. After all, he'd as much as told Karl that Anna couldn't stand Saul's guts. If anything, that should have put his mind at ease. Karl's taciturn distraction became more noticeable with each passing day. Anna tried to bring Karl out of his drears, as she called it, but he would not be cajoled by her or persuaded to smile. He made excuses not to make love, until one night he changed his mind, only to handle Anna so roughly she lay stunned by his lack of tenderness throughout the act. Crushed and hurt, she dared not ask what was bothering him again. She had asked before, but he wouldn't say anything. Meanwhile, Karl himself was suffering sleepless nights and torturous days. More and more evidence built in his mind against Anna. In his typical way, he said nothing to her, continuing to mull it all over, until he had given her every conceivable benefit of doubt. Yet at long last he could see it no other way than that what he suspected was true. Too many things now fit, things he had never associated before with Anna's previous life, or her mother. Karl realized he could not go on this way, for even his face was beginning to show the ravages of sleeplessness and worry. Dreading it, yet needing it, he must know the truth. Anna was scrubbing clothes on the washboard in the yard, wearing a pair of James' pants again. Karl could scarcely remember the dress she'd worn the day she came on the supply wagon to Long Prairie. He hadn't remembered until this morning when he'd gone to the trunk and looked while Anna was busy in the yard. He studied her now as she worked. Her hair was tumbling around her as she scrubbed. Oh, that whiskey hair he had dreamed of during the months alone waiting for her. He pushed the thought aside and quietly came up behind his wife. "Anna, who is Saul?" he asked simply. He saw her shoulders suddenly stiffen and her head snap up as her hands idled. Anna felt as if a giant fist had unexpectedly smashed into her stomach. She realized she was clutching the top of the washboard and forced her hands to move again, dropping her eyes to the tub. "Saul?" she inquired in what she hoped was a casual tone. "Who is he?" "He was a friend of Barbara's. James says he had an eye for you." James said that? Anna's chin was tucked hard against her chest. She had become too intent upon washing. Karl stepped to her side and grasped her elbow, making her turn so he could see her face. It was deep scarlet, and her chin quivered beneath slightly open lips. Her horrified gaze trembled down to the top button on Karl's shirt, but was drawn inexorably up to his haunted eyes. "Did he?" Karl asked, his voice strange, hurt. "I said he was a friend of Barbara's, not mine." "What kind of a friend?" His thumb dug into her soft skin. "Just a friend," she said, jerking her arm free and turning back to the wash-bench. Karl tried to make her look at him by leaning partially in front of her, but she stubbornly kept her eyes cast down and had plunged into her washing once more with frantic energy. "A friend who sent you and James away when he wanted to be alone with your mother?" The old pain clutched her stomach muscles. "Did James say that?" "Yeah, James said that." "Damn you, James. How could you?" Anna's teeth grasped the soft skin of her inner bottom lip to keep it from quivering. "He also said you were afraid of this Saul, that he gave you the willies. He did. He made my skin crawl every time I looked at him." She was scrubbing violently now, her insides repulsed by sordid memories Karl's questions were dredging up. "And so you sent James away for a ride in his fancy carriage, and stayed behind with this man who made your skin crawl? Why?" She didn't know what to say. What could she say? "Please help me, James. Somebody help me make him understand." But Karl understood only too well. In a steely voice he went on, "Tell me why a rich man with a fine high-strutting bay horse and red leather shay would let a lad of 13 take his rig out for a ride, after never letting the boy so much as stable the horse before." Her eyelids had begun to tremble. "How should I know?" "Would you know, then, why this boy's sister would not jump at the chance to ride along, when she knew it would mean avoiding the man who makes her skin crawl?" "Please, Karl." Her eyelids slid closed. But this time he forced her to face him fully. "Anna, rich men like that do not court seamstresses and their orphan daughters for no reason." "He was not courting me." Anna's eyes flew open, and she met his defensively. In Karl's face she read the truth, that he felt as sick about this as she did. He spoke resignedly. "I did not think he was courting you. A man the age of your mother. This mother who you call nothing but Barbara. Why did you not call her mother, like other children call their mothers?" She would not answer. Was it because she was not a simple seamstress? Was it because she did not care to have men like this Saul know she had 2 children? Was it because it would be bad for her business if they knew? Anna's eyelids closed. She could not look into the honest face of Karl Lindstrom while he guessed her guilt. Was she a seamstress, Anna? Or was that a lie, too? When she did not answer, he went on. "Where did you get the money for James' passage and those new clothes of his?" Her cheeks were afire, and her stomach hurt so bad she was afraid she would retch on the spot. Karl grasped her cheeks in the vice of one huge hand. "What kind of dresses are those you refuse to wear before me?" As the tears slid from Anna's closed eyes and rolled to wet Karl's fingers where they grasped her cheek, the last and most horrifying truth was revealed. For by now it was evident these questions were already answered. Because they were answered, they need not even be asked. Still, Karl tried one more halting beginning. "The first night you and I made love, Anna." But he could not make himself go the full distance of discovering what he did not want to discover. His voice fell still. He dropped his hand from her face, turned away from her, and strode across the clearing to the barn, where James was today working on Belle's hooves. When Karl burst in, James looked up, expecting perhaps a word of praise. Instead, Karl said grimly, "Boy, I need the truth out of you." James looked up from the big, shaggy leg that was cradled in his lap. "Was your mother a seamstress?" The rasp hung uselessly in James' hand. His eyes were like saucers. "No, sir," he whispered. "Do you know what she did to earn a living?" The question was fired like a load from a rifle. James swallowed. Bill's foot clacked onto the floor. "Yes, sir," he whispered again, this time dropping his gaze to Karl's feet. Karl could not, need not ask further. How could he force this winsome lad of 13 to identify his own mother as a prostitute, much less his sister, whom James loved so much better than he ever had the mother? Karl's voice gentled perceptibly. "That's all, boy. You got that hoof nice and level. I can tell from here how the hoof is the same angle as the pastern. When you are done with her, you can turn her out to forage for a while. It will be her little treat after standing so still for you." "Yes, sir." But the word was mumbled. James' eyes still set on the floor. Anna stumbled through the remainder of the day in a blur of emotions. At first she avoided Karl's eyes, but then tried to catch his glance, only to realize he would not even so much as look at her. In the close confines of the cabin, his careful withdrawal cut deeply, for he gave her wide berth, cautiously avoiding even the brush of her clothing against his. She knew self-disgust at having disappointed him so utterly. By the time dusk fell, Anna's trepidation had spread its tentacles about her, squeezing the life from the small amount of self-confidence she'd slowly gleaned through her days as Karl's wife. That night, when his weight finally joined hers on the corn husks, not so much as a single crackle sounded. Karl lay rigidly upon his back. After what seemed a lifetime, he crossed his arms behind his head. His elbow brushed Anna's hair, and she felt him carefully move farther away to avoid even the slightest contact. After lying beside his stiff form for as long as she could stand it, she realized someone must make the first move toward reconciliation. Gathering up her courage, she turned and lay her palm entreatingly along the underside of his biceps. As if her touch were now a vile thing, he immediately jerked away and rolled to face the outside, leaving her stricken, with thick throat and flowing eyes. "Oh, God, my God, what have I done? Karl, turn back to me. Let me show you how sorry I am. Let me feel your strong arms around me, forgiving me. Please, love, let's be like before." But his withdrawal was complete. She suffered it not only that night, but also during the days and nights that followed. She suffered it in resigned silence, knowing she fully deserved this misery. The days were torture, but bedtime was worse, for the dark held remembrance of their former closeness, the joy they had given and found in intimacy, the passion forgone. Gone, gone. James knew it had been several nights since Karl and Anna had gone out for their late-night walk, so it surprised him to hear the door opening after they'd already settled into bed. Then he realized it was only Karl who'd gone out. Anna was still there. She turned over and sighed. Sick at heart for having started this whole thing, James thought he would maybe be able to put things straight. Maybe if he went out and explained to Karl it was none of their fault, what their mother had been. Maybe if he told Karl for sure how Anna had hated knowing, how she'd vowed to James she'd see he had a better life. Maybe then Karl wouldn't be so bitter about it. James slipped into his breeches and out the door. He crossed the clearing to the barn, but once inside, realized that the horses were still tethered outside where he himself had put them that afternoon. He was sure Karl would be with the horses. He was right. Even from here he could see the outline of Karl, standing beside one of their necks. As he approached on the silent grass, he saw it was Bill, by whom the big man stood. The moon picked out the marking on Bill's forehead, and the whiteness of Karl's hair in the night. James saw how Karl had his face buried in Bill's neck, his 2 fists clutching the coarse mane. Before James could let Karl know he stood there, Karl's sobs came to him, sounding muffled against the horse and the night. Never had James seen a man cry. He didn't know men cried. He thought he himself was the only boy in the world who had ever cried. But now Karl stood before him, Karl whom he loved almost more than Anna, sobbing wretchedly, pathetically, gripping Bill's mane. The sound shattered James' bubble of security, which had sheltered him with ever-increasing sureness since he had come to live here, in the only home he had ever known. Fearful, not knowing what to do, he turned and fled back to the house, to his pallet on the floor, to lie with hammering heart, swallowing back the tears he, too, now wanted to shed, waiting to hear the reassuring footsteps of Karl going back to his bed with Anna. But he didn't cry. He didn't cry. Somebody around here had to not cry. Chapter 14. Anna and James worked on the chinking. They made trip after trip to the pit for clay to mix with dry prairie grass. With this they packed the spaces between the logs. Their prairie dig got worse. Karl, meanwhile, continued to work on the roof, using smaller willows for the first layer. These were joined to the ridgepole by boring holes, pegging them in place with small lengths of saplings. Since Karl had put forth his questions about Saul, there was no more pleasantry at bedtime to break the monotony and lighten the load of the hard-working days. James, ever aware of the distance between sister and brother-in-law, suffered under the strain as much as Karl and Anna. He lay on his pallet, listening for the sounds of their whispers, their soft laughter, even for the sounds of the corn husks trembling secretly. In her spot beside Karl, Anna felt him turn away from her again, and pretended to go straight to sleep. She came to expect the tears, which nightly became her companions. But she swallowed them back and gulped down the threatening sobs, until Karl's breathing turned deep and even. Only then did those tears stream down her face, puddling in her ears before wetting the pillowcase, until desperately she would roll over and bury her face, letting the racking sobs come. Behind her, Karl was fully awake, his empty arms longing for the Anna he'd known before. But stony Swedish pride held him aloof and hurting. It was not at all the way Karl had imagined it would be the day he cut the opening for the door. This, he'd thought, would be a time of great celebration, the day Anna and James and I walk into our house for the first time. But she was gaunt and tired, with purple smudges beneath her eyes. James was quiet and plodding, unsure how to act between the two of them. Karl himself was efficient, quiet, and polite. The doorway was opened, facing due east as Karl had promised. But when they stepped inside for the first time, it was not into bands of sun and shadow as before. The roof poles were in place now, and much of the chinking was packed. The only solid light penetrated from the doorway. Inside, Anna found the cabin dismal. Assiduously she avoided going near the corner where she and Karl had stood kissing, or the spot where he had told her the bed would be. James put on an interested air, walking around the confined space, exclaiming, Wow! It's 3 times as big as the sod house. More than 3 times with the loft, too. James said, I never had a spot of my own before. It is time we get back to work and stop daydreaming about lofts. There is much to be done before we come to loft building. Are you ready to bring those stones in, boy? Yes, sir. Good. Then hitch up Belle and Bill, and I will walk out with you and show you where the pile is. With a sense of doom, Anna set out, with the 2 of them, to help James load rocks onto a carrier bogan, which Karl told them was the bunk and runners of his wintertime conveyance, the bobsled. Karl showed them where his rock pile was, east of the cleared grain fields, then returned to the cabin, leaving them to struggle with their morning's drudgery. Yes, that's what it seemed to Anna today. Drudgery. All the beautiful meaning had gone out of their work. When James drove the bogan back to the clearing, with Anna trailing beside, they were both tired and sore. She dragged herself into the clearing, then to the door of the cabin. It was brighter inside now, for Karl was chopping out a hole for a fireplace. Sensing she was behind him, he turned and found her staring at his handiwork. "You're building a fireplace, then, Karl?" she asked. "Yeah. A house should have a fireplace. And a bride should be a virgin," she thought. "Is that it, Karl?" So she was doomed to cook and heat water and boil soap and boil clothes, using only a fireplace for the rest of her life. So Karl, whom she had not guessed could be vindictive, was getting even with her. She longed to cry out, "Don't do this, Karl. I had no choice, and I'm sorry. So sorry." Karl, heart-swollen and hurt, returned to his chopping, recalling how he'd always thought of the joy of building this fireplace, how he had thought to bring his Anna to it, to lay her before it in the deep of winter when the flames blazed high, to toy with her, to take her body against his, to wrap them both in the buffalo robe later and fall asleep, uncaringly, there on the floor. The stones of the fireplace went up, one by lonely one. The day came when Karl announced they must drive back to check the wild hops. He announced it to James. He spoke little to Anna now, although when he did, he was always polite. Politeness was not what Anna wanted. She wanted the Karl who had teased and cajoled and been so vocal about her disastrous cooking. Now, though her cooking was no better than before, he made no remarks about it, just ate it stolidly, arose from the table and left with his axe or his gun over his shoulder. He continued teaching her the things she needed to know, but all the playfulness and mirth had gone from the lessons. So it was to James that Karl announced, "I think we must go to the wild hops and check them again. If we want bread next winter, we had best go now." "Should I hitch up Belle and Bill?" James asked eagerly. These days he tried to do anything he could think of to make Karl smile, but nothing did the trick. "Yes, we will leave as soon as you have finished milking Nana." When the time came for them to leave, Anna sensed they were not simply heading out to skid a load of building supplies into the clearing. The horses were pointed toward the road, for the first time since she had arrived. She stepped to the doorway, staying back in the shadows so Karl couldn't see her. She wondered where they were going. Suddenly she feared they might leave her here alone, for nobody had said anything to her. Karl had fetched willow baskets and put them in the wagon bed. She saw him turn to James. Then James came toward the sod house at a trot. Anna backed away from the door. "Karl says it's time to go check the wild hops again. He says to see if you're coming too." Her heart sang and cried both at once. He did not mean to leave her then, but neither did he come to invite her himself. She dropped the scoop in the hod and went with James, hesitating only long enough to close the door behind her. When she reached the wagon, Karl was already perched on the seat. He glanced back at the house, and Anna's hopes that he would reach a hand down to help her up were dashed. Instead, while she climbed aboard one side, Karl clambered down the other, walked back to the woodpile, got a stout log, and braced it against the door. "Why didn't you remind me, Karl?" she asked, wondering if she would ever learn to be the kind of wife he needed. She couldn't even remember a simple thing like bracing the wood against the door. "It does not matter," he said. Dismally she thought, "No, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters any more. Does it, Karl?" The wild hops were ripe this time. The heavy stems clung to their supporting trees with hooked hairs, each vine twining in the clockwise direction peculiar to the hop plant, which Karl explained was one way to identify it. The yellow-green flowers were crisp, papery, sticky, bearing hard purple seeds. They all picked, filling the baskets until they had harvested what they needed and more. "We'll be eating an awful lot of bread this winter, from the looks of it," Anna said. "I will sell most of the hops. They bring in fair money," Karl explained. "At Long Prairie?" she asked. "Yeah, at Long Prairie," he answered, giving her no clue as to when he intended to make the trip. When the baskets were overflowing and the three were ready to go, Anna bent to touch a newly sprouted growth, stemming up near the mother plant. Karl had called the sprouts vines. "Karl, since there are no hops on your land, why don't we try taking a vine and starting some there?" "I have tried it before. They have not lived for me." "Why don't we try it again?" "We can, if you want to. But I brought nothing to dig it up with." "What about your axe? Couldn't we chop it out with that?" Karl's expression was horrified. "With my axe?" He sounded appalled at the thought of his precious axe digging into the dulling grains of the earth. No man willingly sets his axe in the soil. An axe is made for wood. Feeling stupid, she looked at the vine, saying, "Oh," in a small voice. But she knelt down, determined to get a plant some way. "I'll see if I can dig one up with my hands, then." Surprisingly, he knelt beside her, and together they tunneled, trying to reach the bottom of the root. It was the closest they had worked together in days, and each was conscious of the other's hands, burrowing and scraping to free the root of the hop vine. There was in Anna a desperate need to please Karl in some small way. If the root were to take hold and grow, she knew it would be like giving Karl a gift. "I'll water it every day," she promised. He looked up to find her kneeling there with other promises in her eyes. Then he looked away, saying, "We had better pack this root in some moss, or it will dry up before we reach home." He went in search of moss, leaving Anna with the promise dying in her eyes and her heart. James came back from a trip to the wagon with a basket. "Did you get one up?" "Yes, Karl helped me." "It probably won't grow for you if it didn't grow for him," James returned. James' heedless opinion made Anna feel like crying. He's probably right, she thought. Still, it cut her to the quick to realize James was so devoted to Karl. He scarcely spent time caring about what she felt, or boosting her spirits, like he'd always done in the past. Karl returned with moss, packed it around the root, then arose, saying, "It is best you take 2, Anna." "2?" "Yeah." He seemed self-conscious all of a sudden. "Hops grow in both male and female plants. The one you picked is a female. But if you take one male, too, you will have a better crop if they decide to grow." "How do you know this is female?" she asked. His eyes met hers momentarily, wavered away. Then he stepped nearer to show her the remaining few cones that hung on the mother plant. "By the catkins," he explained. Reaching out a fingertip, he touched the nubbin. The females are short, only a couple inches long. He stepped to another plant that clung to a nearby tree and reached to stroke a panicle remaining there. It was about 6 inches in length. The males are much longer. Then quickly he turned, picked up a basket, and left her to dig up a male vine by herself, if she would. Resolutely she freed the second vine, and took it to the wagon, carefully avoiding Karl's eyes. She wrapped it in the moss with a female, while Karl waited patiently for her to board the wagon. Come hell or high water, she would make those 2 plants grow. When they had traveled more than halfway home, Karl pulled the horses to a stop. "I have made up my mind to have cedar shingles," he announced. "Although the trees are not my own, I do not think this land is owned by anyone else, so I would be taking nobody's timber. It will take no more than a single tree to make shingles for the entire house, and I will have it down in no time." To Anna, all conifers looked the same, but once Karl started chopping, she smelled the difference. The cedar fragrance was so heady she wondered if one might become intoxicated by it. Again she was watching the beauty and grace of Karl's body as he wielded the axe. She had not seen him do any felling since they had become estranged. It moved her magically, creating a longing in the pit of her stomach for this fence to be mended between them. Suddenly she realized that Karl had slowed his axe falls, changed the rhythm somehow, which was something he never did. He took 2 more swings, and each was answered by an echo. But when he stopped chopping, the echo went on. He stood alert, like a wild turkey cock at the cluck of a hen. He twisted his head around, thinking he was hearing things, but the chopping continued somewhere off to the north. Anna and James heard it too, and poised in alert. "Do you hear that?" Karl asked. "It's just an axe," James said. "Just an axe, boy? Just an axe? Do you know what this means?" "Neighbors?" ventured James, a smile growing on his face. "Neighbors," confirmed Karl, "if we are lucky." It was the first genuine smile Anna had seen on Karl's face in days. He hefted the axe again, this time forcing himself to keep his own measured beat, forcing himself not to hurry, which tired a man and only slowed him down in the long run. The answering echo stopped momentarily. The trio imagined a man they had never met, pausing in his felling to listen to the echo of Karl's axe, making its way through the woods to him. The far-off beat joined Karl's again, but this time as a backbeat, set evenly between Karl's axe falls, and the 2 axemen spoke to each other in a language only a man of the woods understood. They measured their paces into a regularity that beat out a steady question and answer, back and forth. Clack went Karl's axe. Clock came the answer. Clack, clock, clack, clock. The wordless conversation drummed on, and Karl worked now with a full smile on his face. When he stepped back to watch the cedar plummet, Anna felt the same exhilaration she'd felt the first time she witnessed the spectacle. Karl's eagerness affected her, too. When the roaring silence boomed in their ears, his eyes were drawn to her, as always. He found her beaming in the scented silence, and could do no less than smile back. Into their silence started the other woodsman's axe. "He heard," James said. "Get a basket and take the cedar chips," Karl said, "while I buck the tree. Cedar chips are good for keeping the bugs away. A few in the trunk will keep the moths out. Hurry." Never since she'd known him had she seen Karl Lindstrom hurry, but he did now. She hurried, too. While she was picking up the chips, Karl again surprised her by suggesting, Try sucking on a chip." She did. So did James. "It's sweet," Anna exclaimed, amazed. "Yes, plenty sweet," agreed Karl. But he was thinking of the sweet sound of the distant axe. It took little doing to find the source of the sound. There was a new road, carved in such a way that the hazel brush had hidden it from view when they'd passed it earlier in the day. Now, approaching it from the other direction, it was clearly visible. Led, too, by the sound of the axe as they neared. They were as metal shavings to a magnet. And so it was that they came upon a stocky, middle-aged man working his stand of tamarack along his newly cleared road. They pulled the wagon to a halt while the man let his axe-pole slip down to rest against his hand, just like Karl did when he stopped chopping. He pushed back a small woolen cap, much like the one Karl owned. Then, seeing Anna, he removed the cap and came toward the wagon. Karl alone alighted, walking toward the man with hand already extended. "I heard your axe." "Yeah, I heard yours, too." Their two outsized hands met. Swedish, Karl thought. Swedish, Olaf Johansson thought. "I am Karl Lindstrom." "And I am Olaf Johansson. I live, perhaps, 4 or 5 miles up this road here." "I live a few hundred rods up this road here." Anna watched in amazement as the two greeted each other with disbelief at finding another Swede so close by. They laughed aloud together, pumping those big axeman's hands in a way that raised a responsive happiness within Anna, for she knew how deeply Karl had missed his countrymen. "You are homesteading here?" Karl asked. "Yeah, me and my whole family." "I hear other axes." Karl looked off in the direction of the sound. "Yeah, me and my boys are clearing for the cabin." Johansson's Swedish accent was far more pronounced than Karl's. "We have been raising our cabin, too. This is my family." Karl turned to the wagon. "This is my wife, Anna, and her brother James." Olaf Johansson, with hat still doffed, nodded his head repeatedly, coming to shake their hands before donning the little wool thing again. "Oh, my Katrina will be happy to see you. She and our girls, Kirsten and Neda, have been saying, 'What if there are no neighbors or friends? They think they will die of loneliness, those 3. How could a person die of loneliness in a big family like ours?'" He finished with a chuckle. "You have a really big family?" Karl asked. "Yeah, I have 3 overgrown boys and 2 daughters. Maybe not so overgrown, but pretty big girls, I tell you. We will need a big cabin, that is for sure." Karl laughed, overjoyed at the news. "Come, you must meet my Katrina and the children. They will not believe what I am bringing home for dinner." "You will ride in my wagon?" "Sure," Johansson agreed, climbing aboard the load of cedar. "Wait till they see you. They will think they are dreaming." Again Karl laughed. "We cut down a cedar tree for shingles, but I think we have cut it from your land. I did not know you had settled here, or I would have asked first." "What is one cedar tree among neighbors, I ask you?" Olaf boomed vibrantly. "What is one cedar among so plenty?" His hand swept, gesturing toward the woods. "It is a good land, this Minnesota. It is much like Sweden. I think it is better, maybe. I have never seen such tamaracks." "They make a wall straight, all right," Karl agreed. By the time they reached the narrow clearing, where the axes were still ringing, the 2 men were in their glory. There was a canvas-covered wagon in the clearing, and evidence of the family's having lived by roughing it since they'd arrived. There were homewares scattered around an open fire, furniture looking hapless out in the elements, makeshift pens to hold an assortment of animals. Trunks, bedding, and clothing were airing on the earth, draped over wagon wheels or strewn over bushes. A woman was stirring something in a pot that hung on a tripod over the fire. Another was climbing down from the back of the covered wagon. A girl about James' age was sorting blueberries. At the edge of the clearing, 3 broad backs were swinging axes. Everyone seemed to stop what they were doing at once. Olaf called and waved to the entire assemblage, bringing them all from far corners to stand around the wagon as it pulled to a halt. "Katrina, look what I have found for you," Olaf bellowed, climbing down over the back of the wagon. "Neighbors!" "Neighbors!" exclaimed the woman, wiping her hands on her copious apron. "Swedish neighbors!" Olaf bellowed again, as if he were responsible for the existence of the nationality. Indeed, the clearing was filled with Swedish. Everyone seemed to be yah-ing and oohing at once. Everyone except Anna and James, that is. At last Karl broke away from the eager handshakes to reach up and help Anna down. "This is my wife, Anna," he said, "but she does not speak Swedish." Sounds of pity issued like a swoon. "And this is her brother James." There was no doubt of the welcome. Although it irritated Anna the way they all broke into the foreign language she could not understand. But to her and James they spoke English. "You will stay here and have dinner with us. There is plenty for everyone." "Thank you," Anna returned. Olaf introduced his entire brood, from oldest to youngest. Katrina, his wife, was a rotund woman who chuckled gaily at everything she said. She looked much like Anna imagined Karl's own mother looked, from past descriptions Karl had given. Katrina was braided, aproned, apple-cheeked and jolly, and had dancing eyes that never seemed to dull. Eric, the oldest son, seemed to be about Karl's age. Actually, he seemed like Karl in many ways, but was a little shorter and not quite as handsome. Kerstin, the oldest daughter, came next. She was a young replica of her mother. Then came Leif and Charles, strapping young men of perhaps 20 and 16 years. Last came Nedda, 14 years old, who made James' voice go falsetto when he said hello to her. Anna thought never in her life had she seen a more robust bunch of people, pink-cheeked and vigorous and built solidly, even the women. Blonde heads all nodded and beckoned the newcomers near the fire to have a seat on the felled logs that were the only chairs there. Excited voices exchanged news about Sweden with Karl, who reciprocated with bits about Minnesota. While the conversations went on, Anna and James were left to listen to the unintelligible jargon and smile at everybody's enthusiasm. She glanced around the circle at all the blonde heads. One in particular caught Anna's eye, making her self-conscious of the way her hair flew at will, untethered, around her head. The oldest daughter, Kerstin, turned to stir up the smell of tantalizing food cooking in the big cast-iron pot. From behind, Anna watched the head with those flawless braids that looked stitched onto Kerstin's scalp. They were so painfully neat. The braids came away from a center part, ended like the wreath of a Roman goddess in a flawless coronet at the back of her head. Kerstin wore a meticulously clean dress and apron, which she protected from the fire when she leaned over to stir whatever it was that smelled so delicious in the pot. Anna, in her brother's breeches, felt suddenly like a tomboy. She hid her hands behind her back. They were filthy from digging up the hop vines. Kerstin's hands were as clean as her dress. She moved efficiently around the fire, obviously knowing what she was doing with food. It was unbelievable what materialized for the meal. Where it all came from, Anna was wont to guess. There was Swedish crusty rye bread that had Karl drooling in no time. Limpa, went up the hosanna. Butter. There was actually butter, for the Johanssons owned several cows. The stew pot produced the most delicious sausage Anna had ever tasted, and though Katrina said it was made of venison, it was nothing like any venison Anna had ever had. It was spicy and rich and full of flavor. They had barley cooked in the meat juices. and a tempting pan of cobbler dumplings steamed atop wild blueberries, crowned with rich cream. Karl was dipping into his second dish of cobbler when Katrina chuckled at him, asking, "You like that cobbler, Karl?" Already it was Karl, instead of Mr. Lindstrom. "Kersten, she made that cobbler. She is some cook, that Kersten," Katrina crooned. Anna had all she could do to keep the smile pasted on her face. Karl nodded in Kersten's direction, acknowledging her talent politely, then went back to eating again. Nothing would do but that Karl share their harvest of hops with the Johanssons. He gave Katrina a whole bushel. When the meal was done, and the 3 Johansson women began making motions toward dishwashing, Anna offered to help, but they declined, saying she was their guest and they would have no such thing. Today they would only enjoy each other's company. There seemed to be no question that any help Karl wanted to give them with his axe would not be turned down. But the following day, of course, today they would make a holiday. They all agreed that when they lit into cabin raising, there would be a building standing in record time, like in Sweden, they all said, happily deciding that once the Johanssons' cabin was livable, they would pitch in together to complete the loft and roof and floor over at Karl and Anna's place. They ended up staying for supper and left for home with the promises of returning early the next day to whip the cabin up. Katrina waved them away with her apple cheeks rounded in their usual smile, shouting something to Karl in Swedish. "What did she say?" Anna asked. "She said we should not eat breakfast before we come tomorrow, because she will be making Swedish pancakes with lingonberries they have brought from Sweden." The joy in Karl's voice brought such a pang of jealousy to Anna she didn't know what to do with it. It didn't help any when James added, "Boy, I hope they're as good as that blueberry cobbler was. That was really something, wasn't it, Karl?" "Just like my mama used to make," he said. "Where'd they get the berries?" James asked. "They grow all over around here. Why, there is a thick patch of them up on the northwest section of my land. But since we have been so busy with our cabin, I have not been up that way to check them. I suppose they are ripe, too." "Gosh, Karl, could Anna make cobbler with our berries?" "I do not think it would be quite the same without that rich cream from Olaf's cows." Then he added, "I had forgotten how much sweeter is the milk from the cows than from goats." "If Nana could hear you, she'd probably stop giving out just to get even," James teased. Karl laughed. "Yeah, that Nana, she is one smart goat. But I do not think she is quite that smart." "Are we going back tomorrow for sure?" James asked, clearly anxious to do so. "Yeah, of course we are. Just like in Sweden, it will be one for all, and all for one. With our help, the Johanssons will have their cabin up in 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days? James sounded disbelieving. With 6 men and 2 teams, it will rise like hop yeast, Karl predicted. I just hope it doesn't go up too fast. I sure like eating at their place, James said with enthusiasm. I can't wait to taste them lingonberries. Yeah, you will love them. They taste like Sweden. At those words, Anna vowed that no matter how delicious Swedish pancakes and lingonberries were, she would definitely not like them. When they went to bed, Karl spoke to Anna, something he had not done in bed since their falling out. It is wonderful to have neighbors again, and wonderful to hear Swedish. Yes, they were nice, Anna said, feeling she must add something. I will be going early in the morning to help them with their cabin. Are you coming along, Anna? He didn't say. Be ready early in the morning, Anna. Or we must leave early in the morning, Anna. But are you coming, Anna? Half of her wanted to screech at him that he could go alone to his Swedish-speaking friends, who could make him laugh and smile when his wife could not. But she was too lonely to face a day without anyone for company. too jealous of the entire Johansen family already to entrust Karl to them for the entire day without her. "Of course I'm coming. I wouldn't dream of missing Swedish pancakes and lingonberries." Karl detected a sarcastic note in her voice, but attributed it to nothing more than her usual shortness whenever the subject of cooking came up. Again Anna promised herself that if those pancakes were so light they floated off the griddle to her plate unaided, if the lingonberries were so flavorful they made her drool in her dish, she would absolutely not admit she liked them. Yet she did, the very next day. The morning meal at the Johansens was a success. The pancakes were eggy and light and delicious, and the berries were the perfect complement to Katrina's superb cooking. Anna found she couldn't help but tell Katrina so. No matter how jealous of their Swedishness Anna was, it was impossible for her to dislike any of the Johansens. They were indeed a joyful family to be around. Even the capable Kerstin had a guileless charm. Laughter, Anna was learning, was as common to these Swedes as liking lingonberries. Swedes seemed to laugh in all they did. Teasing, too, was natural, even between the two elder Johansens. Among the sisters and brothers, of course, it ran rampant. Undoubtedly Nedda took more than her share when James was around, but she accepted it with rosy blushes that made everyone the more gay. Work, too, came as naturally to these blonde giants as breathing. If Anna had been mesmerized by the sight of Karl with his axe, she was hypnotized by the sight of all 5 men, Olaf, Erik, Leif, Charles, and Karl, swinging axes and adzes as if they were shooing bugs away. During the following 2 days, Anna saw a cabin raising done in the tradition of a bunch of hard-working, companionable Swedes. They meshed like cogs of a gear as they worked, skidding, hewing, notching, raising, sometimes 2 logs going up at once on opposite walls. Karl, she was to learn, was a master shingle-maker, and took great pride in tapping shingles off the cedar heartwood with his maul and froe, nearly as fast as they could be hauled up to the roof and pegged on. Leif, at age 20, was a close second to Karl, and between the 2 of them the shingles quite flew to the roof poles. Erik, it seemed, had a touch with heartwood, and could size up a piece of heart pine with a deadly eye of accuracy. When he drove his wedge into the piece, it split into planks that looked as if they'd been smoothed by running water for 50 years. Olaf saw to the cutting of the fireplace hole and the door space. To James fell the task of rock-hauling again, but Nedda worked with him, and he seemed to enjoy his job immensely. Anna and Kerstin gathered mud for the daubing, for now Anna was allowed to help too. Katrina did the cooking and supplied the workers with the water bucket and dipper periodically, bringing it around to inspect the progress and add her lilting Swedish comments to the feeling of goodwill already there. At the end of the first day, Charles produced his fiddle, and they danced in the clearing while the orange and purple blended in the west behind the trees. Olaf and Katrina cut delightful steps. Kerstin danced with her brothers, and so did Nedda. It took some persuading on her part to get James to give it a try. Olaf and Leif both tried to persuade Anna to dance, but she declared she'd never been taught how, and wasn't as brave as her brother, though she wanted ever so much to learn. But she wanted to learn with Karl, not with Olaf or Leif. Karl danced with all the Johansen women. When he paired off with Kerstin, Anna continued clapping to the fiddle, forcing herself to bite back the storm of emotion that sprang up whenever the 2 spoke to each other. Watching them spin gaily around the firelit clearing, laughing, with Kerstin's full skirts flitting high as she lifted them, Anna again felt dismay at this newest talent she discovered in Kerstin, which she herself lacked. Even after Anna had turned Karl down, Erik at last made her try it, pulling her out into the festivities with the others. She really didn't do half bad, although she felt far from feminine, swooping around the circle in her breeches. She wished she had a dress like Kerstin's, but resolutely refrained from wearing the inappropriate ones she owned. The work on the cabin went on the next day, and at the end of it the floor was completely laid. The fiddle was tuned again to christen the new house with music and dancing. This time Anna participated whenever invited to do so. Karl asked her to dance many times, but she felt clumsy when she compared herself to any of the other women there, particularly Kerstin, who could pick up her skirts and laugh without reserve while she spun and cut figures with her light steps. Karl danced with Kerstin, no more often than he did with any of the others, but it seemed to Anna that each time she looked up, Kerstin was bobbing around in the crook of Karl's arm. At the end of one particularly carefree jig with a fast-paced rhythm, everyone was breathless and laughing as they twirled an end to the song. Anna glanced over Olaf's shoulder to see Karl whirling Kerstin, his arms locked around her, until her feet left the floor and her skirts went sailing. She was laughing unabashedly as he released her. Then she reached to pat her forehead and straighten a wisp of hair that wasn't even out of place. "Oh, Anna," she said, coming to take Anna's arm, "that Karl is some dancer. He wears me right out." Anna bit her tongue to keep from saying what had crossed her mind. "Yeah, he used to wear me right out, too." That night Anna lay awake a long time after Karl was sleeping soundly. She rehashed everything about the last 2 days with the Johanssons. Each word between Karl and Kerstin took on an increasingly personal note. Each compliment Karl paid Kerstin's cooking rankled mercilessly. Each light footstep during the dancing seemed flirtatious. Each memory of that last whirling hug became more intimate. There was no doubt about it. Beside Kerstin, Anna felt as inferior as a ragweed in a rosebed. Well, she thought angrily, if he wants his perfect, plump Kerstin, let him have her. I'll be damned if I'll stand by and watch while he fawns over every move she makes. They said they'll finish in a short day's work tomorrow, and they don't need me anyhow. So why should I go and get in their way anyway? Even when I'm there, I might as well be a stump for all the attention I get. They talk Swedish around me as if I am a stump. Nothing more than the useless stump left when they're done chopping down their precious tamaracks. Well, I might be as useless, but I don't need to stand around and let them lean their big Swedish boots and their precious Swedish axes on me. The following day, Anna woke early enough to prepare breakfast for Karl and James. She did it before they could protest. Let them eat my cooking whether they like it or not. They can just do without their lingonberries for one morning. Anna threw a baleful eye at James. He was rarin' to go. Seems he's hooked on one of the Swedish lovelies, too, Anna thought bitterly, making herself all the more miserable. When Karl said, "Hurry up, Anna, we must get going," it wasn't quite as satisfying as she'd thought it'd be to answer, "I'm not going today." Not going? To his credit, Karl sounded dismayed. "Why not, Anna?" "I think I had better stay home and tend to my weeding. The vegetables are getting lost out there. Anyway, there's not much left to do on their cabin, so you won't even miss me." "Come on, Karl," James called from the wagon. "Hurry up." "Are you sure, Anna?" Karl asked. "I do not like to leave you here alone, Anna." She needed to show him she was just as capable as the capable Kerstin Johansson. Even more so, staying all day without a man to depend on for every ounce of protection. "Don't be silly, Karl. I've got the gun, haven't I?" It was the longest day of Anna's life. She cried and dried up and cried, until she thought she would kill the poor vegetables with salt tears. She worked fiendishly, but all day she bludgeoned herself with images of Karl and Kerstin. She imagined him nodding to Kerstin to tell her how good her blueberry cobbler was. She imagined him telling her how he loved her golden braids, so neatly wrapped upon her fine Swedish head. She even imagined the two of them speaking together in Swedish, and felt a greater anguish at not being able to share his beloved language with Karl. Time and again Anna remembered Karl calling her "my skinny little hen," and she berated herself for her thinness. There was little Anna could do about her thinness or her wretched cooking, but at least she could take a bath. If Karl wanted his women smelling like lye soap, so be it. She bathed, then waited, but the sun was still far above the horizon. It was then, with the sun just beginning to filter through the western tree line, when Anna had the splendid idea of how to please Karl. She would find his precious blueberry patch and pick him blueberries till he got hives from them. Bolstered by the idea of a way to keep busy till he returned, and at the same time do something right, she grabbed a wooden pail and took off, following the familiar path to the beaver pond, and heading north along the creek until she reached the shallows, where she crossed, heading northwest in search of berries. She kept a close eye on the sun, gauging its descent, knowing when it rimmed the horizon she had better start for home so she'd be there when Karl and James returned. Not 20 minutes from the creek, she found the berries. They were fat and purple and thick as the mosquitoes that hovered above them. Never in her life had Anna suffered mosquitoes like this. She swatted and slapped, and still they stung her faster than she could swoosh them away. At last she was forced to move out of the thicket for a while. But Karl wanted blueberries, and she was determined he'd have them. She moved from thicket to thicket, continuing to pick until her pail was nearly 2/3 full, and heavier than she'd imagined mere blueberries could be. The sun was as low as she'd decided she should let it get before starting back. She heard the gurgle of the creek and headed for it. The mosquitoes were coming out worse than ever now as evening drew on, but she tried to ignore them, carrying her bucket and following the meandering stream toward home, until she reached a sharp curve that took the creek northward. On her way out to the berries, she had not passed this bend in the water. Well, with the sun at her right, she ought to be going in the proper direction. But when she retraced her steps, she came to a fork, where this creek met another, and they both seemed to be flowing due north. Their own little creek flowed south by southwest. The pail became leaden. The sun slipped down. Dusk came on. Anna picked a willow switch to keep the mosquitoes fanned off herself as best she could. The tree frog started up, and the mosquitoes kept it up. Finally, Anna thought she could stand neither the singing nor the stinging 1 more minute. By the time she admitted she was abysmally lost, the western sky was tinted with only a faint hint of orange, making the stark silhouettes of the trees loom like threatening black fingers. Karl and James returned from the Johanssons, expecting to find wood smoke rising from the chimney and a pleasant supper warm on the hob. But the ashes were scarcely warm, and there was no sign of supper cooking. Karl walked out to the vegetable garden, found it freshly weeded. He walked to the new log house and stepped inside. It was dark, for the sun was gone. He could see nothing in the far corners. "Anna?" he called. "Are you in here?" But there was only the soft chittering of the birds chirping through the partially open chimney-hole. "Anna?" He met James in the clearing. "She's not in the spring house," James said. "I checked. There is still the barn. She's not there either. I searched there, too." Karl's heart began hammering harder. She might have gone down to the pond. "Alone?" James asked disbelievingly. "It is the only other place I can think of." They grabbed the gun and headed for the pond. Why hadn't Anna taken the gun if she went out alone into the woods? It was feeding time for the wild animals. Karl knew the pond was the likeliest place to come upon any number of various creatures drinking, creatures with claws and teeth and horns but at the pond there were no animals. There was no Anna. He could think of no place she might be. Sadly, he headed back down the trail for home. James was on the verge of tears. He walked ahead of Karl and kept peering into the darkening woods on either side, hoping to see his sister appear out of the shadows. By the time they reached the cabin, the sun had fully set, and there was a scant hour of dimming light left by which to see. "Would she have walked out along the road toward Johansen's?" James asked hopefully. "We would have seen her, if she was headed that way to join us." Karl's eyebrows were blond question marks of worry. "What's the other way up the road?" "Nothing. It is only the trail that goes all the way to Fort Pembina in Canada." "Why would she go that way?" "Karl, I'm scared," James said, his eyes wide with bewilderment. "When you are scared is the best time to keep your wits about you, boy." "Karl, I know Anna's been crying a lot lately." Karl felt like James had taken a hot poker and branded him in the middle of his chest. He gritted his teeth together and stared. "Be quiet, and let me think." James did as he was bid. But it didn't settle his nerves any to have Karl pacing back and forth, rubbing his forehead and saying absolutely nothing. Karl built a fire, knelt before it staring. At last, when James thought he wouldn't be able to stand the silence another second, Karl leaped up and exploded, "Count the buckets." "What?" "Count the pails in the spring house, boy. Now." "Yes, sir." James ran out the door, while Karl sprinted to the barn to see if there were any pails there. They met in the clearing again, and it was almost full dark by this time. "4, James reported. "3, said Karl. "There is one missing." "One missing?" "If she took a pail, she must have gone to get something." "What?" "A load of clay for chinking." "No, we have already been down to the clay pit." "Berries?" "No, she does not know where any berries grow." "Wait." They both thought of it at once. "You told us blueberries grow in the northwest corner of your property." "That's it. Get the team back out, James, and ride to the Johansens. If Anna is lost in the woods, it will take every person to find her. These woods are deadly at night." Karl rigged a flare of cattails for James to take along, lit it, and handed it to him, ordering, "Get the Johansens back here as fast as you can. Tell them to bring guns and flares. Hurry, boy." "Yes, sir." Knowing there was no sense in going out alone, that one man could do little against these wilds, Karl forced himself to remain calm while waiting for James to return with the Johansens. In the meantime, he continued binding the cattails into slow-burning torches the search party could carry through the woods. He tied them into clusters of 8, so each member of the party would have a supply to sling on his back. At last James returned with the Johansens. They wasted no time on questions, except for those Karl needed to answer to make sure nobody else got lost while hunting for Anna. "We will quarter the creek," Karl explained, meaning they would walk at a 90-degree angle to it. "Walk fanned out with only the distance of the torchlight between us. Never get so far away you lose sight of the torches next to you. If your torch goes out, signal the person next to you. If you find Anna, pass the word along the line. When we have gone as deep into the woods as I believe she could have gotten, I will fire a single shot. That means everybody turns to his right and walks 800 paces before turning back toward the creek again." "Do not worry, Karl," Olaf said. "We will find her." "Everybody take ashes from the bucket and rub them on your face and hands," Karl ordered, "or the mosquitoes will eat you alive. When you get to Anna, you will have to use your own face and hands to rub ashes on her. She will be in bad shape from bites, I fear." They followed Karl and James into the woods, along the babbling creek, deeper and deeper, until Karl gave the instruction to fan out. They quartered the creek, walking in the buzzing night with only the far-off torch flickers to brave fearful hearts. Each of them thought of how it must be for Anna, somewhere out here alone, with no ashes to protect her from the vicious mosquitoes, no torchlight to remind her there were others within shouting distance, no gun to protect her from the nocturnal prowlers ranging the forests. They strained their eyes and ears, called out until their throats were raw, their voices hoarse. Karl and James searched with frantic pictures in their minds of Anna hurt, Anna crying, Anna dead. Karl berated himself for leaving her home alone today, when he should have insisted she come along. He thought of the cleanly weeded garden, and swallowed hard at the lump in his throat. He thought of their estrangement, and the reason for it, and of how long it had been since they had made love. He thought of James saying earlier, "I know Anna's been crying a lot lately, Karl." He knew Anna had been crying a lot lately, too. Why hadn't he done as Father Pierrot so wisely advised? Why had he not talked this thing over more fully with Anna when he had the chance? Instead, he had not only let the sun set on his anger. Tonight he had also let it set on Anna, lost somewhere in the woods, with all this enmity between them. And if he never found her again, or if it was too late when he found her, it would be entirely his fault. "Anna, where are you? I promise I will try to work this thing out of my system, Anna. If you are only here and safe, at least we will talk about it and find some way to work at forgetting it. Anna, where are you? Anna, answer me." But it was not Karl who found her. It was Erik Johansson. He found her not by spying her running toward the torchlight in the woods, but by spying the red eyes of the wolves, by hearing their nipping yaps ahead of him long before their eyes pierced the night. The wolves were circling the tree where Anna perched in terror, afraid her numb limbs would give out, afraid she would fall asleep and tumble down. Underneath, the jaws snapped, and the canine mules told her the animals were still trying to get to her by leaping at the tree trunk. There were only 3 of them. When Erik bared his own teeth and whirled his torch above his head, the wolves retreated. Still, all 3 hovered, until Erik jabbed at a pair of red eyes with his torch, and at last they slinked off like shifting shadows. "Over here!" Erik shouted to the search party members nearest, then raised his eyes and arms. "Anna, are you all right?" Before she could answer or slip down the tree to him, she saw one of the wolves advancing again toward Erik, and she shrieked his name. He swung about sharply, stabbing at the hungry, glowing eyes, singeing fur upon the beast who thought his threat empty. At the smell, the animal withdrew farther into the woods to join the other 2, before they disappeared into the blackness for good. By this time another torch had come to help ward off the attackers, then another. Karl had stationed himself in the center of the flank, so by the time the word got to him, 4 other torches were there, and Anna had been safely brought down from the tree. Karl came into the circle of torchlight to find a sobbing Anna clutched in the strong arms of Erik Johansson. Tears streamed down her face, rinsing it clean. Thin rivulets of tears and ashes washed down her skin. Erik had done as instructed, had used his own face and hands, rubbing them upon Anna as soon as he found her. But she had clutched Erik about the neck in a locked grip which she would not relinquish. Erik looked across her head as Karl came into the torchlight, helplessly bound by Anna's arms, not knowing what to do or say. Karl was smitten with mental pictures of Erik's cheeks and hands, rubbing his Anna's face. His stomach turned curiously tight, and he wanted to shout at Erik to get his arms away from her. "She seems to be all right," Erik assured him. Then his voice became gentler as he spoke near Anna's ear. "Anna, Karl is here now. You can go to Karl now." But Anna didn't seem to hear. And if she did, the words weren't registering. She clung to Erik as if her life depended upon him. Karl watched with heart so utterly relieved that the sudden release from fear caused his stomach to tremble. James came plummeting out of the woods to fling himself against Anna, hugging her from behind with his face against her back, fighting away the tears. And all the while Anna clung to Erik Johansson. Kersten saw the way Karl hung back, strangely reluctant to take his wife from her brother's arms. It confirmed the suspicion she'd had all along, that all was not right between the Lindstroms. At last Karl spoke. "Anna, you are going to choke poor Eric." But it was Karl who sounded like he was being choked. He approached, waiting for her to turn to him. At the sound of his voice she did. He saw her ash-smeared face wavering in the torchlight, while she, too, saw his. When his familiar voice came from behind the grey mask, she whimpered, "Karl?" "Yes, Anna." And still they hesitated. She stood forlornly, like a ragged, dirty waif, her face smeared and ashen, puffed beneath the grey from bites and from crying. Her hair was an explosion of whiskey strands and blueberry twigs. In the torchlight her red-rimmed eyes were frighteningly enormous. Her tears rolled silently and plopped off her cheeks onto her shirt, making dirty blobs where the garment hung loosely on her thin frame. She struggled to hold her chest still, but could not breathe without shuddering. The back of one hand came up and swiped at her nose, then dropped down forlornly. Never in her life had Anna wanted a person to touch her, just touch her, as badly as she now needed Karl to. Bitten, abject, frightened, penitent, she stood before him, her insides trembling, her limbs quaking, knowing she had fallen short of his expectations again. "You have given us such a fright, Anna," Karl said tiredly, but relieved. Between sobs, she choked pitifully on her words. "I wanted to pick you some blueberries for your supper." At her racked appeal, Karl was overcome by pity. Opening his arms, he clutched her against his thick chest, with James somewhere in the hug too, and Karl's hard, cold rifle pressing into the back of Anna's head, pulling her hard against him. "The wolves came, Karl," she sobbed. "And I—" "It's all right, Anna. It's all right," he soothed, but she went on. "And the mosquitoes were so bad. Shh. I just wanted to get some blueberries for you, Karl." "Anna, you don't have to talk now." "The pail spilled, Karl." He squeezed his eyelids tight shut. I know, he said, rocking her. But the blueberries—" "There will be more." "The creek, it flowed north, and I couldn't—" Anna, you are safe now." "Oh, Karl, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Karl." "Yes, Anna, I know." The tears were gathering on the rims of his eyes.
"Don't let me go, Karl. I'm sorry."
"I will not let you go. Come, Anna, we must go home now." But she would not give up her grip. She sobbed out of control against his neck until he finally handed his rifle to James and picked Anna up in his arms. Encircled by the torches, he carried her home. Before they got there, she was asleep in his arms, though her hold around his neck was as tight as ever. In spite of his stature and physical condition, Karl was in a quivering state himself by the time they reached the cabin. Everyone hovered after Karl had laid Anna down on the bed, wanting the best for both of them, hesitant to leave, for fear they might yet be needed. Karl assured them they had done more than enough, and once outside thanked them all with hand-clasps and squeezes. Before going, Olaf suggested, "Karl, perhaps we should not come tomorrow to help with the cabin. We can wait and come the next day. Anna is in a bad state, and maybe would like to rest one day. You spend the day with her until she feels better, and we will come the next day." Katrina advised, "You put a thick saleratus paste on those bites, so Anna will not feel so awful." "Ja, Katrina, I will do as you say. And I think you are right, too, Olaf. One day, more or less, will not matter. We will finish the work on my cabin day after tomorrow." "We will all be here then. Don't you worry," Eric assured him. Each Johansson made a comforting comment as the family parted. Charles said, "You rest now, and take it easy tomorrow, too. You can use it." In Swedish, Katrina said, "Now do not forget, saleratus will take away that itching." Karl smiled and promised he would not forget. Leif said, "I sure hope she's all right, Karl. We'll all be thinking about her till we see you again." Olaf said, "We will be here with sharp axes, bright and early, day after tomorrow, boy." He clapped a big paw around the back of Karl's neck, much as he might to one of his own sons. Eric lingered. "I am sorry. You were not the one to find her, Karl." His eyes said she was not thinking of who she clung to. "Think nothing of it, my friend." Karl's eyes rewarded the young man with a tired smile, telling him he must not worry about it. Kerstin came last. She laid her hand upon Karl's forearm and looked directly into his troubled blue eyes. She, too, spoke in Swedish. "Karl," she said, "Mamma is right about saleratus. But I think saleratus will not fix all that is wrong with Anna. I can see there is something that needs fixing in her heart. Whatever it is, I think you could help her fix it, Karl." "We have not been married long, Kerstin," he muttered. "There are things between us we are still getting used to. I will not say more now. I can see you are troubled too, Karl. Just remember, differences cannot be overcome if they continue to be held inside." Her words were essentially the same as Father Pierrot's. "I will remember. Thank you, Kerstin." Netta was the only one not to bid good-bye to Karl, for she and James had strolled near the barn when the others crowded outside the tiny sod house. In the soft, late summer night they stood beneath the starshine. A whippoorwill called a repetitious song from the dark of the trees. Bats swooped and darted, squeaking in mouse-like voices, while the cheep of the ever-present crickets scraped away like fiddles with single strings. Netta bravely put her hand over the back of James, where it lay on the top rail of the fence. "I am happy we found her. I did not know before how terrible it would actually be to lose a sister or brother. I didn't either. Anna and me, we've been together all our lives. I mean, she's just always been there taking care of me. I never stopped to think how horrible it would be without her." Netta removed her hand from his, but watched his face. "Where's your Mama and Papa, James?" "Our Ma is dead, and our—" He swallowed, making the sudden manful decision to trust Netta with the truth, no matter what she'd feel. He had seen his and Anna's lies hurt Karl enough. For himself, now, he chose to be straightforward right off and avoid the long-reaching tentacles of lies. "We never knew our Pa, Anna and me. And you might as well know the truth, Netta. It's a pretty sure bet we each had a different Pa. See, our Ma really was never too glad to have either one of us. That's why Anna and me had to stick together so close, else we wouldn't have anybody." Netta was stricken by the idea of a mother who didn't want her children. "I guess Anna's awful special to you, huh?" "Yeah, she sure is." James didn't even realize that his answer sounded like Karl's might have. "I mean, golly, it's almost more special when somebody isn't your full blood and they still— James couldn't finish. He was recalling all the times Anna had bundled him protectively off to St. Mark's, or promised she'd find them a better life. He remembered how she had refused to leave him behind to come here to Karl. He thought, too, of her recent misery, helpless to find any answer for it himself. "I guess what you say is, Anna's not even your whole sister, but she loves you like as if she was. Yeah, James?" He scuffed at nothing with the toe of his boot, looked down with a strange, uncomposed feeling upon him. He nodded his head. He thought for a moment, then asked plaintively while looking up at the stars, "Neda, what makes people who love each other not want each other to know it?" "You mean your ma?" "No, not her. I never cared a fig about her. It's Karl and Anna I'm talking about. There's something wrong between them, and I'd give anything to fix it, but I don't know how. Heck, I don't even know what it is." "Do they fight?" "That's just it. No." James sounded frustrated. "If they did, maybe they'd straighten it out. Instead, they just treat each other, I don't know what to call it. Polite, I guess. You know how your ma and pa laugh and he pinches her and everything? Yeah, but my papa is a big tease. Don't you see? That's how Karl and Anna used to be when we first came here. See, they've only been married since the beginning of summer. They seemed to get along so good, and then I said something and—" He swallowed, thinking he would give anything if he could take back the truth he'd revealed when he thoughtlessly spewed out all he had to Karl. "I think I caused all this trouble between them, because I told Karl something one day that he can't forget." "About Anna?" "No. That's why I can't figure out the whole mess. It was about our ma. She was a what, James?" "A prostitute." He finally got out, waiting for Neda to run in shocked disapproval back to her family. Instead, she remained steadfastly beside him. "I don't know what that is." "But, Neda, you're a year older than me." "I still don't know what it is. My English is not so good yet. Some words I haven't learned." He searched for some way to say it. She sensed his struggle and said, "It doesn't matter, James." "Well, it matters to Karl. And if he didn't know, I think everything would still be okay between him and Anna. At the same time, I just can't believe he would hold it against her if he didn't like our ma. He's a fair man. He just wouldn't do that. You really like Karl, don't you?" "Almost as much as Anna. He's—" But it was impossible to encapsulate all he felt for Karl. "He gave us the only home we ever had. I just wish whatever is between him and Anna would get straightened out, so they'd be happy again. It will, James. I just know it will." He turned to look at her face squarely. "Thanks for listening, anyway, and for coming to help us find Anna. Don't be silly. I guess I did look pretty silly, how I acted when we found Anna, but golly." He felt sheepish to have had Neda see him clinging to his sister's skirts like such a baby. But then Neda said something quite wonderful that made him forget how he'd clung to Anna, and cried. "You know something, James?" "What?" "I'm kind of glad all this happened." "Glad?" "Yeah, because you rode all that way to our house in the dark by yourself." "It's not that far," James said in a hushed pride. "In the dark alone it is," she insisted. "So why are you glad?" "Because now that you did it once, you can do it any time. Come over, I mean." "I can?" "Sure. You don't have to wait for Karl and Anna to come. See you day after tomorrow, James." Then she was gone to join her family, and Karl bade them goodbye at their wagon. When the Johanssons left, Karl clapped a big hand on James' shoulder. "You did a man's job tonight," he praised. "Yes, sir," James replied, so much more in his heart he was unable to say. They stood a while in silence before Karl added, "She is a cute little thing, that Neda." "Yes, sir." James said again, swallowing. Then he wisely offered, "I'd like to go out and see to Belle and Bill tonight, if you don't mind, Karl." "I do not mind. Just make sure you do not smoke any pipes out there like I do. Your sister would not like it." "Don't worry. I just got some thinking to do." "I will leave the latch string out." "Good night, Karl." "Good night, boy." Anna watched Karl as he entered. He walked to the fireplace and stood facing it. He cradled both of his cheeks in his hands, dug his fingertips into his eyes, then sighed heavily as he rubbed his hands downward and dropped them from his cheeks. His shoulders drooped. "Karl?" He whirled around. "Anna, you are awake," he said, coming to the bedside. "I have been for some time now." All the while you and Kirsten were whispering in Swedish outside. "What were you talking about, Karl?" "About you." "What about me?" "She said you will need some saleratus for those bites." But Anna didn't believe him. Tears sprang to her eyes. "I am nothing but trouble to you, Karl. I'm even trouble to the Johanssons. They are good people. They do not mind. But I mind, Karl. I mind. I never should have come here." She lay on her side, watching his knees as he stood beside the bed. He did not know what to reply. On one hand was a great engulfing sympathy for her. On the other, that great engulfing hurt she had caused him. Yes, it was still there. He longed to go back to the days before he had guessed the truth. "It is too late to think of that now," he said. "Your face is still all streaked with ashes, Anna. You had better wash it before you fall asleep again. There is warm water for you." She struggled to sit up, and he came to take her by an elbow and help her. To have him touch her thus, with polite consideration, even though he had not even argued when she'd said she should never have come here, took her apart at the fringes again. But she bit back the tears and went out to the wash-bench and cleaned her face, hands, and neck, in the dark. She came back inside and ducked behind a blanket to change into her nightgown. The curtain hung now like a gonfalon, a constant reminder of the night Karl had pulled it down and taken it with them to the barn. He was waiting for her when she emerged. "I have made a paste of saleratus and water," he said. "It will relieve the itching for tonight." She raised her hands to her face self-consciously, touching it, testing it. Even without a mirror she could tell it was puffed and swollen. "I'm really a mess." "Here, this will help." "Thank you, Karl." She sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the paste onto her face. "Take care you do not get it into your eyes," he warned. "I'll be careful." Karl hovered listlessly, feeling awkward standing there, waiting for her to be finished and get into bed, so he too could lie down. She covered her face, neck, and the backs of her hands. But the paste needed drying to be effective. Sitting there waiting for it, she started twitching. She tried to reach to the center of her back, but couldn't. "Karl, they got me all over. Scratch me back there," she said, wriggling. He sat down on the edge of the bed behind her. While he scratched her back, she began scratching her ankle, then her arms, and soon her chest. "Yeah, they got you good, little one," he agreed. When he realized what he'd said, his fingers stopped moving. Suddenly she too fell still, the bites forgotten momentarily, while she let the endearment wash over her. But the itching started again, so she asked, "Karl, could you put some paste on my back?" There followed a long pause, while he looked at her shoulder blades, remembering times his palms had run over them while he was carried away by passion. At last he swallowed hard and said, "Hand me the cup." When she had, she unbuttoned the front of her gown and lowered it, exposing her back to him, holding the front over her breasts. It was more skin than she had bared to him since their estrangement had begun. She pictured his eyes scanning her bareness, remembered his hands, gentle in the midst of love, caressing her in the way she now yearned for, with daily increasing fervor. She waited with hammering heart and tingling nerves for his first touch upon her after all this lonely time. When it came, it was cold, and she flinched, then silently cursed herself, wanting to appear calm before him. There were welts as big as peas all over her back, white-centered, rimmed with red. When he touched the first one with the clammy paste, her shoulders twitched away. "Sorry," he muttered, the sight of her bare back raising old, yearning memories within him. He forced himself calmly to continue his ministrations, keeping his eyes from dropping to the shadow of her spine, where the gown sagged, swagged, far enough adroop that he knew there was an inviting shadow there. He dabbed all the bites he could see, then his stomach went tight and his heart went crazy. He lifted the fringe of hair from her neck and found 2 more bites beneath it. She reached an arm back, lifting the hair aside so he could get at the rest hidden there. With racing heart, she wondered if he would think her wanton, posing so seductively. As if to repudiate his possible thought, she clutched the front of her nightie more tightly to her breasts, that ached for the sensual way he had touched them so well, days past. The hair that grew in the hollow of her neck was fine and curly. He had never seen it before, for she always let her hair hang free. "You must let them dry," he rasped. She sat there, holding the hair up, feeling his thigh against her buttock on the edge of the bed, wondering if he was experiencing any of the same overwhelming feelings as she, sexual, pulsing, throbbing. But he sat as still as a statue, and finally the hair dropped. Anna reached blindly over her shoulder, saying, "There are a few more up here. Hand me the cup." Wordlessly he placed it into her hand, carefully avoiding her fingers. He saw her gown drop to her waist, saw her chin lower as she looked down at herself, watched her elbows moving as she touched the paste to her skin. He need not see the front of her to remember. He felt blood surge through his loins, and a tightening contract his chest. He tried to think of her as he had when he was writing letters to her, as his little whiskey-haired Anna. But even as want crept over him, he found himself wondering how many others had seen her brush the back of her hair away from her neck so seductively. No matter how many others there had been, he could not help placing his hand around her neck, squeezing her hair lightly against it. Anna's eyes drifted closed, and she leaned back, lifting her chin, pushing more firmly into his spanning hand. It was warm, even through her hair, speaking of desperation and hope, making her want to turn quickly and be taken into his forgiving arms. But it had to be him beckoning her to return to them. "Anna," he whispered in a choked voice, "there are things we must talk about." "I can't go on like this much longer," she managed, tears in her voice. "Neither can I." "Then why do you?" She could feel her own breath battling its way up her throat past the heart, which threatened to choke her with its clamor. "I cannot forget it, Anna," he despaired. "You don't want to forget it. You want to keep remembering it, and keep me remembering it too, so I will always know I was once bad." Her eyes still remained closed. "Is that what I am doing?" I think so." A very long, silent minute eased by. Nothing more than crickets, fire, and breath speaking. "Can you blame me?" he asked. The pain in his question became magnified within her own heart. She leaned yet against his hold, the hair now hot where he enclosed it about her neck. "No," she whispered. "Did you think that if I guessed I would let it pass?" "No." "I have tried to put it from my mind. But it is there, Anna. Every minute I am awake it is waiting there, and I cannot forget it. Do you think I can? I do not know. I do not know you well enough to know such things about you. Well, I can't, Karl. I can't forget it either. But I'd give anything if I could make it so it had never happened. But that cannot be. So will you hold it against me forever?" "You are my wife, Anna, my wife," he said intensely, squeezing her neck. "I took you to me, believing you were pure. Do you know what it means to a man to learn that others have gone before him?" Stung, shamed, she felt his words pierce her heart. So he had thought all this time that her scruples were that low. Not others, Karl. Only one. Anger and hurt surged through him. Only one. To me you say, only one. You might as well say, lightning is only fire, after it has struck me down. Do you know, that is how I felt that day? His hand tightened painfully for a moment. I felt like I was struck by lightning. Only it was not kind enough to kill me. It only left me burned and blistered instead. The hand dropped from her hair, as if the sensation were upon him presently. "Karl, I never meant for you to find out," she said ineptly. "I thought—" "Don't you think I know that? There is no need for you to say it now. I know what a fool you must have thought me when I did not even guess that night in the barn. Green, Karl, green as the spring grass. I thought we were learning together that night." Misery swept through Anna, coupled by her need to have him believe her. "We were—" "Do not lie to me any more. I forgave you all the other lies I discovered. But this one I have great trouble forgiving. I do not know if I ever can." "Karl, you don't understand." "No, I do not understand, Anna." His voice quivered with intensity. "I am a person who does not understand the selling of what should only be won with love. I have thought to myself so many times, why did Anna do such a thing? How could she? Do you know that I have even started to think that if you had done this with a man you loved, I was wrong not to forgive you? But to do it for money, Anna." His voice trailed away. When it came again, it was heavy with defeat. "He did pay you, Anna, didn't he?" She only nodded, then her chin dropped down to her chest. "A man old enough to be your father." His words had the woeful tune of a lament. "Don't do this to yourself, Karl," she whispered at last. "It is not Karl who does it to himself. It is you who have done it to me." His agonized voice drove on, killing her, making her bleed with regret. "How I thought of you as my little whiskey-haired Anna, all those months, waiting for you, thinking of how it would be to have you here, to build the log house and have you here so I would not have to be alone ever again. Do you know how alone I feel now? It was much better, the kind of being alone I felt before you came. This now, some days I do not think I can bear it. Dread surged through Anna, but she knew she must ask the question which followed. "Do you want me to leave, Karl?" He sighed. "I do not know what I want any more. I have spoken vows to love and honor you, and have sealed those vows with an act of love. I do not believe this vow can be sidestepped by turning you away. Yet I cannot honor you. I am torn in pieces, Anna." As it had the first time she'd heard him pronounce it, her name, falling from his lips with that beloved accent, endeared him to her as never before. "As soon as I met you, that very first day, I knew that this was how you'd feel if you ever learned the truth. Could you not tell by my letters that you are forgiving, Karl?" They both realized how utterly untrue that sounded right now. "Accepting, Anna, accepting. Do you understand? If you had told me beforehand, I would have accepted." "No, you wouldn't have, Karl. Even you aren't that big. You think if I had written to you and told you I was a prostitute's daughter, and I had a kid brother I felt responsible for, you'd have brought us here willingly?" Hearing it put that way, Karl, too, doubted what his reaction would have been. "Karl, I think it's time I told you about Boston. All about Boston." "I do not want to hear it. I have heard enough about Boston to last me a lifetime. I hate the word." "If you hate it, imagine what I feel when I talk about it." "Then do not." "I must. Because if I don't, you'll never understand about my mother." "It is not your mother who disappointed me, Anna. It was you." "But she's part of it, Karl. You have to know about her to understand me." When he sat silently, she took it for assent. Gulping a shaky breath, she began. "She never had much time for us. We were only two of her miscalculations, two of her mistakes. And in her profession we were the biggest mistakes she could have made. She never let us forget it. 'Where are those two brats of mine now?' she'd holler. Until everybody who knew us took to calling us Barbara's brats. We were never told for sure, but it didn't take much figuring to know that it's a pretty slim chance James and I are even full brother and sister. Chances are we had different fathers. But where we came from, that didn't matter to us. We learned early to depend on each other. Nobody else gave us support of any kind, so we got it from just ourselves. You were right about something else, Karl. She never wanted us calling her Mother, for fear it'd scare away her customers. She needed to look young and act young to keep the men interested. Sometimes we'd forget and call her Mom, and she'd fly into a rage. The last time it happened was when I was about 10 or 11, I think. One of the other women had given me a cast-off feather for my hair, and I went running to her to tell her about it. That's the first time I ever saw Saul. He was with her when I went charging outside as she came home, calling her. Only I was so excited I forgot to call her Barbara. When she heard me saying Ma, she tied into me right there in front of that man. Strangely enough, it proved one thing. She wouldn't lose her customers as quick as she thought, once they learned she had 2 kids. Saul was around from that time on, more than I'd have liked him to be. He watched and waited while I grew up. Only I never knew he was waiting until I was about 15 or so. That's when I started staying out of his way. You don't grow up in a place like that without knowing the hungry look on a man's face at too young an age. It was about that same time Barbara got the disease all women of her profession fear. She went downhill really fast and lost her looks, her strength, and her customers. After she died, her friends, if you want to call them that, let James and me stay at the place nights. But when the rooms were full, they sent us packing. That's why I knew what the inside of St. Mark's looked like. We holed up there when there was no place else to go. At least, nobody threw us out of there. We did look for work, Karl. Honest, we did. I used to keep the women's dresses mended at the place. They always had to have their clothes just so, of course, and that's how I learned a little seam work. They paid me a little to do it, but not nearly enough. When I started writing to you, that's why I told you I was a seamstress. It was the only thing I could think of. And you guessed right about the dresses, too. They're cast-offs from the ladies. They were better than nothing, so I took them. I guess you understand now why I'd rather wear James' breeches. Well, we hung on by our teeth, James and I. Then he started picking pockets and stealing food from the market stalls. And the ladies at the house were starting to encourage me to join their ranks. It was about then that James found your advertisement in the paper. It seemed like the first lucky break we'd ever had in our lives. And when you actually answered his first letter, we couldn't believe something had finally gone our way. We knew perfectly well I was no prime candidate for your wife, but all we could think of to do was to lie about my qualifications until I got to you, and it was too late for you to do anything but accept. Naturally, I was afraid to tell you I had a brother. I had enough strikes against me without saddling you with that fact, too. I was afraid you would say all the things you did say that first day, when you realized he was with me. He's an extra mouth to feed, an extra body to clothe. But mostly, he's an invasion of your privacy. The men I've seen all my life always liked their privacy. Both James and I knew that from the time we were tykes. When the men came, we went. I only knew I couldn't leave him. So James and I set out to get him here to you without your guessing he was coming along. My problem was that you mailed money for only my passage, and I had no way to earn his. He's 13 and growing like a weed, out of his clothes almost overnight. I managed with my cast-offs, but there was nobody to hand things down to James. He needed boots, breeches, shirts, and passage money. But the time came for us to leave, and I didn't have it. Anna took a shuddering breath. He was a very rich man, Saul was. He'd hung around after Barbara died, and I knew one of the reasons was me. All this time Anna had been sitting with her nightgown hugged against her front, draped down at her back. Now she pulled it up and clutched it protectively closed. Behind her, Karl put his hand on her shoulder, his fingers folding over into the shallow well in front. "Don't, Anna." But she had to finish. If she wanted Karl to forgive her, he had to know exactly what it was he was forgiving her for. I got word to him, and he came in that red leather shay of his, thinking his money made him desirable. But I had hated him for as long as I could remember, and that day was no different, only worse. From behind, Karl could tell when she started to cry softly again. "Don't," he whispered fiercely, reaching an arm high across the front of her, grasping her upper arm. His forearm rested against her throat, and he felt her swallow. He pulled her back against him, against the lurching pity in his heart, holding her with the steel band of his arm, willing her to stop saying things he did not want to hear. He paid for the use of one of the rooms that had been our only home all our lives, James and mine. When he took me into it, I knew all the others knew, and I wanted to scream I was not like them, not at all. But there was nothing else I could do. I thought if I was lucky, some last-minute miracle would save me. But there was no miracle. He was big and overweight, and his hands were sweaty, and he kept saying how long it had been since he'd had a virgin, and how much he would pay me, and he... Anna, stop. Please stop. Why do you go on? Because you have to know. Even though I agreed to do it, I did it against my will. You have to know how sick it made me feel. You have to know it was horrible and joyless and painful and degrading, and when it was done I wanted to die. Instead, I took his money and came to you, bringing my brother along. When I got here, even though you seemed a gentle and kind person, Karl, I went through the whole thing again, worrying about how it would hurt, how awful it would be again. Only it was none of those things, Karl. With you, it was wholesome and good. With you, it made more of me instead of less. Oh, Karl, with you I was learning. You have to believe me. You taught me. You took away my fear, and you made it all beautiful. And when it was all over, I was so relieved you didn't guess the truth about me. They allowed silence to settle over them. Thick, unwanted thoughts were their companions, too, as they sat on the edge of the bed, with Karl's arm still clasped across Anna's chest. She felt sapped, overcome by a weariness that made the work of the cabin or the garden pale by comparison. Her head fell forward, and her lips came to rest upon the thick muscle of Karl's forearm, feeling the silken hairs and the firmness beneath them. How long it had been since her lips had touched him. His voice, when at last it came, was slow, tired, in a way defeated. Anna, I understand better now. But I must ask you to understand about me, too. About the way I was raised to believe, and the way my mama and papa were. It was a far different upbringing than yours. The rules I lived by were rules that did not allow for a way of life such as your mother's to exist. I was as old as you are now before I knew about such existence, Anna. Now I have learned so much so fast about you and James. I must sift it all through and get used to it. To come up against such truths about you puts battles inside me, and I must find my answers. I need some time, Anna. I ask you to give me more time, Anna. He had the urge to kiss her hair, but could not make himself do it. The pictures she had just drawn were too fresh and hurting. They had opened wounds which needed healing. James kept telling me you were a fair man, that I should tell you everything at once. All the truth, I mean. But James doesn't know about all this. He is a good lad. I have never been sorry a day that you brought him to me. Whatever it takes, Karl, to make you feel the same about me, I'll do it. I'm not very good at most things around here, but I'll try hard to learn. Anna could not help thinking of the golden-haired Kirsten, braided and spotless and capable and Swedish, and, in all likelihood, a virgin. All those things Karl might have had in a wife, if only he'd waited another month before bringing Anna here. He sighed heavily. I know you will, Anna. You already have. You have learned much, and you try as hard as the boy does. I can see that for myself. But that's not enough, is it? For an answer, Karl only squeezed her arm, then removed his own from around her. We must get some sleep, Anna. This day has been too long." "All right, Karl," she said meekly. "Come, get in and try to go to sleep." He held back the cover and she slid to her side. Then he slipped his clothes off and lay on his back with a weary sigh. These days Karl wore his underwear to bed, like armor. For Anna, it was not the bite of the mosquitoes alone that kept her awake. It was also the bite of regret. Chapter 16. If Anna and Karl had not reached a reconciliation, they had at least reached a status quo, which they maintained all through the following day. Anna's unvarnished truth about Boston was a laying down of arms, after which she waited for full amnesty. But Karl was biding his time, thinking over everything she had said, trying to accept it. He took Anna and James fishing. It was the perfect activity Karl needed to give himself time to think. They spent a day that was, in Karl's estimation, far from unpleasant, all but for Anna's mosquito bites. He credited her sour mood to her discomforts at the gnawing itch, as her body reacted to the toxins it was unaccustomed to, being an Easterner. It didn't help Anna's disposition any when Karl told her the longer she lived here, the greater would be her body's immunity to the bites. But by midday the bites were itching like scabies. She tried saleratus paste again, but it did little good. Finally, by late afternoon, when raw spots were beginning to appear on her skin from the continued scratching, Karl took pity on her and announced he would walk over to ask Two-Horn's wife what could be done to relieve Anna's bites. He came back, carrying a sheaf of Indian corn, which he shucked, shelled, then ground in a spice quern. He scrubbed a flat spade until it was perfectly clean, then sprinkled the grains of ground corn upon it, and laid it in the coals, until the kernels were dancing from the heat. Then he took a cold flat-iron and pressed the hot corn until it emitted a light, pleasant-smelling oil. When the oil cooled, he instructed Anna to put it on her skin. But he didn't volunteer to help her reach the bites on her back. She had to ask him, which annoyed her. He knew darn well she couldn't reach them. Standing with her shirt raised up, holding it behind her neck, she heard Karl say behind her, "Two-Horn's wife said to tell Tonka woman to soak Indian tobacco in water and wash with it the next time she goes berry picking. Then the mosquitoes will not bite her. I hope you told her it won't be necessary, because Tonka woman will not be quite as anxious to pick berries from now on." When they went to bed, Anna was sorry for her cutting remark. To make up for it, she thanked Karl for going to the Indians and finding out about the corn oil. She thought maybe he would kiss her lightly and say it was no trouble. He only said, "The Indians have an answer for everything. Good night, Anna." She wondered angrily if the Indians had an answer for a husband who was so stubborn he would not bend. She had apologized, explained, appealed, and still he would not forgive her. His polite consideration was killing her. Damn him and his corn oil. She didn't want his corn oil, she wanted his sweat, and she wanted it on her own skin. The following day, when the Johanssons came, as promised, to help with the Lindstrom's cabin, Anna was ripe with irritability. After Karl's dismissive good night the evening before, she had alternately hated him and herself. She had worried about what an inept little nincompoop she would seem when it came time to prepare food for the battalion of people. She worried about what a tomboy she looked like next to Kirsten with her impeccable grooming. She worried about how Irish she looked next to Kirsten's blonde Swedishness. She worried about how English she sounded next to all the Johanssons. But Katrina and Kirsten took one look at her the following day, and the first of her worries was solved. She looked so pitiful, with her blotched skin now scabbing in places, her hands still a mess from Prairie Dig. They said she was to let them prepare the meal and do the work around the kitchen. Watching the pair of Swedish women perform in her kitchen as if they were born to it, Anna felt once again clumsy, stupid, and more cranky than ever. She allowed them full sway, taking over the smaller duties. Katrina suggested that Anna try a mixture of warm beeswax and sweet oil on her hands, making Anna again feel guilty at her irritability with the well-meaning woman. When Anna said she didn't know if Karl had any sweet oil, Kerstin at once said, "If he does not, you just come to me and I will give you some." Anna's defenses crumbled with her generous offer. Kerstin was a warm lady, thoroughly undeserving of the mental acerbations Anna had been heaping upon her. "Thank you, Kerstin. You're always helping me out of one scrape or another. This is what neighbors are for." After that, Anna and the women spent a more pleasant day in conversation about countless things. Meanwhile, the men labored outside, completing the work on the shingles and the floors. At the end of the day the fiddle was tuned again, and the dancing christened yet another floor. Even the dancing annoyed Anna, though. Again she felt second-rate next to the other females. Moreover, when Karl danced with her, he held his distance, as if she would burn him or something. She could only sizzle in silence. What does he think? That my sinfulness will rub off on him if he gets too close, she thought. They were catching their breaths between dances when Katrina asked, "When will you move in, Karl?" "Not till the windows are installed and the door is on." "Windows!" Katrina exclaimed. "Are you going to have windows?" Neda asked. "Glass windows?" "Of course I will have windows, just as soon as I make the trip to Long Prairie to buy the sashes and panes," declared Karl. This was a complete surprise to Anna. She had assumed they would have the same opaque sort as in the sod house. Karl had never mentioned he intended to get glass windows. "Oh, how lucky you are, Anna," Kerstin said, obviously impressed. Of all the luxuries on the frontier, the glass window was the greatest. It was no secret how the Indians could not even believe such a thing as a pane a person could see right through. The Indians spent hours staring into any glass window they came upon with the greatest of awe. "I should say you are lucky," Kerstin's mother echoed. "I would think I was living in a castle if Olaf bought me glass windows." "You did not tell me you wanted glass windows when we came through Long Prairie, Mother," Olaf said. "I thought they would cost more money than we should spend. But I asked you what it was you wanted when we were there. You should have said, 'Glass windows, Olaf.'" He winked at Neda, who winked back. "If your mother plays her cards right, she could get glass windows yet." "Olaf Johansson, you are teasing me. Have you decided we will have glass windows?" "No, I think I ride along with Karl just to take the air." "Olaf Johansson, you are a stubborn Swede if I ever saw one. You know I hinted about windows when I was in Long Prairie." But she was laughing in her usual merry way. "But I did not think we would have neighbors to keep up with then." She went after him with a fist raised to his head, and when the tussle was over they were dancing again to their son's fiddle. In bed later, Anna said quietly, "Karl?" She imitated Katrina Johansson's Swedish accent as she said, "You did not tell me we would have glass windows." "You did not ask me," he answered. There was a smile in his voice, but still he remained aloof. Anna's attempt to win him with humor was unsuccessful, and her impatience grew. Once again it came to matter very much that Katrina and Kerstin had done a much better job than Anna could ever dream of doing in her own kitchen. A trip to town was not made without due planning. The ride was long, and was not made often. Summer was drawing to a close. Though they were anxious to have their glass windows, one did not make the trip after them without taking care of all other vital business in Long Prairie at the same time. And so the harvesting must come first. Karl's wheat crop was ripe, and needed cradling so he could take it to the mill to have their winter supply of flour ground while he was in town. Wild rice and cranberries were cash crops readily available on Karl's land. Cranberries in particular were in demand in the East, and brought $1 a bushel, compared to the 14 cents a bushel brought in by potatoes. Potatoes, therefore, were kept for the family's own winter use, along with turnips and rutabagas, all of which could be dug up later. The cash crops and table grains must be harvested first. They cradled and raked the wheat field first, Karl, James, and Anna. It was a back-breaking chore, even though they had only a few acres in wheat. Karl handled the cradle, crossing and recrossing the plot, with its giant curved fingers sweeping out before him, while his shoulders swayed rhythmically in the sun. The rake's fingers were fashioned of weighty steel. Its handle was shaped from sturdy green ash, and was abominably heavy, too. Again Anna marveled at the stamina of her husband. The massive cradle seemingly became an extension of the man. Like a switch that turned his power on, once it touched his hands he could wield it uncomplainingly in that unbreaking rhythm for endless hours. The bundling of the grain was done by gathering it in clusters and using loose hanks of it as a self-tie. Self-tie? Thought Anna tiredly. If only it would. This required much bending and stooping, though not as much muscle as cradling or raking. If cradling and bundling were back-breaking, flailing was soul-breaking. Flogging the grains on smooth, cloth-covered earth in the clearing, Anna vowed that henceforth she would eat bread only once every other day, to save on flour, if it took all this to produce it. Never had she experienced such aching shoulders as the day after flailing. But at last the gunny sacks were filled, ready for loading, and Karl announced that all they had left was to gather wild cranberries. Then he could make the trip to town. The cranberry bog was deep in the woods where no trails had yet been cut. Karl fashioned a travois, which a single horse could pull easily through the woods, with the baskets of berries loaded on it. Karl and his 2 helpers picked cranberries by hand, and had many inquisitive visitors during the days they spent at the chore. The bogs, it seemed, were the favorite feeding grounds of many wild creatures, who were perhaps put out at having their dinner table usurped by the marauding humans. Karl kept his gun close at his side while they garnered the berries, ever on the lookout for the black bears that considered this territory their own. The group was busily picking the cranberries one day when James asked, "Why don't we move into the cabin, Karl?" "Because it is not yet finished." "It is too, all but the windows and door." "We cannot live in a house without a door, and I have been too busy to make one yet. And without windows it is too dark inside. We would use too many tallow dips. The windows in the sod house are so thick not much light comes through them. Besides, we use tallow dips there, too." "It is customary to make the door last," Karl said adamantly, "and I cannot make the door last if I must yet make windows." "Well, I'd move into the cabin all by myself, even without windows and a door. I can't wait." Karl threw a look at Anna, but she was picking cranberries as if she didn't hear anything. "When the door closes on us for the first time, it will be on a finished house. I have promised Anna a dresser for her kitchen, which I have not yet made." Anna glanced up sharply. "Well, I wish you'd hurry so we can move in," James went on. "I wish I could sleep in there tonight." "Without a door, the wild animals could come right in and sleep with you." "Not in the loft. They couldn't get up there." James was suddenly excited by the idea, thinking he was only a few hours away from using his loft for the first time. But Karl remained firmly opposed to the idea. "You will wait until we have a proper door fashioned, and windows and furniture. Then we will all move into the log house together." Karl's face now felt as red as the cranberries. Actually, he wanted James to stay in the sod house in his place on the floor, for other reasons, too. Whether or not he admitted them to himself, he had spoken more harshly to the boy than he'd intended. The boy looked aside, while Anna, too, turned her attention back to the berries. "It won't be long now," Karl said in a more kindly tone. "We have only to finish the cranberries, and Olaf and I can make the trip to town." "Can I go with you?" James asked. Anna longed to ask the same thing. "No, you will stay here with your sister. Olaf and I will have a wagon full by the time we buy windows and bring back our winter flour. There are things you and Anna can do here that will be more useful than riding to town." Anna was so disappointed she had to turn her back on Karl to hide the glint in her eyes. Karl had treated her kindly since their talk, but now she felt he was eager to get away from her for a couple of days. She turned to peek at Karl again, but froze. Across the clearing, at the edge of the willow bushes, stood a massive black bear. He was standing on his hind legs, sniffing the air as if it had flavor. "Karl," Anna whispered. He looked up to find her startled eyes riveted on something behind him. Instinctively, Karl knew what he'd find. But he had worked his way several feet from his gun, and there was a basket of berries between him and it. James, unaware, was picking away. "How long will it take you to get your flour milled?" "Pass me the rifle, boy," Karl said, his voice silken, unequivocal. James looked up, then glanced to where the other two were already staring. The blood dropped from his face. "Pass me the rifle, boy, now!" Karl snapped in strained, hushed tones. But James stood stricken by the sight before him. The bear caught sight of them and dropped down on all fours, and lumbered off into the pressing thicket of willows with a grumble that raised shivers up Anna's arms. "Boy, when I tell you to pass me the rifle, I don't mean next Tuesday," Karl snapped in a tone such as neither James nor Anna had ever heard from him before. I'm sorry, Karl." "There might come a day when sorry will not be good enough," Karl went on, in the same dissecting voice that somehow made his Swedish accent far more pronounced than usual. James stood defenseless before the big man, frozen, a palmful of cranberries forgotten in his hand. "Do you know how fast a bear can run?" The question was rifled at the boy unmercifully. "No, sir." "The first lesson I ever taught you was that when I give the order to get the rifle, you do not tie your shoelaces first. Your life and your sister's life might depend on how quick you move. If that bear had decided he did not like us helping ourselves to his cranberry patch, he would not have stopped to tie his shoelaces. Besides that, you have just watched our entire winter's supply of candles and meat run off into the brush." I'm sorry, Karl," James quavered. The blood that had earlier fallen from his countenance now scorched it to a deep, burning red. In his stomach burned a molten trail of shame. But still Karl continued his attack. "I warned you the bears come to this spot, so if this happened you would be prepared." James stared at Karl's knees, speechless before this barrage that had flared up so quickly out of nowhere. It was doubly effective in cutting the boy, because from Karl, who was normally so patient, so understanding, it was totally unprecedented. Defenseless, James turned to pick up his heels and run. "Come back here, boy!" Karl shouted. "Where do you think you will go? To find that bear again?" James stopped, brought up sharp by Karl's command, yet unwilling to turn around and be chastised in this unfair manner before his sister. Karl's unnecessary wrath brought tears to his eyes. "He said he was sorry," Anna snapped. "Sorry is not enough, I said." Suddenly the dam broke in Anna, and she was answering Karl with venomous indignation of her own. "No, it never is for you, is it, Karl? What is enough? Do you want him to take the gun and go after the bear single-handed? Would that be enough for you, Karl?" His face was redder than Anna had ever seen it. "I expect him to do no such thing. I expect him to act like a man when it is necessary, not to freeze into his boots on the spot." "Well, he's not a man." Anna shouted, defying her husband with hands on her hips. "He's a boy of 13, and he's never seen a bear in his life. How did you expect him to act?" "Do not tell me how to teach the boy, Anna. This is a job for a man." "Oh, sure, this is a job for a man, all right. If you had your way, you'd stand there and yell at him about your stupid bear until he was in tears, but I won't let you. He's my brother, and if I don't defend him, nobody will. He won't talk back to you, and you know it." "I said keep out of this, Anna." "Like hell I will." She spit, glaring at Karl, defying him. "He's trailed after you all summer, doing everything you ever asked him to do. And now when he does the first little thing wrong, you jump on him as if he was an ignorant fool. How do you think he feels? How could he possibly know how fast a bear could run? How could he possibly be thinking about your precious tallow candles, when all he sees is a black monster standing on his hind legs, for the first time in his life?" "It would have been the last time in his life, if that bear had decided to run in our direction instead of into the woods. You do not seem to realize that, Anna." "And you don't seem to realize that you're treating him like he committed the biggest crime of the century, when he only reacted like any 13-year-old boy would." "He has cost us enough meat to feed us and the Johanssons for the entire winter." "Ah, the Johanssons. Naturally, you'd have to bring them into this." "It is true. That meat was enough for them, too." "And I just bet you'd love to haul a bear carcass over there and present it to Kirsten with some little pink ribbons tied on its head." "What is that supposed to mean, Anna? Just what are you saying?" His fists were clenched and he glowered menacingly. "It means exactly what you think it means, that you're more concerned with running over to fawn over Kirsten than you are about staying here with us. Of course, who could blame you when Kirsten does all that lovely cooking and has those lovely yellow Swedish braids?" Karl raised his nose to the sky and let out a solid snort. "At least when I am at the Johanssons, I do not have a senseless woman chewing on me when I take a boy in hand for what he deserves." "He doesn't deserve it, and you know it, Karl Lindstrom." "How would you know? Just how would you know? He came to me as green as these cranberry leaves, and I have taught him well all summer. So far he has not done too bad listening to me." "So far, but not now. He doesn't have to listen to you now. Why should he, when you're being an unreasonable, stubborn, bull-headed fool?" Karl threw his hands up in the air. Both had forgotten that James stood by listening to them, watching them face each other like fighting cocks with their necks arched. "Yeah, you can call me a fool and know what you are talking about. You are good at finding a fool, aren't you, Anna? An eager, blushing fool." Her mouth was pinched, and her eyes slitted as she spit. "You can go straight to hell, Karl Lindstrom." "Is that the way they teach you to talk in that place you come from? Some lady I married, with a mouth like a sailor. Well, let me tell you something, Anna. I have been in hell. I have been in hell for weeks now. You think Boston was hell for you. You leave Boston out of this. It's got nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with it. You just can't forget it, can you? I can work until I get dizzy around here. I can cook over your stupid smoky fireplace and flail your damn wheat till I can't straighten my shoulders, and scrub clothes with your rotten lye soap and pick blueberries till I'd like to die, and it doesn't matter one bit to you. I'm still the same fallen Anna. Isn't that right? No matter what I do, you want to punish me because you can't admit to yourself that maybe, just maybe, I was justified. Maybe, just maybe, you are wrong to hold it against me all this time. But you can't back down and admit maybe the holier-than-thou, self-righteous Karl Lindstrom should lower himself. Well, let me tell you something. You're just a big, stubborn, stupid Swede, and I don't know for 1 minute why I slave my britches off to try to please you." "What kind of wife thinks she pleases her man in britches?" "Yeah, you have britches all—" "You leave my britches out of this," she hissed. "You know why I wear these britches.
I'll wear them until they fall off my bones before I'll put one of those dresses on. I remember a time when you didn't exactly cry over the way I look in breeches." "That was a long time ago, Anna," he said more quietly.
"Ja, you bet it was," she retorted, using the exaggerated Swedish accent now as a hurting weapon. "It was before the beautiful Kirsten moves in next door with her blueberry cobbler and her big bosom." Anna put a hand on her hip and swayed it provocatively while she drew out the vowel sounds, taunting Karl until his rage became fury. "Anna, you go too far," he shouted. "Me?" she shouted back. "I go too far?" Then she kicked viciously at a basket of cranberries, upsetting it so the berries rolled around Karl's feet. "I can't go far enough to get away from you." "But you just watch me try, Karl. You just watch me try." She swung around and strode across the lumpy earth and grabbed James by the arm. "Come on, James. We don't have to stay here and take any more of this." Karl stood in his mound of cranberries, shouting at their backs, "Anna, you come back here!" But Anna only pulled James along, forcing him to walk faster. "Anna, that bear is out there. Get back here." "No bear would want to touch a paw to me, any more than you would." She threw back over her shoulders. "Anna, damn it, get back here," swore Karl, who had never sworn at a woman in his life. But she only swooped away, riding on her wave of anger. He tore his hat from his head and threw it on the ground, but knew nothing would make Anna turn around now. He bent to scoop the spilled berries back into the basket, glancing up at the diminishing figures disappearing across the bog. If he left the cranberries, the bear would surely return and eat up Karl's most valuable cash crop, and all his richest earnings along with it. Karl could hardly leave the horse either, with a travois attached behind and loaded with the day's pick. The best he could do was hastily take what he could slap into the basket, load it as fast as possible, and follow the willful wife, who was striding away with her breeched backside defying him with every step. Anger and concern turned Karl's face a mottled red. The woman had no idea of the danger she'd just put herself and the boy into by running off through the woods with that bear around. Karl finally got the baskets somewhat secured, and led poor Belle off across the bog at such a pace that the horse resisted on the precarious footing and got herself unjustly yelled at for the first time in her life. By the time he reached the clearing, James and Anna had been there for some time. Relieved to find them safe when he arrived, everything exploded inside Karl's head as he strode into the sod house like a warlord. "Woman, don't you ever do a thing like that again," he shouted, pointing a finger at Anna. "I'm not deaf," she spit back at him. "You are not deaf, but you are certainly dumb. Do you know what that bear could have done to you? You put not only yourself in danger, but the boy, too. It was a stupid, senseless thing you did, Anna." "Well, what do you expect from a stupid, senseless woman?" "That bear could have torn you to ribbons," he exploded. Hands on hips, defiance in eyes, sneer on lips, Anna flung words at him she didn't mean. "And would you have cared, Karl?" His face looked like he'd been slapped with a dirty rag for offering to wipe dishes. Anna knew immediately she had gone too far, but there was too much anger and pride and pain built up inside of her to pull back the words. Karl's blue eyes opened in surprise. Then the lids lowered in hurt. The golden cheeks became mottled beneath his expression of disbelief. They stared at each other across the rough-hewn table, and it seemed like a lifetime passed in those few strained moments. Certainly an entire marriage did. Anna saw the forced relaxing of muscles, as one by one they eased from the tight hold Karl had upon himself. And by the time he turned to grab a canvas bag and stuff it with some food, too much time had passed for Anna to apologize gracefully. She watched as Karl silently went to the trunk, raised its lid, and found a couple pieces of clean clothing,
and jammed them into the sack as well. He brushed around Anna to reach the spot above the fireplace where he kept his extra shot. He grabbed a handful of lead balls, thrust them into a leather pouch that lay on the mantel. Then he shouldered his way around Anna, picked up his gun, which he'd braced beside the door as he entered, and resolutely left the house. Anna watched his back as he strode angrily across the clearing. Then halfway across he stopped, did an abrupt about-face, and marched back into the hut, slammed the gun onto its hooks above the fireplace, slapped the bag of balls onto the mantel again, and once more strode outside. She continued watching him from the deep shadows of the dwelling. He disappeared into the barn, then came out with Bill and Belle, hitched the team to the wagon, loaded up all the sacks of grain, the hops, then all the baskets of cranberries, and left the yard without so much as a backward glance. It was nearly evening. There was no question in Anna's mind where Karl would spend the night before starting out for town. That realization finally made Anna collapse onto the corn husks and sob her heart out. Poor James stood with his hands dangling at his sides until finally he couldn't stand listening to her and watching her any more. Helplessly, he went out to climb the ladder to his loft. There, he, too, cried at last. Chapter 17. Karl left his home, glad to be doing so, for the first time since he'd built it. He watched the broad rumps of Belle and Bill, time and again forcing himself to loosen his hold on the reins. He tried to put Anna's harsh words from his mind, then tried even harder to remember them exactly as she'd said them. He tried to put his own angry responses from his mind, then, in the most human of ways, thought of sharper, wittier, truer retorts he might have made that would have put her in her place far better. He wondered what her place was. He told himself he had made a mistake bringing her here. Thinking of the boy, he told himself he was wrong. The cruel words he had spoken to James made Karl ache in a way he had not remembered aching for a long, long time. How unfair he had been to the boy, when it was the thing between himself and Anna that was what he railed against. About that much Anna had been right. He had treated her brother unforgivably. Karl admitted that he loved the boy as much as any father might. Throughout the summer it had been a sweet thing to have the lad working beside him, following him with those wide eyes that always said how anxious he was to learn, to please. And how well the lad had done. There was not a thing for which Karl could fault James. But when he thought about Anna, Karl found he could more readily place the brunt of the blame on her instead of himself. The cutting things she had said burned his innards. She had called him a big, stupid Swede, taunting him with an imitation of his dialect. I am Swede, he thought. Is this wrong, to speak my native language with the Johanssons, to bring back only a little bit of the place I loved, still love, the place where I was born? Is it wrong for me to sit at their table and eat foods which bring back the picture of Mama cooking, putting food on our table, slapping lightly any hand that reached for a bowl before Papa had come to his seat? He longed for the solace of his deep-seeing father, who was a teacher such as Karl never thought to be. If his Papa was here, he would make Karl see things clearer. His Papa would puff on his pipe and think long and hard, weighing one side against the other before offering any advice. Papa had taught him this was the wisest way. Yet today Anna had taunted him for this very deliberate slowness, had called him dumb. But most painful of all had been the last thing Anna had said about the bear, intimating he cared so little about her that such a thing would not bother him. Her words were weapons, he knew, weapons wielded by instinct, not by premeditation. Still, like all people when they are hurt by the tongue of another, Karl flayed himself with her words instead of admitting why she had spoken them. At the Johanssons, candles were burning in the new log house, and everyone was at the supper table. When they heard Karl's wagon pull in, the entire family left its meal to come outside and gather him in. "Why, Karl, this is a surprise," Olaf greeted. "I thought we would get an earlier start in the morning if I came up this way, and maybe slept in your wagon tonight." "Why, sure, Karl, sure. But you will sleep in no wagon. You will sleep in the cabin you helped us build." "No, I do not want to put nobody out," he assured them. "You want to see somebody put out? You try sleeping in our wagon, Karl Lindstrom," Katrina scolded, shaking a finger at him as if he were a naughty child. Their table was like his own family's table had been in Sweden. There was much laughter, much food, many smiles, big hands reaching this way and that, the fire glowing, and all around Karl's ears his beloved Swedish. Karl found himself more aware of Kerstin than he had ever been before. He had never singled her out any more than the others, but Anna's unfair accusation now made him do so. Kerstin laughed while fetching more food from the ledge of the fireplace, tweaking Charles' hair when he scolded her for letting the bowls grow empty. The firelight reflected off the gold coronet of her braids, and Karl found himself wondering if Anna had been right, and he had been conscious of Kerstin's femininity all along. When she stretched between two broad shoulders to place the wooden bowl on the table, he caught the outline of her full breast against the firelight. But Kerstin caught his eye as she swung back, and he put his thoughts in order where they belonged. When the meal was over, there came the supreme joy of sharing pipes together, man to man. The fragrant smoke drifted through the cabin, postlude to mealtime, prelude to evening, while the women put the cabin in order, washing dishes, sweeping the wood floor with willow broom. Talk slowed. Katrina, Kerstin, and Nedda removed their aprons for the night, a thing Karl remembered so well his mother and sisters doing. Always they had worn a copious apron such as Kerstin had just removed. "Papa," she said now, "you have filled Karl's nose with smoke long enough. I want to take him outside in the fresh air for a little while." Karl looked up at Kerstin, startled. Never before had the two of them been alone together. To be so tonight, after he had been thinking what he had been thinking during supper, was not a good idea, he thought. "Come, Karl, I want to show you the new pen we have made for the geese," she said casually, and grabbed up her shawl and walked out of the cabin, leaving Karl little choice but to follow. What could he do but excuse himself and trail behind her, down where the new split rails showed white in the bluing evening? Yes, there was a new pen, all right, but it was not about it which they spoke. "How is Anna?" Kerstin opened, without preamble. "Anna?" Karl said. "Oh, Anna is just fine." "Anna is just fine," Kerstin repeated, but her inflection made her meaning clear. "Karl, your place is no more than a half-hour's ride up the road. There was no need for you to save a half-hour by staying at our house tonight." "No, there was not," he admitted. "So," Kerstin said quietly, "I was right. Anna is not so fine as you would have me believe." Karl nodded. The geese were making soft clucks, settling down with their plump breasts looking plumper as they squatted to the ground. They were a pair, a goose and a gander. Karl watched as they wriggled themselves into comfort, closely nestled beside each other before the goose tucked her head beneath her wing. "Karl, I must ask you something," Kerstin said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Ja," he said, absently studying the fowl. "Do you like me?" Karl could feel the red creeping up his collar, even before he turned to look squarely at Kerstin. "Well, yeah, of course I like you," he answered, not knowing what else to say. "And now I am going to ask you something else," she said, meeting his eyes with a steadiness that unsteadied him. "Do you love me?" Karl swallowed. Never in his experience had any woman been so bold with him. He didn't know what to say without hurting her feelings. Kirsten smiled, unchagrined, turning her palms up. "There. You have given me your answer. You have given yourself your answer. You do not love me." She turned aside and leaned her arms on the top of the fence. "Forgive me, Karl, if I speak to you in a straightforward manner. But I think it is time. Tonight at the supper table I thought I saw you looking at me in a way a woman's senses is, let me say, different. But I think it is because of something between you and Anna, not something between you and me. I am sorry, Kirsten, if I offended you." "Oh, for heaven's sake, Karl, do not be so foolish. I was not offended. If things were different, I would be outright proud. But I do not bring it up to make you feel uncomfortable. I bring it up to get you to talk about whatever is wrong between you and Anna." "We have had terrible words," he admitted. "I thought as much. And forgive me again, Karl. I do not mean to sound as if I think so much of myself. It is not that. But as soon as I met Anna, I knew this fight was coming. I felt a kind of jealousy from her. Between women, this is something that can be felt almost immediately. I thought right away it might bring about disagreements between you and her. Tonight when you rode in, I thought to myself, it has happened. Anna has said something to Karl at last. Am I right, Karl?" "Ja," he said, looking down again at the geese. "And you have stomped off like a stubborn Swede and come here to pout." It was all right for Kirsten to call him a stubborn Swede, because she was one too. She was proving it right now by not letting up on him. He found enough goodwill in him to laugh lightly at her badgering. Then he sighed and said, "I am a little mixed up about Anna right now. I needed to get away to think." "It is all right to think, as long as you think things that are true. But I believe you were thinking inside our house at the supper table. That was not true, Karl." "I did not know that what I was thinking showed so much, and I am sorry, Kirsten. It was wrong of me. It was Anna who put those things in my head." But suddenly he stopped, contrite, a little embarrassed. "Oh, it is not like it sounds. Not that I do not admire you, Kirsten, but I know what it is you are saying, Karl. I understand. Go on about Anna." "What Anna and I fought about." But Karl's words trailed away. "You do not need to tell me. I think some of the things that bother Anna I have already guessed. I guessed them when you came here with her the first time. But, Karl, you must look at us with her eyes. I could tell how she felt that day, coming in here, and all of us so excited we were talking in Swedish, and she not understanding a word of it. All that talk about the homeland and things we all loved back there. When we talk in English, this is what she hears. And then, when we came to your place, I learned even more things about your Anna. She feels like she does not please you, because things around her house come hard for her. I could tell when Mamma and I worked in her kitchen, she wished to feel comfortable in it, like we did. Something tells me Anna has not had much experience at the things I have been taught since I was a little girl. She has had a much different bringing up than us. I guess that. The way she dresses tells that, and more. She grew up in Boston, and did not have a mother that was like yours and mine." Even the word Boston was hard for him to say now. "Boston is far from here. How did you meet her?" "This is part of our trouble. Anna and I did not meet before we got married. We agreed to get married through letters we wrote to each other. Here in America they would call Anna my mail-order bride. I have heard of such things, but I did not know this about you two. We were only married at the beginning of this summer." "Why, Karl, you are newlyweds." Karl thought that over a moment. "I guess this is true," he said, though it seemed like the strain between Anna and himself was years old. "And you are having some troubles, like all newlyweds have. Getting used to each other is all." There seems to be much that neither of us will ever get used to in each other. Oh, Karl, I think you are looking on the dark side. So you have had your first fight. You are being too hard on both Anna and yourself. Things take time, Karl. You and Anna have not had much of that yet. Why would she say such a thing about you and me? Kerstin was a girl who met things head on. What was it she said, Karl? I do not know. He leaned on the fence rail, too, rubbing one big hand in the palm of the other. That I would rather be here with you and your blueberry cobbler and your braids than with her. Kerstin laughed, surprising Karl. Oh, Karl, it is so plain. You are just a little bit foolish, I think. She sees you coming here to everything that is familiar, and I can do all the things and be all the things you have left behind in Sweden. Naturally, Anna is going to think you want those things when she sees how happy and gay you are here with us. She does not see that it is all of us who make you happy, instead of just me. Do you know what she asked me to do when we were at your house? No, but I hope it was to teach her how to make decent bread, though. There, Karl, you see. She tries very much to please you, but things like that come hard for her. No, it was not that which she asked me. It was to teach her how to put her hair up in braids. Karl turned to Kerstin, genuinely startled. Braids? He repeated. On my Anna? Yes, braids, Karl. Now why do you think a woman with such lovely curling hair as Anna would want to put it up in these awful braids? He remained silent. Karl, why do you think she went out picking blueberries for you? But he was busy trying to imagine Anna in braids, which would certainly not suit her at all. Do not be a fool, Kerstin went on. Anna loves you very much. An Irish girl who tries so hard to be a Swede because she thinks it is what her man wants. Why, Karl, don't you see? But I never told her she needed to pick blueberries or wear her hair in braids to please me. Once, a long time ago, I even told her braids were not important. A long time ago, Karl. How long ago? Before I came here? Why, sure, but what does that matter? What matters is that she sees you happier at our place than at your own. Even I see that. It should be the other way around. There are things you do not know, Kerstin. There always are, Karl. There always are. But I know a woman in love when I see one, and I know she tries very hard to please you. But I also know you hold yourself back from being pleased by her for some reason. This is why Anna accused you of liking me more than you do. Karl lowered his face and covered it with calloused hands, his elbows braced upon the fence rail. Anna should know better, he admitted raggedly. Why? When you have left her in anger? It is she who is maybe suffering more than you right now, wondering where you are and when you will come back. You need to go back and make things right with her, Karl. He knew she was right. Knowing this, he admitted the rest of his day's transgressions. I shouted at the boy today, too. I fixed it real good with both of them, I think. So what is wrong with saying you are sorry when you get back, Karl? James needs to learn that people make mistakes. People do not always use good sense in everything they do. Surely the boy, and Anna too, will see that and forgive you. She said she could not get far enough away from me, and said I would not care if she was killed by a bear. Sure, I'll bet she did. But that is only part of the story. The part you left out is what went before. I do not even need to hear all of it to know you both said things you did not mean. But, Karl, you must remember, Anna is human, too. She makes mistakes. She is probably sorry right now she made that one. Yes, she is sorry for that one. and the other one she cannot live with, until I forgive her." Karl leaned his face in his hands, remembering Anna the night they had found her treed by the wolves. He remembered her sobbing in his arms, saying over and over again, "I'm sorry, Karl. I'm sorry." He had known then it was not the getting lost, not that alone, for which she was sorry. She was telling him how sorry she was for everything, all the lies, all the things she saw as failures in herself, but mostly for the thing he could not. No. Now Karl knew the fact was that he would not forgive. And he, stubborn Swede that he was, had deliberately rejected her apology and held himself higher than her by doing so. How well he'd been taught by his mamma that self-praise stinks. By refusing to accept Anna's honest efforts to please him, he had made himself better than her, and he'd clung to his stubbornness because of something she had done in desperation long before he had even met her. "You know, Karl," Kerstin was saying, "I have reconsidered, and I think you could not go to buy windows at a better time. I think that a couple days away from Anna is going to do you both a world of good." Chapter 18. James could build a beautiful fire by now. He could curl shavings off a piece of wood and make them as thin as paper, just like Karl. He could get a spark off his flint with the very first stroke. He could lay on the kindling without smothering the first flame, and add split logs until there was a hearty blaze. And through all this, not so much as a wisp of smoke backed up into the sod house. But he caught himself squatting on his haunches, gazing into his freshly built fire, as he'd so often seen Karl do, and immediately he arose and turned his back on it. "Why'd he do it, Anna?" he asked, defeatedly at last. "Oh, James, it had nothing to do with you," she said in a soft, sorry voice. "It's something between Karl and me. Something we need to get straightened out, is all." "But he was so mad at me, Anna." The hurt was intense, tangible in his voice. "No, he wasn't. He was mad at me." Anna gazed ruminatively into the fire, seeing Karl's angry back as he drove out of the clearing, wishing she could call him back and apologize for her words which had hurt him cruelly, when he deserved her love and respect instead. "For what?" "I can't tell you everything about it. Come and eat your supper." Brother and sister sat in dismal companionship, unable to eat, each of them at once angry, at yet longing for the presence of the man who made this, who undeniably made this home. It's got something to do with Barbara being what she was, doesn't it? In a way, yes. I never would have guessed it about Karl. I mean— James paused, confused, then went on. "Well, he's just about the most perfect person I ever knew. He just doesn't seem like he'd blame us for what she was." Anna reached to touch his hand. "Oh, James, he doesn't. Honest, he doesn't. It's not because of that, really. It's mostly me. I can't do much of anything around this place. I can't cook right, or dress right, or wear my hair right, or any of the stuff that a wife ought to be able to do. Barbara didn't teach me much of that, and every time I try to do something for him it turns out bad." She stared into the fire, and tears glimmered on her lids as she remembered all the disasters resulting from her attempts to please Karl. "Like the blueberries." She raised her palms in a gesture of futility, then dropped them back between her knees. "I mean, I wanted to pick him those blueberries so bad, James. I just wanted to do that for him. So what do I end up doing but getting lost, and he's got to come searching for me and carry me all the way home, and put stuff on my mosquito bites like I was some baby. But that wasn't your fault, Anna, James put in loyally. He wasn't mad about that. She shrugged and sighed. It's not that he is really mad at me, James. It's more that he's disappointed with me. He thought he could get over all the disappointments he found in me when he learned about all the lies from those letters. But he can't. I'm nothing like he really needs a wife to be. But we had lots of fun in the beginning, and he didn't seem to mind if it took you time to learn to do things around here. That was before the Johanssons moved in up the road. Ever since Kirsten came, he'd rather be up at her place than at home. That ain't true, Anna. I don't think that's true. Well, Kirsten can do everything. She can cook blueberry cobbler, and she's not skinny, and she's got braids and blonde hair and talks Swedish. Is that what's got you all hot under the collar, Anna? James said, wide-eyed. Why, shoot. That day we were up at their place without you, Karl hardly paid her any attention at all. They asked us to stay for supper, and he said no, he thought he'd better get back here for supper. He did? She brightened a little. Well, of course he did. But then her face fell again. See, I didn't have anything ready for him the very first time he goes away and comes home expecting a hot meal. Instead, he finds me sitting up in some God-forsaken maple tree with a pack of wolves at my heels. It made her want to cry again at the thought of her failure. He never even got any supper that night, she chastised herself. Supper was the last thing on his mind. I know that for sure. When we came home and you weren't here, why, I never saw Karl so upset. He pretended he wasn't, but I could tell. He ran all over, out to the log house and into the barn and everywhere looking for you. When you didn't turn up and it was getting dark, I thought for a while Karl was going to cry again. Again? Anna interrupted, big-eyed now, disbelieving. Oh, forget it. James suddenly became engrossed in scratching a dab of dry gravy from the knee of his breeches. You saw Karl cry once? It don't matter, Anna. He scratched all the harder, keeping his eyes carefully lowered. When? She insisted, and James threw her a look of appeal. Anna, he doesn't know I saw him, and I don't think I should be telling you about it. James, you've got to tell me. There are so many things Karl and I need to straighten out between us. They can't be straightened out until we know things like how we've made each other cry. James still looked doubtful, but after considering what Anna had said, he decided it would be all right to tell her. It was the night after he came stomping out to the barn and asked me point-blank if Barbara was a seamstress. Then, when I said no, he asked me if I knew what she did to earn a living. All I said was yes, and I thought he'd make me say what it was. But he just told me I did a good job on Belle's hooves and walked out. I never told him, Anna. Honest, I didn't. Later on, I went outside when I heard him get up in the middle of the night. I'd made up my mind I was going to tell him and explain to him how you hated what Barbara was and how you only lied because of me. But I never got a chance to tell him because I come on him out by the garden. He was just standing there by the horses, and when I got up behind him, I heard him crying. He was holding on to Bill's mane, and James' voice had softened until it was a pale whisper. He scratched at something on the tabletop with his thumbnail. Anna, I never seen a man cry before that. I didn't know men cried. Don't tell him I said so, okay? No, James, I won't. Promise. She reached out and patted his hand. Anna, I know Karl likes you more than Kirsten. Otherwise, why would he cry? I don't know. She thought about it for a while. Kirsten's sure pretty, though, Anna admitted wistfully. And she's got some meat on her bones, like Karl likes. Nothing's wrong with you. And if Karl thinks so, he's the one that's got something wrong with him. There it was, what she'd thought she'd lost from her brother. She realized she had been silly to think that Just because he admired Karl with increasing fervor, his feeling for her had waned. But when it came down to the wire, when it came to Karl finding fault with her, there was James, ready to stand up and fight for her, just as he'd always done. "Oh, James, thank you, baby," she said, using the name she used to call him when he was a runny-nosed toddler, tagging after her dress tails through the Boston streets. "Anna?" James asked, after studying the fire intently, to avoid the confusing rush of feelings that had made him feel so much like a man when she called him baby. "Do you think he'll come back?" "Of course he'll come back. This is his home." "He didn't take the rifle, Anna. He left it here for us." "Oh, don't be silly. If you're worrying about that cougar out there in the pines, you know perfectly well Olaf will be with him, and Olaf will have his gun." "Well, you're one to call me silly, since it looks like the same thing's been on your mind, too, or you wouldn't have brought it up. Karl is the most careful person I've ever met in my life, and one of the most cautious woodsmen, too. Now, believe me, that cougar is the last thing we have to worry about." Yet, after Anna went to bed, she lay in the dark for long hours, imagining the very scent of those pines, her nostrils pricking as if searching here in the dark cabin for the musk of cat, as if she could warn Karl should she detect it. His pillow lay beside her, puffed and empty. She punched it and made a hollow in the center of it, and pretended that he had only gone outside for a minute. For the 1,000th time since he had learned the truth, she cried out silently from her aching throat, "I'm sorry, Karl. I'm sorry. Forgive me." Tonight she added, "Please don't go to her, Karl. Please come back to me." She slept. She awakened thinking of Karl crying into a horse's mane, knowing he had cried because of her. "I'm sorry, Karl," she thought, tortured. She'd been sound asleep again, but sat up as if she were attached to the ceiling by a spring. Something was wrong. No sooner had she coherently thought it than James' voice came to her, strident, panicked. "Anna, are you awake? There's something out there. Listen." She sat stone still, listening to the scraping and thumping that came from beyond the door. It sounded like something was trying to eat the panel itself. "James, come here," she begged in a whisper, wanting him near enough so she could put her arms around him and know he was with her in the dark. "I gotta get the rifle," he whispered back. "I gotta get it like Karl said to." She heard him kick against a bowl or bucket on the hearth. She heard him pick up the bag of shot Karl had slapped down when he'd come wheeling back in the house this afternoon. "James, it's already loaded," she warned. "Karl always keeps it loaded, and he didn't shoot at that bear today. I know, but I gotta be ready to load fast if I need to take a second shot." "Oh, James," she wailed, "do you think you'll even have to take a first one?" "I don't know, Anna, but I gotta be ready. Karl said." Outside the door, they heard a grunt, like when a man lifts something heavy. "Do you think it's a man, James?" "No. Shh." But when she sat quiet, she could hear the intruder scraping around again on the puncheons. "James, is the latch string in?" Panic hit her afresh. If the latch string were hanging outside, all the intruder needed to do was pull it to lift the heavy bar that secured the door. She heard James make his way carefully through the dark to the door, while she held her breath at the mere thought of his being so near whatever was on the opposite side of it. "It's in," he whispered, and backed away from the door again. Relieved somewhat, she swung her feet to the earthen floor and said, "I'm coming, James. Don't point the gun this way." "Don't worry, it's pointed straight at the door." "But you can't see anything. What are you going to do?" "What I can't see, I can hear. I'll know if he breaks it down." "Breaks it down? How big? What do you think it is?" "I think it's that bear, Anna." But there's never been a bear here before." Why would he come now? I don't know, but it sounded like something big. Shh, listen. It sounds like he's going away. They heard thumping sounds again, then the unmistakable loud grunt and whine of a bruin. There was some clattering, then the sound of earthenware crashing, then a louder groan. He's in the spring house, Anna. He's eating stuff in the spring house. Well, let him eat. Who cares? At least he's not eating us. Anna, I gotta go out and shoot him. For God's sake, don't be stupid. Let him take anything he wants, but don't go out there. Karl says once a bear finds food, he'll come back and raid you time after time as long as he knows where it is. He'll come back unless I shoot him. James, please don't go out there. Forget what Karl said about you not getting the gun fast enough today. He didn't mean it. It was me he was upset with. I told you that. I gotta go. It's got nothing to do with Karl today. That's darn sure a bear out there. What if he decides to come back someday when we're not safe inside the house? From outside came the sound of splintering wood. No, James, don't go. It's so dark you won't be able to see him anyway. There's enough moonlight. No, there isn't. Then get the torches, Anna. Get the torches that Karl made when you were lost. They're leaning in the corner behind the ash bucket. Get one and light it. And when I say the word, you're going to have to do just what I tell you to. You're going to have to lift the latch string and take the torch outside a little bit ahead of me so the bear won't be able to see anything behind it. As soon as I get the first shot off, you drop it and run, though, Anna. No, I won't. We're not going outside with any torches, and I'm not dropping it and running. We're staying right here. I'll do it without you if I have to, Anna, her baby brother said. The steel determination in his voice made her realize that he meant every word. Okay, I'll get the torch. But, James, if you miss him the first time, you gotta run with me. Okay, Anna, I promise. Now hurry and light the torch before he goes away. She struck the flint and steel, and the spark grew to orange flame upon the cattails, while the two big-eyed night-walkers stared momentarily into each other's faces. We can do it, Anna, James said. We got the rifle, not him. Be careful, James. Promise you'll run the minute the shot goes off? I promise. But, Anna? What? We ain't gonna need to. I promised that, too. She raised the heavy latch, with every fiber of her body trembling so violently she thought it would rattle the door in spite of her efforts at silence. The door squeaked softly once. She nudged it open and thrust the torch out before her. The bear was slurping watermelon syrup as if he was in bear heaven. When the light caught his eyes, he sluggishly nodded his head and looked quite human, as if torn between finishing this delightful drink or being put off by the intrusion. He made the wrong choice. His long tongue snaked out into the pink drink one more time, and the gun exploded and knocked James clear off his feet. He was up and running for the door of the sod house before the stunning reaction had truly registered, keeping up step for step with Anna, who had completely forgotten to drop the torch. They slammed the door, barred it, and leaned against it, chests heaving, hugging, trying to hold perfectly still, listening, listening, listening. All they heard was silence. I think you got him, Anna whispered. He could be just stunned. Wait a while longer. They hugged for what seemed an hour. Anna, James whispered at last. What? Don't burn my hair with that thing. They'd been standing there for so long the torch had burned down. James' remark broke their tension somewhat, and they agreed to light another torch and go outside to check and see if the bear was really dead. Anna got the torch, and James reloaded the gun before they crept back out. When they saw what they had done, they both broke into relieved laughter. The bear lay half in and half out of what used to be the spring house. The massive black body was sprawled across the little pool, where they'd always gotten their water. The blood from the hole in his head flowed downstream with the current. The crocks and pots were lying in pieces all around. The bear had made mincemeat of some wooden pails, too. What walls of the spring house had not been splintered by the animal had been blown to kingdom come by the blast from the gun, which Karl had loaded for bear. "James, you did it!" "I did it," he repeated, now quite breathless at the realization. "I did it? You did it, baby brother!" Anna squealed, throwing her arms around him again. "By golly, I did!" he exclaimed. "And you know what?" "Yeah, I know what. My backside hurts. That gun kicks like a mule." James rubbed himself back there, while they both giggled. "No, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, there lies our winter supply of tallow dips, and enough to feed our family and the Johanssons all winter long." James beamed and couldn't resist slapping his knee like Olaf was fond of doing. "Guess what else?" Anna went on. "What else? We got no horses to budge this monster with, and he's laying in our spring, and he's going to start rotting before Karl gets back, and both him and our spring will never be the same again." James started laughing. Then Anna started laughing at James because he was out of control. Then James started laughing at Anna out of control, and before long they were on their knees, tired from the vast relief after their petrifying fright, and the fact that it was somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning. After some time Anna said, "Tomorrow we'll have to walk over to Olaf's house and see if one of the boys can come over and help us gut this big fellow and get his carcass strung up and tell us what else we have to do with him." "I'm not sure, Anna, but I don't think we can wait till then. I think we have to gut him now or the meat will foul." "Now?" Anna exclaimed with disgust in her expression. "I think so, Anna." "But, James, he's laying in that cold spring water. Won't that keep him fresh?" "The meat's got to be bled right away. I know that much because Karl told me. He says what you do in the first half hour after an animal is shot makes the difference between good meat and bad meat." "Oh, James, ish! Do we really have to get our hands in that thing?" "I don't see how else we're going to get him gutted. If we don't, Karl will just come home to another mess we've made." That finally convinced Anna what must be done, must be done. "There are still some torches left in the corner. I'll get them. And bring some knives, too, and I'll go get Karl's oilstone that he uses for sharpening his axe. I think we're going to need it." Anna turned back before she was at the doorway of the house and called to her brother, "Karl's going to be so proud of you, James." She was proud herself in a way she'd never dreamed she could be of her baby brother. "Of you, too, Anna. I just know it." For some inexplicable reason, Anna remembered she had forgotten to water her hop vines that day, and promised herself she'd do it first thing in the morning. Soon as that bear was gutted, and she got a little sleep, and they'd gone over to get one of the boys to help hoist that bear up, and they'd taken care of digging the potatoes and the turnips and the rutabagas, and— "No," she thought, "the hop vines will come first. First thing when I get up. Those hop vines will not fail." Chapter 18. James could build a beautiful fire by now. He could curl shavings off a piece of wood and make them as thin as paper, just like Karl. He could get a spark off his flint with the very first stroke. He could lay on the kindling without smothering the first flame, and add split logs until there was a hearty blaze. And through all this, not so much as a wisp of smoke backed up into the sod house. But he caught himself squatting on his haunches, gazing into his freshly built fire, as he'd so often seen Karl do, and immediately he arose and turned his back on it. "Why'd he do it, Anna?" he asked, defeatedly at last. "Oh, James, it had nothing to do with you," she said in a soft, sorry voice. "It's something between Karl and me. Something we need to get straightened out, is all." "But he was so mad at me, Anna." The hurt was intense, tangible in his voice. "No, he wasn't. He was mad at me." Anna gazed ruminatively into the fire, seeing Karl's angry back as he drove out of the clearing, wishing she could call him back and apologize for her words which had hurt him cruelly,
when he deserved her love and respect instead. For what? I can't tell you everything about it. Come and eat your supper. Brother and sister sat in dismal companionship, unable to eat, each of them at once angry, at yet longing for the presence of the man who made this, who undeniably made this home. It's got something to do with Barbara being what she was, doesn't it? In a way, yes. I never would have guessed it about Karl. I mean— James paused, confused, then went on. Well, he's just about the most perfect person I ever knew. He just doesn't seem like he'd blame us for what she was. Anna reached to touch his hand. Oh, James, he doesn't. Honest, he doesn't. It's not because of that, really. It's mostly me. I can't do much of anything around this place. I can't cook right, or dress right, or wear my hair right, or any of the stuff that a wife ought to be able to do. Barbara didn't teach me much of that, and every time I try to do something for him, it turns out bad. She stared into the fire, and tears glimmered on her lids as she remembered all the disasters resulting from her attempts to please Karl. Like the blueberries. She raised her palms in a gesture of futility, then dropped them back between her knees. I wanted to pick him those blueberries so bad, James. I just wanted to do that for him. So what do I end up doing but getting lost, and he's got to come searching for me and carry me all the way home, and put stuff on my mosquito bites like I was some baby. But that wasn't your fault, Anna, James put in loyally. He wasn't mad about that. She shrugged and sighed. It's not that he is really mad at me, James. It's more that he's disappointed with me. He thought he could get over all the disappointments he found in me when he learned about all the lies from those letters. But he can't. I'm nothing like he really needs a wife to be. But we had lots of fun in the beginning, and he didn't seem to mind if it took you time to learn to do things around here. That was before the Johanssons moved in up the road. Ever since Kirsten came, he'd rather be up at her place than at home. That ain't true, Anna. I don't think that's true. Well, Kirsten can do everything. She can cook blueberry cobbler, and she's not skinny, and she's got braids and blonde hair and talks Swedish. Is that what's got you all hot under the collar, Anna? James said, wide-eyed. Why, shoot. That day we were up at their place without you, Karl hardly paid her any attention at all. They asked us to stay for supper, and he said no, he thought he'd better get back here for supper. He did? She brightened a little. Well, of course he did. But then her face fell again. See, I didn't have anything ready for him the very first time he goes away and comes home expecting a hot meal. Instead, he finds me sitting up in some God-forsaken maple tree with a pack of wolves at my heels. It made her want to cry again at the thought of her failure. He never even got any supper that night, she chastised herself. Supper was the last thing on his mind. I know that for sure. When we came home and you weren't here, why, I never saw Karl so upset. He pretended he wasn't, but I could tell. He ran all over, out to the log house and into the barn and everywhere looking for you. When you didn't turn up and it was getting dark, I thought for a while Karl was going to cry again. Again? Anna interrupted, big-eyed now, disbelieving. Oh, forget it. James suddenly became engrossed in scratching a dab of dry gravy from the knee of his breeches. You saw Karl cry once? It don't matter, Anna. He scratched all the harder, keeping his eyes carefully lowered. When? She insisted, and James threw her a look of appeal. Anna, he doesn't know I saw him, and I don't think I should be telling you about it. James, you've got to tell me. There are so many things Karl and I need to straighten out between us. They can't be straightened out until we know things like how we've made each other cry.
James still looked doubtful, but after considering what Anna had said, he decided it would be all right to tell her. It was the night after he came stomping out to the barn and asked me point-blank if Barbara was a seamstress. Then, when I said no, he asked me if I knew what she did to earn a living. All I said was yes, and I thought he'd make me say what it was. But he just told me I did a good job on Belle's hooves and walked out. I never told him, Anna. Honest, I didn't. Later on, I went outside when I heard him get up in the middle of the night. I'd made up my mind I was going to tell him and explain to him how you hated what Barbara was, and how you only lied because of me. But I never got a chance to tell him because I come on him out by the garden. He was just standing there by the horses, and when I got up behind him, I heard him crying. He was holding on to Bill's mane, and James' voice had softened until it was a pale whisper. He scratched at something on the tabletop with his thumbnail. Anna, I never seen a man cry before that. I didn't know men cried. Don't tell him I said so, okay? No, James, I won't. Promise. She reached out and patted his hand. Anna, I know Karl likes you more than Kirsten. Otherwise, why would he cry? I don't know. She thought about it for a while. Kirsten's sure pretty, though, Anna admitted wistfully. And she's got some meat on her bones, like Karl likes. Nothing's wrong with you. And if Karl thinks so, he's the one that's got something wrong with him. There it was, what she'd thought she'd lost from her brother. She realized she had been silly to think that, just because he admired Karl with increasing fervor, his feeling for her had waned. But when it came down to the wire, when it came to Karl finding fault with her, there was James, ready to stand up and fight for her, just as he'd always done. "Oh, James, thank you, baby," she said, using the name she used to call him when he was a runny-nosed toddler, tagging after her dress tails through the Boston streets. "Anna," James asked, after studying the fire intently, to avoid the confusing rush of feelings that had made him feel so much like a man when she called him baby, "do you think he'll come back?" "Of course he'll come back. This is his home." "He didn't take the rifle, Anna. He left it here for us." "Oh, don't be silly. If you're worrying about that cougar out there in the pines, you know perfectly well Olaf will be with him, and Olaf will have his gun." "Well, you're one to call me silly, since it looks like the same thing's been on your mind, too, or you wouldn't have brought it up. Karl is the most careful person I've ever met in my life, and one of the most cautious woodsmen, too. Now, believe me, that cougar is the last thing we have to worry about." Yet, after Anna went to bed, she lay in the dark for long hours, imagining the very scent of those pines, her nostrils pricking as if searching here in the dark cabin for the musk of cat, as if she could warn Karl should she detect it. His pillow lay beside her, puffed and empty. She punched it and made a hollow in the center of it, and pretended that he had only gone outside for a minute. For the 1,000th time since he had learned the truth, she cried out silently from her aching throat, "I'm sorry, Karl. I'm sorry. Forgive me." Tonight, she added, "Please don't go to her, Karl. Please come back to me." She slept. She awakened thinking of Karl crying into a horse's mane, knowing he had cried because of her. "I'm sorry, Karl," she thought, tortured. She'd been sound asleep again, but sat up as if she were attached to the ceiling by a spring. Something was wrong. No sooner had she coherently thought it than James' voice came to her, strident, panicked. "Anna, are you awake? There's something out there. Listen." She sat stone still, listening to the scraping and thumping that came from beyond the door. It sounded like something was trying to eat the panel itself. "James, come here,"
she begged in a whisper, wanting him near enough so she could put her arms around him and know he was with her in the dark. "I gotta get the rifle," he whispered back. "I gotta get it like Karl said to." She heard him kick against a bowl or bucket on the hearth. She heard him pick up the bag of shot Karl had slapped down when he'd come wheeling back in the house this afternoon. "James, it's already loaded," she warned. "Karl always keeps it loaded, and he didn't shoot at that bear today. I know, but I gotta be ready to load fast if I need to take a second shot." "Oh, James," she wailed, "do you think you'll even have to take a first one?" "I don't know, Anna, but I gotta be ready. Karl said." Outside the door, they heard a grunt, like when a man lifts something heavy. "Do you think it's a man, James?" "No. Shh." But when she sat quiet, she could hear the intruder scraping around again on the puncheons. "James, is the latch string in?" Panic hit her afresh. If the latch string were hanging outside, all the intruder needed to do was pull it to lift the heavy bar that secured the door. She heard James make his way carefully through the dark to the door, while she held her breath at the mere thought of his being so near whatever was on the opposite side of it. "It's in," he whispered, and backed away from the door again. Relieved somewhat, she swung her feet to the earthen floor and said, "I'm coming, James. Don't point the gun this way." "Don't worry, it's pointed straight at the door." "But you can't see anything. What are you going to do?" "What I can't see, I can hear. I'll know if he breaks it down." Breaks it down? How big? What do you think it is?" "I think it's that bear, Anna." But there's never been a bear here before. Why would he come now?" "I don't know, but it sounded like something big." "Shh, listen. It sounds like he's going away." They heard thumping sounds again, then the unmistakable loud grunt and whine of a bruin. There was some clattering, then the sound of earthenware crashing, then a louder groan. "He's in the spring house, Anna. He's eating stuff in the spring house." "Well, let him eat. Who cares? At least he's not eating us. Anna, I gotta go out and shoot him." "For God's sake, don't be stupid. Let him take anything he wants, but don't go out there. Karl says once a bear finds food, he'll come back and raid you time after time as long as he knows where it is. He'll come back unless I shoot him." "James, please don't go out there. Forget what Karl said about you not getting the gun fast enough today. He didn't mean it. It was me he was upset with. I told you that. I gotta go. It's got nothing to do with Karl today. That's darn sure a bear out there. What if he decides to come back someday when we're not safe inside the house?" From outside came the sound of splintering wood. "No, James, don't go. It's so dark you won't be able to see him anyway." "There's enough moonlight." "No, there isn't." "Then get the torches, Anna. Get the torches that Karl made when you were lost. They're leaning in the corner behind the ash bucket. Get one and light it. And when I say the word, you're going to have to do just what I tell you to. You're going to have to lift the latch string and take the torch outside a little bit ahead of me so the bear won't be able to see anything behind it. As soon as I get the first shot off, you drop it and run, though, Anna." "No, I won't. We're not going outside with any torches, and I'm not dropping it and running. We're staying right here." "I'll do it without you if I have to, Anna," her baby brother said. The steel determination in his voice made her realize that he meant every word. "Okay, I'll get the torch. But, James, if you miss him the first time, you gotta run with me." "Okay, Anna, I promise. Now hurry and light the torch before he goes away." She struck the flint and steel, and the spark grew to orange flame upon the cattails, while the two big-eyed night-walkers stared momentarily into each other's faces. "We can do it, Anna," James said. "We got the rifle, not him." Be careful, James. Promise you'll run the minute the shot goes off." "I promise." "But, Anna." "What?" "We ain't gonna need to. I promised that, too." She raised the heavy latch, with every fiber of her body trembling so violently she thought it would rattle the door in spite of her efforts at silence. The door squeaked softly once,
She nudged it open and thrust the torch out before her. The bear was slurping watermelon syrup as if he was in bear heaven. When the light caught his eyes, he sluggishly nodded his head and looked quite human, as if torn between finishing this delightful drink or being put off by the intrusion. He made the wrong choice. His long tongue snaked out into the pink drink one more time, and the gun exploded and knocked James clear off his feet. He was up and running for the door of the sod house before the stunning reaction had truly registered, keeping up step for step with Anna, who had completely forgotten to drop the torch. They slammed the door, barred it, and leaned against it, chests heaving, hugging, trying to hold perfectly still, listening, listening, listening. All they heard was silence. "I think you got him," Anna whispered. "He could be just stunned. Wait a while longer." They hugged for what seemed an hour. "Anna," James whispered at last. "What?" "Don't burn my hair with that thing." They'd been standing there for so long the torch had burned down. James' remark broke their tension somewhat, and they agreed to light another torch and go outside to check and see if the bear was really dead. Anna got the torch, and James reloaded the gun before they crept back out. When they saw what they had done, they both broke into relieved laughter. The bear lay half in and half out of what used to be the spring house. The massive black body was sprawled across the little pool where they'd always gotten their water. The blood from the hole in his head flowed downstream with the current. The crocks and pots were lying in pieces all around. The bear had made mincemeat of some wooden pails, too. What walls of the spring house had not been splintered by the animal had been blown to kingdom come by the blast from the gun, which Karl had loaded for bear. "James, you did it!" "I did it," he repeated, now quite breathless at the realization. "I did it? You did it, baby brother!" Anna squealed, throwing her arms around him again. "By golly, I did!" he exclaimed. "And you know what?" "Yeah, I know what. My backside hurts. That gun kicks like a mule." James rubbed himself back there while they both giggled. "No, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, there lies our winter supply of tallow dips, and enough to feed our family and the Johanssons all winter long." James beamed and couldn't resist slapping his knee like Olaf was fond of doing. "Guess what else?" Anna went on. "What else? We got no horses to budge this monster with, and he's laying in our spring, and he's going to start rotting before Karl gets back, and both him and our spring will never be the same again." James started laughing. Then Anna started laughing at James because he was out of control. Then James started laughing at Anna out of control, and before long they were on their knees, tired from the vast relief after their petrifying fright, and the fact that it was somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning. After some time, Anna said, "Tomorrow we'll have to walk over to Olaf's house and see if one of the boys can come over and help us gut this big fellow and get his carcass strung up and tell us what else we have to do with him." "I'm not sure, Anna, but I don't think we can wait till then. I think we have to gut him now or the meat will foul." "Now?" Anna exclaimed with disgust in her expression. "I think so, Anna." "But, James, he's laying in that cold spring water. Won't that keep him fresh?" "The meat's got to be bled right away. I know that much because Karl told me. He says what you do in the first half hour after an animal is shot makes the difference between good meat and bad meat." "Oh, James, ish! Do we really have to get our hands in that thing?" "I don't see how else we're going to get him gutted. If we don't, Karl will just come home to another mess we've made." That finally convinced Anna what must be done, must be done. "There are still some torches left in the corner. I'll get them. And bring some knives, too, and I'll go get Karl's oilstone that he uses for sharpening his axe. I think we're going to need it." Anna turned back before she was at the doorway of the house and called to her brother, "Karl's going to be so proud of you, James."
She was proud herself in a way she'd never dreamed she could be of her baby brother. "Of you too, Anna. I just know it." For some inexplicable reason, Anna remembered she had forgotten to water her hop vines that day, and promised herself she'd do it first thing in the morning. Soon as that bear was gutted and she got a little sleep, and they'd gone over to get one of the boys to help hoist that bear up, and they'd taken care of digging the potatoes and the turnips and the rutabagas, and— "No," she thought, "the hop vines will come first. First thing when I get up. Those hop vines will not fail." Chapter 19. 3 days later, Karl Lindstrom rode northward along the trail that was now showing evidence of autumn coming on. The first sumac glowed brilliantly in startling scarlet from the edges of the forest trail. The hazelnuts were brown and thick. Karl remembered he'd promised Anna he would show them to her. As soon as the cabin was finished, he would bring her back here and do just that. In the meantime, he pulled the team up and picked a stem of the nuts and put it in his pocket. Once again on his way, he passed through the place of the wide heart pine, which he knew would make thick planks for Anna's kitchen dresser. He must come back here and fell it, and split it as soon as he had a free day, and begin making the piece of furniture which, too, he had promised Anna. A pheasant lifted itself, disturbed from its dust bath at the edge of the road, as Karl's team came clopping. The bird flashed in brilliant bars of rust and black, and iridescent green head, as it scaled quickly up toward cover in a graceful swoop, scolding, "Caw!" I would shoot it and take it home for supper, Karl thought. But I do not have my gun. The pheasant can wait for James to bring it down. No, Karl did not have his own rifle. He had a gun, all right, but when it was shot for the first time, it would be shot by James. It was a Henry repeater that made Karl smile in anticipation. He had much to make up for with the lad. The gun would be a start. Karl thought about himself and the boy, walking out in the amber autumn mornings, their guns slung on their arms, companionably silent as they stalked pheasants, brought them down, and carried them home to Anna. Then he would teach Anna how to stuff it with bread stuffing, enhanced by their own wild hazelnuts. Karl supposed he would have to teach her to make bread all over again, now that she would be doing it in the cast-iron stove. Karl smiled. He flicked the reins, but Belle and Bill each turned a blinder in his direction, as if asking him what the hurry was. They were already cutting a good pace toward home, and they were as anxious to be there as he was. When the team turned into their own lane a short time later, Karl wanted to slow them instead of hurrying them, but now they obstinately refused to be slowed. Karl saw the familiar opening in the trees up ahead, then his skid trail, and at its base the beautiful log house he and Anna and James had built together. Leaning beside it were neatly placed sacks of potatoes. Out on the grass by the garden were willow baskets with grapes drying in them, shriveling themselves into raisins. There was smoke coming from the chimney of the sod house. But there was something missing. Karl scanned the clearing again and realized with a start that it was the spring house. His spring house was gone. There were 2 pails sitting where it had been before, and some rutabagas that looked half-washed. Some crocks were submerged in the sand as usual, but the building itself had disappeared into thin air. There was a smell in the air that made Karl's nostrils twitch, but he couldn't figure out what it could be that smelled so much like bear. The horses seemed to smell it too, for they threw their heads and flicked their manes until Karl had to say, "Easy, we are home. You know home when you see it." Neither Anna nor James was in sight as Karl drove the team up near the log house. There it stood, the house of his dreams. While he reined in his team before it, he wondered once more if he had shattered those dreams beyond repair, or if he and the boy and Anna could patch them up. He forced a calm into his limbs as he tied the reins to the wooden brake handle and spoke to Belle and Bill. You will have to wait a while till I get these things unloaded." The horses told him in no uncertain terms they were impatient to get to their barn. Coming around the rear of the wagon, Karl glanced toward the sod house. James stood just outside its door, his hands in his pockets, staring at Karl. Karl stopped short and looked back at the boy. A sudden stinging burned the back of Karl's eyes, seeing how James just stood there, making no move to come forward or greet him in any way. Karl tried to speak, but his tongue felt like it was stuck to the roof of his mouth. Finally, he just raised his hand in a silent gesture of hello. His heart beat high in his throat as he waited for a return greeting from the boy. At last James removed a hand from his pocket and raised it silently, too. "I could use a little help unloading this wagon, boy," Karl called. Without a word James came toward him, watching his feet scuff up puffs of dust on his way. At the rear of the wagon he stopped, looked up at Karl, silent as before. Inanely Karl managed to get out, "I got the wheat ground." "Good," said James, but the note escaped him in a high contralto. "Good," he repeated, deeper this time. "We will have plenty flour for winter." Karl remembered how he had once told the boy he was an extra mouth to feed. "Good." "Got those windows for the log house?" James nodded his head as if to say, "Yes, so I see." "Everything all right here?" Karl's eyes flickered toward the cabin, then back to the boy's face. "Yeah." After a pause he went on. "We thought you'd be back yesterday. It took a day to get the flour milled. They were busy at the mill, and we had to wait our turn." Did they think I wouldn't come back? Karl wondered. Is that what they thought? Oh. Tentatively they hovered, brawny man and gangly boy, hearts surging with remorse and love, neither of them yet having said what he wanted so desperately to say. "Well, we'd best get it unloaded," Karl said. "Yeah." Karl stepped to the wagon to remove the backboard, but when his hands were upon it, he did not pull it loose. He stood instead braced that way, gripping the rough wood as if it were his security. He closed his eyes. The boy stood unmoving, near Karl's elbow. "Boy, I'm sorry," Karl croaked. Then he leaned his head back and looked up at the autumn sky. The sharp edges of the clouds were blurry. "Me too, Karl," James said. And for once in his life his voice came out strong and masculine. "You got nothing to be sorry for, boy. It was all me. Me, Karl." "No, Karl. I should have got that gun like you said." "The gun had nothing to do with it." "Yes, it did. It was the first lesson you taught me. Move for the gun like your life depends on it, 'cause it probably does. I was wrong that day. I was mad. I had things on my mind about Anna, and we weren't getting along, so I took it out on you." "It don't matter, really." "Yeah, it matters, boy. It matters. Not to me, not any more. I learned a lesson that day. I figure I needed it." "I learned a lesson, too," Karl said. Karl looked up then, found the boy's wide green eyes filled to the brim, and understood how his own father had felt when he waved to him for the last time. "I missed you, boy. I missed you these last 3 days." James blinked, and a tear rolled down unchecked, for his hands were still stuffed in his pockets. We missed you, too." Karl took the plunge, loosening his hold on the wagon and turning in one heart-filling motion to sweep the boy into his arms and hug him to his chest. James' arms came clinging to Karl. Karl took James by the sides of his hair, holding him back to look into his face, saying, "I'm sorry, boy. Your sister was right. You did everything right that I ever asked you to learn. A man couldn't ask for anything better than a boy like you." James
pitched roughly against Karl's chest, releasing all his pent-up anguish in a torrent of words that came muffled against Karl's shirt. "We didn't think you were coming back. We looked for you all day yesterday, and then night-time came, and you didn't have your rifle, and we knew about the cougar." Karl thought his heart would explode. "Olaf was with me, boy. You knew that." But he was rocking James, feeling the boy's heart beat against his own. And he had his gun. Besides, a man would be a fool not to come back to a place like this with all this plenty. "Oh, Karl, don't ever go away again. I was so scared. Standing there against the big man's chest, against the smell of him, that mixture of horses and tobacco and security, the words that ached in James' throat could be denied no longer. "I love you, Karl," he said, then backed away, his eyes cast earthward, and dried them sheepishly on his sleeve. Karl pushed James' arm down and held him by the shoulders, forcing him to look square into his face, as he said, "When you say to a man that you love him, there is no need to hide behind your sleeve. I love you too, boy, and don't you ever forget it." At last they both smiled. Then Karl swiped his own sleeve across his eyes and turned to the wagon again. "Now, are you going to help me unload this wagon, or do I need to get your sister to help me?" "I'll help you, Karl." "Can you lift a sack of flour?" Karl asked. "Just watch me." They unloaded the flour and the windows, which were protectively couched between the sacks. Lifting a precious glass pane, Karl said, "I bought 5 of them, 1 for each side of the door, and 1 for each of the other walls. A man should be able to look out and see his land all around him," he said, entering the log cabin. Coming back outside, Karl said, "I see you picked potatoes while I was gone." "Yeah, me and Anna." "Where is she?" Karl inquired, while his heart danced against his rib cage. "She's getting some supper." Now it was Karl's turn to say, "Oh." Then he jumped onto the wagon bed again and said, "Help me move these last couple sacks, boy. We will take them to the sod house for Anna." James pulled a sack away, revealing a long wooden box. He could see the words, "New Haven Arms Company," stamped on the front of it. He pulled the second sack away, and the words, "Norwich, Connecticut," became visible. His hands fell loose upon the sack, and it would have tipped over sideways if Karl hadn't caught it. James' green eyes flashed up to Karl's blue ones. "A man does best with his own gun," Karl said simply. "His own gun?" James repeated doubtfully. "Do you not agree?" "Sure, Karl." James looked back down, wanting to touch the box, afraid to. He looked up again. "I picked one with a stalk of hand-shaped walnut that will fit your grip like your pants fit your seat. It is just right for a boy of your size." "Really, Karl?" James asked, disbelievingly, still not pulling the crate out. "Is it really for me? I have taught you everything except how to be a hunter. It is time we got started. Winter is coming on." James had the carton slipped free and in his arms. He leaped from the wagon and was running across the clearing, long legs bounding toward the sod house as he bellowed, "Anna! Anna! Karl bought me a gun! Of my own, Anna! My own!" Karl waited for her to appear in the doorway of the sod house, but she didn't. He shouldered a sack of flour and headed that way, for James had disappeared inside. James was going crazy, talking far too loud, repeating that Karl had bought the gun to be his own. Anna was overjoyed for her brother. "Oh, James, I told you, didn't I?" She had seen from the depths of the cabin how Karl and James had made their peace out there. It was not necessary for her to know what they had said. To see the two of them hugging that way in broad daylight had filled her heart to bursting. Anna glanced up now as Karl's form filled the doorway, shutting out the daylight behind his wide shoulders. A queer, weak sensation flooded through her. He looked like a blond Nordic god, bigger than life, with that sack of flour on his shoulder, and the muscles of his chest bulging as he paused uncertainly before coming all the way in. Sudden shyness overwhelmed her. She longed to rush to him and say, "Hold me, Karl," to feel his strong tan arms take her against his chest. "Hello, Anna," he said quietly. He had not thought he'd missed her this much, but the things his heart was doing told him how empty the last 2 days had been. He could tell she, too, was very tense and nervous. When she spoke, her voice trembled. "Hello, Karl." She wondered if he would stand in the doorway all evening. "You're home," she at last thought to say. It sounded inane. "Yeah, I am home." "And James says you've brought the gun for him?" "Yeah. A boy needs his own gun, so I bought him the best, a Henry repeater. But he had better not be thinking of using that hatchet to open the crate. Go out to the tack room and get a claw-hammer, boy, like I taught you." "Yes, sir," James obeyed, and nearly knocked Karl back out the door. There was a fire, and something was cooking. Anna turned to stir it. The sack on Karl's shoulder grew heavy, and he passed just behind her to set it on a free spot on the floor. His very nearness made her pulse throb faster, but she stirred the pot in order to appear busy, then clapped the cover on, saying, "I'll get some sticks from the woodpile to put under that sack." "It can wait," Karl said, straightening. "But the bugs will get it." She headed for the door. "Not that fast." His words, and their boyish note of appeal, stopped her halfway to the door. She turned to face Karl, then stood looking at him and he at her, while time roared backward to the last time they had faced each other across this confined space. "I have some small things in the wagon you could carry in for me." He glanced apologetically at the simmering pot. "It wouldn't take but a minute." She nodded dumbly, then whirled toward the door, leaving him with his heart in a turmoil. "Is she afraid of me?" thought Karl with fading hope. "Have I fixed it so she wants nothing but to run from me, like a brown-eyed chipmunk, every time I come near her? Does she think I ran off to Kersten to spite her?" When he came within inches of her to climb on the wagon bed, she skittered sideways to give him wide berth. He picked up a parcel from behind the seat, walked back to the open end of the wagon, and stood above her, looking down at the top of her whisky hair. "Here," he said, waiting for her to look up so he could toss the parcel down to her. "These are some things I thought you would need." Finally she lifted her eyes, and he dropped it. "What is it?" she asked as she caught it. "Necessities," was all he would say. Her eyes became wide with surprise, while he turned away with the picture of her undisguised delight in his mind. Anna tried not to feel giddy, but it was hard. Nobody had ever given her a gift before. But Karl did not say it was a gift, she thought. Perhaps it's only some spices or things for the new kitchen. But it's soft, she thought. It bends, and there is a lump in the middle of it. An iron clank interrupted her notions as Karl dragged something black and heavy from the front of the wagon. It made another metallic chink as it scraped on the other pieces resting against it. One by one he pulled all of the black iron sections of the stove to the tail of the wagon, before leaping lightly down and heisting up the largest. Anna gawked. James came out of the barn then, polishing the stock of his new rifle with the sleeve of his shirt. He stopped long enough to watch Karl disappearing into the new cabin with his burden. "What's that?" James called. Karl swung around slowly, the iron sheet turning with him until his face appeared from behind it. "It is Anna's new stove," he answered. Then, without another word, he disappeared into the log cabin with the first of it. "Anna's new stove?" thought Anna. Anna's new stove? Anna's new stove! Had Karl answered, It is Anna's new diamond tiara." He could not have surprised his wife more. Her eyes followed Karl's every step, back and forth. As he carried the pieces into the new house, gladness filled her chest until she felt she would pop the seams of her shirt. She fought the urge to follow along at Karl's heels each step of the way, to see where he was setting the pieces, if he was putting them up, connecting them together. Instead, she just stood in the yard, while Karl marched to and fro, carefully attending to his stove-carrying, and keeping his eyes from his wife. At last came the pipe from under the wagon seat. It was silvery black, shiny, clean. Anna could stand it no longer. "Could I carry those for you, Karl?" she asked. "Could I touch my stove? Could I touch this gift? Even this much of it to make sure my eyes are not playing tricks on me?" "You do not need to help with this. It was only that little package I wanted you to carry." "Oh, but I want to." He stopped, understood, handed her the sections of the stovepipe, pleasure growing in him at sight of her pleasure. Her freckles looked delightful beneath her excited brown eyes. "There is more, Anna," he said. "More?" "More. When you buy a new stove, it seems they give you these newfangled kettles with it. They say they cook even better than cast-iron ones, and they are lighter to lift. They are in the carton." "Newfangled kettles?" Anna asked, incredulous. "In the carton," he repeated, enjoying her disbelief. "Are they copper?" "No. Something called japanned ware." "Japanned ware?" "They say things don't burn in it as easy as copper, and it does not rust like iron because it is covered with lacquer." At the mention of burned food, Anna's eyes skittered down to the package. She picked at the wrapping absently with a fingernail, remembering all those times she had charred poor Karl's dinners. He saw her eyes drop and wondered what he had said to disappoint her. Then James intervened. "Wow, Karl! Anna gets a stove and all them kettles, and I get a gun. I wish you'd go to town more often." Karl forced a laugh. "The kettles are no good without food to cook in them." "When can we go hunting?" "When the cabin is done and the vegetables are all dug." "The vegetables are all dug, Karl. Me and Anna did it while you were gone." "The turnips, too?" Karl asked, amazed. "Of course the turnips, too. We already got 'em washed and down in the root cellar, and Anna's cooking some for supper." "She is, huh?" Karl eyed his wife again, finding a pleasing blush creeping upon her cheeks. "My Anna is cooking turnips." Always when Karl called her "my Anna" that way, it made the blood beat at her cheeks. But James was still babbling away. "You were sure right about the turnips. I never saw such big ones in my life." "What did I tell you?" Karl chided James good-naturedly. Then, lowering his voice, turning away, he repeated, "Turnips, huh?" But while Karl went to the cabin with a box of japanned ware on his shoulder, Anna turned quickly to James and ordered in a feisty whisper, "James Reardon, you just keep your nose out of my turnip cooking, do you hear?" "What did I say?" he asked, stunned by her sudden attack on his innocent comment. "You never mind," she whispered back. "My turnips are my business." Just then Karl returned. He hitched his breeches up at the waist a little, then turned toward the empty place where the spring-house used to be. "I have been waiting to be told where my spring-house is, but since nobody tells me, I guess I must ask." Turnips were forgotten, as Anna and James smirked at each other conspiratorially. "The spring-house got wrecked, Karl," James said in a masterpiece of simplicity. "How does a spring-house get wrecked, just sitting there holding pails? I blasted her to kingdom come when I shot the bear." Should he live to be as old as Karl's virgin maples and their abundance of nectar, James would never forget the sweet nectar of that moment, the look on Karl's face, the jawfall of disbelief, James' own billowing pride, his self-pleasure at dropping the comment so casually, so manfully.
And if Karl lived to be as old as his maples, he would clearly remember forever the shock of that moment. The way the boy stood, holding the new Henry lever-action repeater, trying to look nonchalant when the pride was beaming from his face in shafts, when his knuckly hands squared the rifle before him as if to say, "Nothing to it, Karl. A bear. That's right. You shot a bear." "Well, not alone. Anna and me, we shot him together," James confirmed. There was no pretended nonchalance now. The words came tumbling from behind his widely smiling lips in a grand rush. "Didn't we, Anna? We were sleeping, and we heard all these scraping noises, and it sounded like something was trying to eat our door down, so we tried to figure out what it was, and pretty soon it moved to the spring house, and you should have heard all that racket, Karl. I think he had trouble getting through the doorway, and by the time he did, why, he had it splintered 5 ways from Sunday. And then we heard all this crashing and cracking, and he got busy eating watermelon syrup after he broke most of the crocks and stuff, so I told Anna to light one of them torches that was left over from when she got lost, and she did, and took it out in front of us to blind the bear so I could get off one good shot before he had a chance to think twice. 'Cause once you said that when a bear knows where to find free food, he never fails to come back time after time, and the only way to stop him is to kill him. So that's just what I did, Karl. I beamed him right between the eyes, and there wasn't much left of his head when I was done either." At last James stopped, breathless. Karl was flabbergasted. He hunched his head and shoulders forward. "You and Anna did that?" "We sure did. But you loaded that shot a little heavy, and it blew the back wall clear off the spring house. Blew me clear off my feet, too, didn't it, Anna?" But before she could even nod, James hurried on. "But Anna, she made me promise that as soon as I fired that first shot, I'd run back in the sod house fast as my feet would carry me. I swear, Karl, I hardly knew if I had any feet left after that gun smacked me over, though. You said she'd kick, but I wasn't expecting her to kick like a mule." The import of all this was beginning to register on Karl. Suppose James had missed. Suppose the gun hadn't fired. Countless dire probabilities gripped Karl's gut. "Boy, you knew it was just my temper out in the bog that day when I got on you for being slow to the gun. You could have let that bear eat everything on the place, and I would not have scolded. Just so I come home and find you and Anna safe." "But we are safe," the boy reasoned. "Yeah, you are safe. But because of my silly scolding, I make you take such a risk to prove yourself, when you have proved yourself all along. It wasn't 'cause of what happened in the bog, Karl, honest. It was, well, I don't know how to say it. It was kind of like when you say to Anna, 'A person keeps clean,' or when you say to me, 'A door faces east.' All I could think of was, 'A man protects his home.'" Once said, the adultness of his simple statement struck James fully. He had taken his first steps across the threshold of manhood. "Karl," James said now, suddenly very sure of the truth in what he was about to say, "I'd have done it anyway, even if I'd never seen a cranberry bog in my life before." Anna watched the only 2 men she had ever loved coming to terms with each other, setting their tack toward a course of future respect and sharing. Joyful though she was for them, her heart ached to reach a similar plane of understanding with Karl. But their private truce would have to be put off for a while yet, for Karl was saying with an appealing half-grin, "So show me this bear with his head shot off, who only bargained for a little watermelon syrup." James broke into a grin and a jog at the same time. "He's out here behind the sod house. We wanted to put him where you couldn't see him at first, and spring the surprise on you when we were good and ready." Karl began to follow him, but realized that Anna hung back. He turned, asking, "Aren't you coming, Anna?" She hesitated a moment, until he added, "The firemen must come along, too. If it had not been for you, there would have been no torches in the house." Was he teasing her, Anna wondered, with a little skip of her heart. Oh, he was teasing her about getting lost in the blueberry patch.
How long had it been since Karl had teased her? He turned to follow James, and she studied his high boots, remembering the first day they'd met, how she'd wanted to look up at his face, but had only walked along, like now, with her eyes on his boots, wondering what he thought of her. Coming around the sod house, Karl was confronted not only by the carcass of the black bear hoisted into a tree. Beside it, hanging from its heel tendons, hung a 12-point buck white-tailed deer. Karl stopped dead in his tracks. He stared incredulously, while Anna and James shared another conspiratorial pair of smiles. Karl's reaction was exactly what they'd hoped it would be. But where did the deer come from? "Oh, that's Anna's," James said offhandedly, stifling a smirk. "You two are just full of surprises today." "Well, the deer was a surprise to us, too," James revealed. Anna was poking around in the dirt with the toe of her shoe. "Do you want to tell me about it?" He leveled his eyes on his wife. "You tell him, James." "Somebody tell me. I do not care who." "The reason Anna doesn't want to tell you is 'cause she's scared you'll be mad at her about the potatoes." "What potatoes?" "The ones the Indians stole." Karl was getting more confused by the minute. Still, Anna kept poking her shoe in the dirt, and he knew he wasn't going to get anything out of her. "I see I must ask again," Karl said, playing their game. "What potatoes did the Indians steal?" James completed the story. "The ones from the garden. We dug up all the potatoes and got them all washed and in gunny sacks. But we forgot how you always said the Indians would steal anything that wasn't tacked down, if they wanted it. I guess, to tell the truth, we never really believed you. So we got all those sacks of potatoes lined up against the wall of the log house. But we figured there was no hurry getting them into the root cellar. We left them there overnight, and when we got up yesterday morning, one of the sacks was gone. All we could figure out was that the Indians took it. Anna was pretty sure you'd be mad because you said we need all the potatoes we can raise for the winter ahead. Anyway, she was really upset about it, and we didn't know how to get them potatoes back. Then, this morning when we got up, here hangs this deer in the tree next to the bear. I guess the Indians are pretty much like you had 'em pegged, Karl. They have the strangest sense of honesty I ever heard of. The deer has to be their way of paying us back for the potatoes they stole." "I'm sure it is. I guess we will just have to eat more meat than potatoes this winter, that's all." "Could I ask one question?" "Sure," James answered. "If Anna was so scared about the sack of potatoes that was gone, why are the rest still sitting there?" "Because neither one of us could lift them down the steps of the root cellar. We figured we'd bruise them all up if we dragged them down and dropped them over the side. We had all we could do to get 'em this far. So Anna took a chunk of wood from the woodpile and leaned it against each sack during the night. She said that if the Indians want the potatoes that bad, let them take 'em and she'd eat turnips." "But I thought Anna hates turnips," Karl said, eyeing her. Relieved that Karl didn't seem too upset about the stolen spuds, Anna finally braved a glance at him, but stubbornly didn't answer. Karl again turned his attention to the pair of trees. "So that takes care of the deer. But how did you get this other monster up?" Warming to the game now, James answered, "Oh, we had a hard time pulling him up there, didn't we, Anna?" He had been around Karl long enough that he was unable to resist such an opportunity for teasing. "Now, do not try to tell me that you strung that bear up there. Not two skinny little—" But Karl quickly amended, "Not two young pups like you." James couldn't wait to finish his story. As before, the words came bubbling out like the spring bubbled out of the earth near them. There was no stopping either. "When we shot him, he fell back into the spring house, and we knew we were in a terrible fix. He'd lay there and foul up the water in no time, I figured. So I took your axe and knocked away the walls that were left standing, and Anna and me, we gutted him right then and there. Anna, she got pretty queasy, but I told her if we didn't do it, that meat'd be pure spoiled by morning.
We washed the carcass out real good and let it lay. Then first thing in the morning we walked up to Olaf's place, and Eric came back with the team and got him hung up here with the block and tackle. Eric says he thinks this fellow would go 350 pounds anyway. What do you think, Karl?" But what Karl was thinking was, Anna gutted that bear? In the middle of the night, by torchlight, probably dressed in her nightie? My Anna gutted that bear? Anna, who retched at the sight of a prairie chicken being dressed? "I would say closer to 400 myself," Karl finally answered James. "He might have gone 400 with his head on. Of course, Eric never saw him with his head on. We all had a pretty good laugh when he came down here to the spring and sees that headless bear. All the while we were stringing him up, Eric keeps saying, 'Yup, you two sure fixed one mighty beautiful bear rug.'" Pleased as Punch, getting into his story better all the time, James rambled on. It was Eric this and Eric that, until Karl got quite peeved at hearing the man's name so much. Then, when Karl learned that Eric had stayed for dinner, he couldn't help but remember the way Anna had clung to Eric's neck the night he'd rescued her from the wolves. But just about the time James began telling about Eric staying to supper, Anna remembered she had those turnips cooking and took off for the sod house. "Damn you, James," she thought as she scurried away. "Do you have to go on and make it sound like Eric stayed here all day?" All through supper, Karl and James talked bears and guns. They dissected the Henry .44 caliber lever-action repeater, and how she could hold 15 rounds in her tubular magazine, and how she had a breech so tight she never leaked gas, and how she would soon put Karl's own single-shot sharps out to graze in obsolescence. When the meal was done, the Henry came to take the place of the dishes. The two of them took the gun apart, piece by piece, then put it back together, while Anna listened to foreign words again and was left out of the conversation. Chamber, breech block, wedge bar, finger lever, magazine spring. She grew fidgety. Night came on, and Anna wondered what was in the package Karl had brought for her. In all the excitement over the stove and the kettles and the gun and the bear and the deer, the package had been eclipsed, and by the time they were all in the house for supper, Anna decided she wanted to open it when she was alone. Meanwhile, the package lay on the bed unopened. At last Karl arose in his customary way and stretched, twisting at the waist with elbows raised. He picked up his tobacco pouch from the table. Now, Anna thought, while he is out there in the barn and when James is already in bed, I will open the package. But Karl startled her by saying, "I must check the horses. Will you come with me, Anna?" She took a jacket. Nights were getting cooler now. It helped to have some place to stick her useless hands. She jammed them into the pockets and folded the jacket fronts deeply across one another. Karl lit his pipe, and they sauntered toward the barn. Halfway there he noted, "You were very busy while I was gone. It just happened that way. I thought I would have to come home and dig potatoes and turnips. Oh, that was James' idea, to dig them. He said you told him they were ready for digging, or I never would have known. I'm sorry about the potatoes the Indians took, Karl. I can see we will not be in need of them. I can tell just how busy you were when I look around and see how good the crops were. There will be plenty for winter. Plenty." Well, that's a relief. I really wasn't sure how much one sack of potatoes meant. But James forgot to tell you that we still have a few rutabagas and carrots left to take up. We didn't quite finish them. Yeah, I see them out there, but they will keep. Carrots like to be in the earth to sweeten after the first frosts, my papa always used to say. We have plenty of time yet. They swerved, nearing the barn. Anna's feet quite refused to take her into it. She turned and began sauntering with careless steps toward the vegetable garden, which was washed in moonlight, the carrot tops and rutabaga leaves and pumpkin vines clearly defined in the blue-white beams. That was something to come home and find that bear hanging in the tree. You were just as brave as the boy, Anna. To go outside not knowing for sure what was out there. I didn't feel very brave at all. If it had been up to me, we would have stayed right where we were and kept wondering what was out there. It wasn't my idea to open the door. But you did, Anna. The point is, you did. She shrugged her narrow shoulders. Well, what else could I do? Let James go out there by himself? I tell you, he's got a stubborn streak in him a mile long. You didn't see him, Karl. He was bound and determined to go out there alone if I refused to go along. I told him to let the bear eat everything in the place for all I cared, but he was determined. He kept saying, "Karl says this, and Karl says that." And there was no way I was going to change his mind. Karl's heart warmed, realizing the extent of his influence over the boy, just how fully James respected his teachings. "He is something," Karl said, ruminatively. "Yes, he's something." Anna, if something had gone wrong, and that bear had harmed either one of you, I could not live with myself. The bitter, thoughtless words she'd thrown at Karl about the bear came back to plague her. They hurt her now more than they had hurt him at the time they were spoken. She struggled for the right words, needing so badly for things to be set right between them again. "Karl, what I said before you left about the bear—" "Listen to me, Anna. It was my own stupidity that brought it here. I have thought about it and wondered why a bear would come nosing around when I have never been bothered by one before. It is because I was so angry when I left the cranberry bog that I did not use good sense. I think I must have left a trail of cranberries straight to our door. When a man loses his head that way, he uses bad sense. I think this is what I did that day. I even put my own good horse in danger by making her hurry where the footing was bad. And when I make her hurry, I spill cranberries. I should have covered the baskets, but I didn't. Instead, I foolishly led that bear to the door by inviting him with cranberries. Then I ran away and left you two to take care of him." "That's not true, Karl. I think you say it now because of what I said before you left. I never should have said that, and I knew it as soon as the words were out of my mouth. I didn't mean it, Karl." She glanced up at him penitently. "That is what Kersten said." "Kersten?" Anna's eyebrows shot up irritatedly. "You told Kersten what I said?" Already Anna's face felt like it would glow in the dark. "We had a talk, Kersten and I, and she said you were only human and spoke without thinking, like we all do sometimes." The idea of Karl exchanging confidences with Kersten wounded Anna so fiercely that she climbed up on the top fence rail and sat down, facing away from Karl so he couldn't see her face in the moonlight. "He must be closer to Kersten than I guessed," she thought, "to speak with her about our private affairs." "You spent the night at Johansson's, Eric said." "Eric said," thought Karl dismally. "Yeah, they were only too glad to take me in. I'll bet," Anna thought sourly, "especially one." "Karl," Anna began, wanting the subject of Kersten dropped once and for all, so they could get on to mending their differences. "Thank you for the stove." "There is no need to thank me, Anna. Kersten called me a stubborn Swede, and I guess I have been, saying all the time that we do not need a stove. We talked a long time, Kersten and I, and she made me see that we should have a stove." Something inside Anna turned to stone with those words. She was hurt beyond words. To think that Karl came around to buying a stove only when the delectable Kersten thought he should. Not because his own wife wanted one. All the joy went out of her at the thought of the stove now. She found herself wanting to lash out and hurt Karl in return, in any little way she could. "You really gutted that bear, Anna?" Karl asked in admiration. "I hated every minute of it," she snapped coldly.
I never want to smell another bear as long as I live."
Confused by her abrupt chilling, he went on, "You will have to smell this one a little longer. Tomorrow James and I will have to take care of the meat. Then there is still the melting down of tallow to be done before we can make winter candles. I guess that means you won't get to making the door for the cabin yet for a couple days. How long will it be, Karl?" "Tomorrow I will work with the meat. It will take a day to put the windows in, and perhaps another day to make the door and put up the stove. And we have to move things out of the sod house, too, and I will have to make the new rope beds. And I promised you that dresser for the kitchen." Anna had climbed down from the fence and was brushing off her seat as she curtly stated, "Well, you can skip the dresser. Just get me out of that sod house as fast as you can. I'm sick to death of that stinking fireplace and living like a badger in a burrow." Bewildered, Karl could only stand, wondering what had so suddenly changed Anna, while she sat on that fence. She had been almost too sweet to resist when they had first come outside, and she hadn't mentioned anything about the package he'd brought her. When he went in to bed, she was already there. He wanted desperately to turn and take her in his arms and put an end to their enmity. But she lay far over on her side. Seeking to soften her, he whispered, "Anna, how do you like what I brought you in the little package?" "Oh, I haven't had time to open it yet," she said brusquely. And Karl withdrew the hand that had been planning to touch her back. Anna could smell the aroma of Karl's pipe still in his hair. She lay miserably beside him, listening to the long-eared owl who sat with his yellow eyes and rusty face on a limb above the woodpile, calling in a slurred whistle, "Whee-oo! Whee-oo!" When Anna could no longer stand pretending she was asleep, she fluffed over onto her back, like Karl. It was then that the question came. "You made dinner for Eric, then?" he asked. Anna's heart kicked up its pace, pattered in double time like the owl's. "Well, Eric had helped with that bear. What else could I do?" But some new welling of hope was reborn in Anna. Karl, it seemed, was jealous. Chapter 20. The next morning Karl and James left the house to set up a butchering slab near the spring. As soon as they were gone, Anna took the package and pulled it open with anxious fingers. Inside was what she had hoped for. She found a length of delightful pink gingham, several hanks of thread, and a bar of chamomile soap. The material was wrapped around the bar, and when it dropped out, Anna caught it in a surprised hand. She raised it to her nose. It smelled of flowers, and freshness, and femininity. She raised the gingham to her nose, and it, too, smelled of these things. She looked down at her breeches. She glanced out the door at the new log house. She thought of the new glass windows, and wondered if Karl meant the material for curtains when he said necessities. Who was there to look into the windows out here in the wilderness, except an occasional raccoon or a passing swallow? Anna was honestly torn by what Karl had meant the material to be used for. She wanted very badly to think the fabric was intended for something personal. Remembering Karl's last comment last night, the way he'd asked about Eric staying for supper, she could have sworn Karl was jealous. Yet why was he so all-fired taken with Kirsten if he could be jealous of Eric? It didn't make any sense. There was no denying the personal implication of the scented soap. And, after all, Karl had given her the material without putting any restrictions on it. Maybe she could put them both to use to end this breach between herself and Karl once and for all. She was the one who had coldly snubbed his gift, and thereby snubbed him. Could it be possible he waited for her to make the first move? A plan formed in Anna's head. Excitedly she flipped the length of gingham out across the bed and began measuring it by scant yards, nose to outstretched hand equaling 1 yard. She found there were more yards of the stuff than she'd guessed. Enough for both curtains and a dress.
Smiling to herself, she thought, "Goodness, if there is, I will look like my windows." Karl saw Anna cross the clearing and go into the log house. He wondered what she was doing in there. Maybe admiring the stove, he thought hopefully. He had been so proud of the fact he bought her that stove. With it, he sought to win her favor back again, to tell her he accepted her. At first she had seemed very gratified by it. But later, out there by the garden, something had happened. He remembered Anna's eyes, as big and round as a cocker spaniel's when she'd first seen him unloading the stove. He remembered the hard edge on her voice later, and knew his gift had not done the trick. He turned back to his butchering, but kept an eye on the log house to see when Anna left it again. Inside, Anna was measuring the glass panes as they leaned against the fireplace wall. Marching back across the clearing, she saw Karl stop his meat-cutting to look her way. She braved a little wave of hello and continued on into the sod house to begin cutting curtain lengths. When Karl and James came in for lunch, there was gingham all over everything. She had 2 lengths cut for each window and was busy with needle and thread. "Thank you for the necessities, Karl," she said with renewed sweetness. "They will make lovely curtains." Karl felt his heart fall. Curtains? Out here in the middle of nowhere? But he could not say to Anna that he'd meant her to have the gingham to use for dresses. If he said so, she would only feel like she'd disappointed him again by already cutting the fabric into pieces for the windows. He returned to his afternoon's work gravely disheartened. Would he have to look at her in those breeches for the remainder of the winter then? Or could he find time for another trip to town before the snow flew? As soon as Karl and James were gone, Anna found the pieces of the dress she'd been tearing apart to use as a pattern. She would follow it loosely, adding to the height of the neckline, making the sleeves looser, more serviceable, making the skirt less clinging, more like the dresses Kirsten and Katrina wore. During the afternoon she got the pieces of the new dress all cut out. But whenever Karl entered the house during the next few days, all he saw was his wife stitching curtains. She hid the dress pieces, easily camouflaged, beneath the plain panels on her lap. For Karl and James there was not only the butchering to be done, but also the processing of the 2 hides. Karl showed James how to flesh out the hide, draping it over a felled tree lying at an angle still attached to its stump. Together they removed all the fat and sinew. They scraped away with their fleshing tools while Karl warned James not to puncture or score the hide, nor to expose the hair roots. It was a malodorous and tiring job. By the time the hides were placed in a lye solution to soak for 2 days, both Karl and James were well ready for a bath in the pond. Anna refused their invitation to go along. She said she'd stay behind and get their supper ready. Karl, with disappointment threading his veins, wondered how to get her to do any of the things they used to so enjoy. He wanted to ask Anna if she had found the soap in the gingham, but was afraid she might think he was intimating she needed it. So Karl said nothing about chamomile soap, and neither did Anna. But he detected the smell of their homemade lye soap, and figured she spurned the scented bar and used the stuff she still adamantly called lardy, just to spite him. Still, the next day Karl thought he detected something about Anna, which he chose to think of as saucy. It was as if she was teasing him about something he didn't quite catch. She walked around with an undeniable air of self-satisfaction. About what, he could not guess. That day he began inserting the windows. It was a delicate job, requiring great accuracy when Karl cut each hole. If the openings were cut too large, it meant losing tightness when the weather caused the frames to expand. But if they were cut too small, it meant broken panes when the frames contracted. After Karl cut the first opening, he went to where the yellow poplar billets were stacked on the skid trail. Although the autumn air was crisping, Karl loosened his shirt, for it was warm in the sun. Finding his axe needed sharpening, he took out his oilstone
and was working the steel upon it when Anna came out of the spring-house with a dipper and started up the hill toward him. He watched her approach, paying only cursory attention to the honing of the blade. He wondered what it was that made Anna tick these days. At times she seemed to be artfully flirting with him. Yet when she hit the bed last night she'd been first to turn on her side away from him. He was terribly confused about what she wanted out of him. Now here she came up the hill with a dipper full of water, wearing those abominable breeches again. Karl was getting mighty tired of those pants. When she neared, she handed him the dipper, saying, "Here, Karl, I thought you might be thirsty out here in the sun." She raised her wide eyes coyly to assess his beaded brow and the damp tendrils of hair across it. "Thank you, Anna, I am." He took the dipper, studying her across the lip of it as he raised his head and drank. "How are your curtains coming?" He handed the dipper back to her. "Fine." She hooked the dipper over her index finger and swung it like the pendulum of a clock, with her other hand still resting on her cocked hip. "So, how are your windows coming?" "Fine." He had all he could do to keep from smiling. She looked around innocently, glancing at the billets, his axe, the pile of chips. "What are you working on up here?" "I am splitting window edgings from yellow poplar." She glanced around, spied the pile of rocks nearby, then asked, "Do you mind if I watch for a while?" For the life of him he couldn't figure out why she would want to, but he nodded. He used 2 wedges and a small wooden sledge. She sat on the rock pile left over from their chimney, watching as Karl worked. It was disconcerting having her sitting there with that innocent look plastered all over her face. He wished that he knew what she was up to. He picked up his axe, drove it into the edge of a billet, inserted the wedge, watching carefully for knots which could make the cleavage go awry. When the first board fell free, Karl picked it up, looked at Anna, and said, "Yellow poplar splits smooth as anything. The only thing you must remember is to watch for knots where branches grew before." Anna lounged casually upon her rock, knees crossed, one foot swinging. "I'm not James, Karl," she said in a voice as smooth as warm honey. "I won't be needing to learn the art of board-making. I just came out to watch, that's all. I like to watch you work with the wood." "You do?" Karl asked, his eyebrows lifting in astonishment. She swung a foot and let her eyes wander over him in a most suggestive fashion. "Yes, I do. It seems there's nothing you can't do with wood. I like to watch your hands on a piece that way. You sometimes look like you're caressing it." Karl dropped his hand from the newly hewn plank as if it had suddenly developed nipples. Anna laughed lightly and settled more comfortably onto the rock pile, leaning her elbows back so her breasts thrust forward. "Don't your shoulders ever get tired, Karl?" "My shoulders?" he parroted. "Sometimes I watch you, and I can't believe how long you can work with an axe without tiring." Somehow she was toying with her hair, lifting it off the back of her neck and letting it flop back down repeatedly. "A man does what must be done," Karl said, trying to concentrate on his board-making. "But you never complain." "What good would complaining do? A job takes so many hours of work. Complaining will not shorten those hours." Her eyes followed his every flex of muscle as he worked, every movement sinuous and inviting, as her voice rippled on provocatively. "But with you, Karl, I think there's no complaining, because you like what you're doing so much." He kept his eyes and hands busy with the poplar, but a giddy sensation was tingling his nerve endings. He knew now that she was playing him like a northern pike on a long, strong line. He had avoided being caught by her for some time now, but this was the first she had ever retaliated with such obvious flirting. She leaned back and studied him from behind half-closed lids a while longer, before murmuring in a low tone, "It's like watching a dancer when I watch you with your axe. From the first day I saw you with it, I thought so. You make every motion smooth and graceful." The only thing Karl could think of to say was, "That's how my papa taught me."
That is how I teach the boy." He wondered if his face was as red as it felt. He continued working, while she just sat there, stretching in the sun, lazy, eyeing him up and down until he thought he'd lose control of his own axe. At last she sighed. Then she clenched both fists and stretched her arms straight out at her sides in one last sinuous pose. "Oops!" she squeaked with a little giggle, for she'd knocked one of the rocks off the pile behind her, and it went tumbling, taking a couple others with it. She stood up, bracing hands on knees and thrusting out her breasts and derriere, sighing. "Well, I guess I'd better get back down to—" "Don't move, Anna," he whispered, a fierce warning in his voice. His eyes had veered down to the base of the rock pile. They remained glued to the spot while he reached blindly, feeling for his axe. The rattler had not made a sound, had given no indication it was sunning itself on the rock pile. But when the stones became dislodged and went rolling, the snake was suddenly exposed. Startled, the reptile curled into its fighting coil, raised its neck into the sharply oblique bow that warned of an imminent strike. Anna looked down, following the path of Karl's gaze, just as the stout tail began its warning buzz. Her stomach tightened, and her limbs tensed as she confronted the snake's sulphur-yellow eyes with their demonic elliptical pupils. It happened so fast Anna scarcely had time to become mesmerized by shock. Karl's blind hand found the axe handle, and the next second the timber rattler was in two pieces, each leaping and coiling while Anna screamed, unable to take her eyes from the streaks of dark brown and yellow that writhed through the air in grotesque death twirls. Before the severed snake fell lifelessly to the earth, Karl's arms were around Anna, one of his big hands cupping the back of her head as he picked her up that way and set her away from the rock pile. "Anna! Oh, my God, Anna!" He spoke into her hair. She sobbed, followed by frightful spasms of quaking. "It is all right, Anna. I have killed it." "Your axe, Karl!" she wailed senselessly. "Yes, I killed it with my axe. Don't cry, Anna." James was running up the hill by this time, alerted by Anna's scream, which had carried through the still air over the clearing like the shriek of a screech owl. "Karl, what's wrong?" he called. "There was a timber rattler, but it is all right now. I killed it." "Is she okay?" James asked, frightened instantly. "Yeah, she is safe." But Karl did not relinquish his hold on her. Anna continued to mutter senselessly something about Karl's axe, while he attempted to soothe her. He tried to take her over to the woodpile and set her down, but she was too panicked to go near it. "Your axe!" she cried again. "Anna, the snake is dead now. You are all right." "But, Karl," she sobbed, "your axe is in the dirt. Your axe is in the dirt." It was. Karl's precious honed steel, which never touched anything but worthy wood, had half of its pole buried in the earth. He looked at it over Anna's head, then squeezed his eyes shut and held her trembling body against his chest. "Shh, Anna, it does not matter," he whispered. "But you said—" "Anna, please," he entreated. "Shut up, and let me hold you." There was no question of trying anything intimate with Anna that night. She was in such a shaken state when Karl tucked her into bed, he would have felt guilty even to lay a hand on her. He and James sat up, examining the rattles the boy had cut off the carcass. When James asked why a rattler would show up this late in the season, Karl explained that, contrary to popular belief, they could not stand the hot sun. During the height of the summer they hid beneath their stone piles. But when the autumn sun grew less fierce, they came out once again to warm themselves, as if storing up heat before hibernating. "They are getting ready for winter, too," he ended, glancing at the bed where Anna tossed fitfully. "Like us, Karl, huh?" "Yeah, like us, boy." James looked at Anna, too, then asked, "Karl, when will we move into the cabin?" "How about tomorrow?
I must put up the stove and finish putting in one more window and make the door. But I can do that if you will wash the hides and get them ready for stretching. I think it is time we get Anna into a wooden house." But they did not get everything finished the next day, though each worked like a dynamo. Something told Karl that tonight was not the right night to make his final peace with Anna. One more night. One more night, and they would be in the cabin for the first time. Then he would do what he now longed more than ever to do. During that day and the next he looked up often, to find Anna watching him. Whether from across the clearing or from across the cabin, it was always the same. He knew that she, too, was waiting for the first night they would sleep in the house they had built together. She brought him a drink again while he sat in the sun of the cabin door, smoothing the planks for the door. She stepped inside, and after she'd been in there quietly for some time, Karl turned around to find her standing there, unmoving, studying the new floor of the loft above her, white and sweet-smelling, and with its own ladder that rose to the hatchway across the way. During that last day, Karl put the stove up. It fit together like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. But Anna did not rejoice over it as he thought she would. She remained almost timid now since he had killed that rattler, and held her while she cried and trembled. James worked at stringing the ropes for his own bed, while Anna worked on those for her and Karl's bed. Karl showed them how to weave and splice the tough fibers of the prairie grass into tough, thick-gauged rope. Once when James' fingers got tangled up and his weaving slipped loose, he asked Anna how she could do it so smoothly. "Don't ask me," she answered. "Ask Karl. If anyone knows his way around a bed rope, it's Karl." But she never glanced up, just kept weaving away at her own rope, sitting cross-legged in those breeches in the middle of the cabin floor. Even James might have suspected a play on words had Anna looked amused or sprightly. But she only pulled her lip between her teeth, concentrating hard on her chore. Meanwhile, Karl finished the door. He used the undauntable oak, which took more work splitting than any other wood because of its hardness. Karl worked away patiently, shaping and rubbing the panels smooth, then fashioning cross-braces onto which the panels would be pegged. In the early afternoon, James and Anna began carrying their belongings from the sod house into the log house. They lugged dishes and bowls and barrels that were half empty, leaving the full flour barrels for Karl to fetch. Karl watched them parade past him while he hinged the door, then tightened the final wooden pins. Then he set about tying the loosely placed ropes that needed only fastening to become beds. Anna, a little withdrawn, sometimes almost shy, continued carrying their goods to the log cabin. Once, as she paused across the way to stretch her back after a heavy load, Karl watched her tuck her shirt into her breeches, pulling in a deep breath and thrusting her breasts forward, standing that way, unaware that he watched her. Then she looked as if she sighed, though he heard no sigh from this distance, and she ran her hand deeply into the recesses of those pants, both front and back, ostensibly tucking in her shirt-tails again. She did all this in full profile to Karl. Just when he began to ask himself if Anna knew that he watched her, she looked up and discovered him with his hands idle upon his work, his eyes busy on her silhouette. She snapped almost guiltily away and fled into the sod house. After she was gone, Karl contemplated what he had seen. When had her sharp-boned thinness mellowed and molded? How long had this contoured woman been hiding in boys' breeches? Karl smiled, thinking of Anna's cooking, realizing she'd done all right eating it herself, in spite of all the self-criticism she heaped upon it. Anna watched James taking down the blanket that had served as her dressing room ever since they'd lived here. He stepped off the trunk and she offered, "Here, I'll help you fold that." "All right," he said. They each took 2 corners and stretched them out. There was scarcely room to do so in the cramped sod hut. "James, I have a favor to ask you." "Sure. What is it, Anna?"
"It's a very selfish one," she warned. "Don't kid me, Anna. I know you better than that." He angled her a knowing smile. "Oh, but it is. Especially because I ask it today, of all days." "Well, ask," he demanded brightly. "I want you to ask Karl if you can take the team and ride over to the Johanssons as soon as all the work is finished." "You mean tonight?" "No, this afternoon," Anna declared, feeling uncomfortable at this suggestion. For surely James would guess her intentions. "What do you need from over there?" They came nearly chest to chest, folding the blanket. "I don't need anything from over there." "Well, then what am I going for?" "Just to get away from the house for a while." Her face went pink. "But, Anna—" "I know. Today we're moving into the log cabin and everything. I told you it was selfish. You'd have to miss our first supper on the new stove and our first meal in the cabin together." "But why?" James balked. And Anna despaired of ever enlightening him without drawing pictures. "James, things have been— I need some time alone with Karl." "Oh," he said shortly, the light suddenly dawning. "Well, in that case, sure. I'll be gone just as soon as I can." "Listen, little brother," she said, reaching out to touch his arm. "I know it's unfair of me to ask it tonight, but believe me, it's got to be tonight. Karl and I have to straighten out some differences between us that have been festering for too long already. I'm afraid that if we don't get things ironed out now, they may drag on forever. And I couldn't stand— Oh, James, I feel just awful asking you tonight." She suddenly plopped down on the bare rope bed and looked at the floor dejectedly. "I know you've been looking forward to moving in just as much as we have. Believe me, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't absolutely necessary. I can't explain it all, James." She looked up beseechingly. "But it's got to be today, tonight." "What should I tell Karl? I mean, I never asked to take the team out alone before." "Tell him you want to go calling on Neda." "Neda?" "James Adam's apple did monkey shines. Am I too far wrong in thinking you won't mind?" "Go calling on Neda?" James seemed thunderstruck by the idea, even though he, himself, had been toying with it ever since Neda suggested it herself. No, I won't mind a bit." "But do you think Karl will let me?" "Why not? He made you a teamster himself. He trusts you with Belle and Bill. Anyway, you went to Johansson's the night I got lost in the woods and made it just fine." "I did, didn't I?" He remembered how proud Neda had been of him then. "That's not all I need you to do, James." "What else?" "I need for you to get Karl away from the house first. For at least an hour, longer if you can." "How can I do that? He won't want to leave the log house. Make him go to the pond with you for a bath. Try to get him playing like we used to do all together, remember? That should keep him there a while." "What are you going to do while we're gone?" Anna arose with the blanket folded over her arm. She ran her hand over it with a little look of slyness. Then she smiled at her brother in a way he was soon to learn meant some fellow was going to meet his match. "James, that is a woman's secret. If you're old enough to go calling on Neda, you're old enough to know a man doesn't ask a woman to tell all her secrets." James colored a little, but he was unsure of something and didn't know what to do but ask about it. "Anna, should I ask the Johanssons if I can stay all night?" "No, James, I wouldn't ask that of you. I know how you've been waiting to sleep in your own loft for the first time. There's no need for you to stay out long past mid-evening. We'll be looking for you to come back then." "Okay, Anna." "You'll do it?" she asked breathlessly. "Course I'll do it. I'm sorry I didn't think of it myself. From now on, if Karl lets me go this once, I'll go more often. I like visiting at their place. Besides," James added, hooking a thumb in his back pocket, gazing down at the floor almost guiltily, "I'd do darn near anything to see you and Karl the way you were before. I know things have been sour between you for a long time, and I hate it. I just want us all to be happy like before." Anna smiled and reached to lay her hand on the long, hard forearm and force him to take his hand from his back pocket so she could hold it. "Listen, baby brother. If I haven't said it for a long time, it's been my fault, not yours. But I love you." "Gosh, I know that," he said with a sideways smile lining his face. "Same goes for you." Anna put her arms around him, taking the blanket into her hug as she pressed him to her. She had to reach up now to get her arm around his neck, he was so tall. She could sense James having grown up, not only physically, but also emotionally this summer, for he made no attempt to pull away in embarrassment. He allowed himself to be hugged, and returned the pressure with a silent wish that whatever Anna had planned for tonight, it would work. She pulled away. "Thanks, baby brother." "Good luck, Anna," replied James. "You too. That's one stubborn Swede out there, and if he decides he doesn't want to go to the pond, you'll have your work cut out for you getting him away from the clearing." The hanging of the freshly hewn door was symbolic to all of them, but mostly to Karl. When it swung on its wooden hinges at last, he stood in its opening, looking first into the cabin and then out of it. "Due east," he said, glancing contentedly off across his cleared grain fields to the rim of the woods, which waited yet to be cleared. "Just like you always said," James confirmed. Karl turned to rub his hand over the panels of the door. "Oak," he said. "Good, tough oak." And he gave the door a slap. "Just like you said, too." "Just like I said, boy. And do not ever forget it." "I won't, Karl." Karl now looked at Anna. "And you have not forgotten. You made me promise to let you be the first to pull the latch-string in." Pleased he had remembered this from the days of early summer when they had lain in the dark whispering of such dreams to each other, Anna beamed and turned pleasantly rosy. But she hung back yet, wondering if this meant a reconciliation. The way he gazed at her, the way he stood with the light from the doorway behind him making his hair into a golden halo, the way he reminded her of those whispered secrets from long ago. "So, Mrs. Lindstrom," Karl said, "why do you not try out your new door?" Flustered now, she hastened to do so, saying, "Well, come on in, both of you. I'm certainly not going to take the latch-string in against my two favorite men, leaving them on the doorstep for the first time." Karl and James went inside to join her. James closed the door. Karl raised the bar and dropped it in place. Anna pulled at the latch-string, finger over finger, until a little round ball filled the hole and dropped inside. "Did you carve this?" she asked Karl, holding the small wooden ball in her fingers. It was so perfectly round. "No, it is a hazelnut. I promised I would show you a hazelnut." She smiled mischievously. "But the squirrels will eat it right off the string." "The squirrels must eat too. So let them. I will get another. I have plenty." She looked up into Karl's face, keeping her own carefully expressionless, yet sincere, as she said, "Yes, Mr. Lindstrom, I believe you do." James observed the way both Karl and Anna seemed to have forgotten he was there. Suddenly, with high heart, he believed he would have trouble getting Karl away from the clearing, but not for the reason Anna had predicted. He broke into their reverie, suggesting, "Karl, why don't you get that stove stoked up, and then we'll go down and have a swim." "A swim? When we only just got into the log cabin? A man needs time to get acquainted here first. But I'm in kind of a hurry, Karl." Karl was reluctant to tug his eyes away from Anna, but the boy was persistent. "You are in a hurry? What is it that makes you hurry? All these days we rushed to finish the cabin. Now it is done, and it is the time to ease up and enjoy it." "Well, I want to. I got something I need to ask you." "Yeah, well, ask then." Anna had turned away and had started fiddling with the stove lids.
She'd probably never built a fire in a stove either, Karl thought, seeing what she was doing. So he went to do it. "Could I take the team down to Johansson's by myself?" James asked. Karl turned around from the stove, genuine surprise on his face. "The team?" "Yeah, I want to go calling on Neda." "Today?" "Well, yeah. What's the matter with today?" James had his thumbs hooked in his rear pockets again. "But this is the day we are going to have our first supper in the cabin. Anna's going to cook on the new stove. Today's the first chance you give me to set down, too. We've been working on this cabin practically all summer, and when it wasn't the cabin keeping us busy, it was harvesting or trimming hooves or something else. What else have you got for me to do today?" James sounded genuinely irked. Anna turned away, smiling at her brother's ingenuity, thinking, "Good for you, James. You can be a little shyster if you want." Karl was truly surprised. He hadn't realized the boy had been hankering to get away from the place. If there was one thing Karl was gullible about, it was about James deserving some time away. Without realizing it, James had tripped upon the weakest spot in the big Swede. "Why, nothing," Karl admitted. "There's nothing for you to do here. We are finished with everything." "Then why can't I go?" James actually managed to sound persecuted. "I did not say you could not go." "Is it the team, Karl? Don't you trust me to take him out alone?" "Sure, I trust you with the team." "Well, can I take him then?" "Yeah, I suppose you can. But what about supper?" "I'd just as soon eat with the Johanssons if it's all the same to you. That way I can get an early start over there." "But Anna was maybe planning something on the new stove." "No offense, Anna, but if it takes you as long to get used to cooking on the new stove as it did to get used to the fireplace, I'd just as soon eat at Katrina's. Do you mind?" Anna almost giggled out loud. Here all this time she'd thought her brother had forgotten how to be a little con man. But James was a genius at it. "No, I don't mind. There'll be other meals at home. I don't think Katrina will mind either, and I sure do like her cooking." To herself, Anna thought, "All right, brother, enough is enough. I'd like to go as soon as possible, Karl. But first I need to talk to you. I thought maybe you'd come down to the pond with me. I want to clean up before I go anyway." "I was not planning on going down to the pond. Could we talk here? I wanted to sort of, talk man to man." "Bravo," thought Anna. Well, sure." Karl looked hesitantly at Anna. At the look Karl gave her, Anna encouraged, "Listen, you two go. The water is too much for me now. I don't think I could stand getting into it when it's that cold. I'll stay here and play with my new toy," she said, indicating the stove. Karl could only go along with the boy's request. "Get your clean things, James. We'll go now, and you can get to their place before supper, like you want." James climbed the ladder to the loft where his articles were neatly laid out, next to his own rope bed with its new tick of corn husks. Downstairs, Karl turned his eyes again to Anna. "I wish you would come with us today. But I think the boy has something on his mind." "He's not the only one, Karl," thought Anna, before she said, "It's his first time going to call on a girl. He's probably nervous, and the swim will calm him down a bit. You remember your first time, Karl." There was something different about Anna today. Something almost provocative as she laid that seemingly innocent reminder on her husband. She merely continued doing little things around the stove while she said it, but at her words, Karl certainly did remember his first time, quite vividly. His first time with Anna. The incredible wonder of his first time with Anna. "Yeah, I remember," he said. "I was plenty nervous." "Tell him that then, Karl, so he'll know he's not the only one to feel that way," Anna said. At last she looked at him. Was it a challenge in her eye now? The words were spoken in simplicity, but what ulterior meaning was behind them? She was talking about herself, and her first time with him. Karl was sure of it. She had kindling in her hands, a look of utter artlessness upon her face, with all this talk. That fire had never been built. That first fire in the stove had never been built. "I will build the fire before we go," Karl said, breaking the invisible grip that had him clutched by his windpipe. He reached out, and she placed the pieces of kindling in his hand. He turned to build the fire in the stove, which he had brought home for his Anna, thinking to her, "I will build my fire always for you, Anna. What a fool I have been to keep it banked for so long." James came clattering down the ladder and crossed to Anna. He put an arm loosely around her shoulders, casually, in a grown-up brotherly way. "So, you have your stove at last. I just hope it does the trick." Anna thought, "Don't you worry, baby brother. It will. I'm sure of it." When the fire was going strong, the two left the cabin. Karl had carefully refrained from eyeing his wife too much in the presence of the boy. Things had suddenly kindled in himself, things that he was sure would show if he wasn't careful. She watched them walk across the clearing. When they reached the far side, Anna called, "Karl!" He turned to see her standing in the open cabin door, with a hand shading her eyes. "Ja, Anna?" "Would you take a little water with you, and water my hop vines as you pass them in the woods?" He raised his hand, a silent salute of consent, and went to the spring for a pail. Anna knew that the hop vines had already taken root out there in the woods. Chapter 21. Anna sprang into action the minute their backs disappeared up the trail to the pond. Her stomach hurt with the old familiar ache of unsureness. Every nerve in her body, every muscle, every fiber wanted this to work. All she could think about was pleasing Karl. How much time did she have? Enough to wait for the water to warm on the stove? She listened for the first sizzle of the kettle while she put their house in order. She hurried to hang the curtains at the windows on arching willow withes. Next she laid a matching gingham cloth upon the table, then their dishes, knives, mugs. She used precious minutes to pick the wildflowers, running all the way out to the edge of the field where they grew. These she placed in the center of the table in a thick pottery milk pitcher, clusters of Karl's beloved Minnesota. There were the late-blooming lavender asters, brown-eyed Susans, lazy white northern bedstraw, feathery goldenrod, rich purple loosestrife, brilliant pink blazing star, and lastly, most importantly, she interspersed the bouquet with fragrant stalks of yellow sweet clover. Standing back, she took a moment to assess her handiwork, wondering what Karl would say when he walked in and saw it. But time was fleet-footed. The water was warmed now. She bathed, using the fragrant chamomile soap for the first time. Then she hurried to don the new dress. Her stubborn hair thwarted her fingers, its willful curls resisting her efforts to bend it to her will. But she persisted with trembling fingers. When at last both she and the cabin were in order, she gave herself one last look in their tiny mirror. Peeping into it critically, she closed her eyes, feeling the blood rattle her cheeks. She put the mirror down. She pressed both hands upon her stomach, fighting for calm, for reassurance that what she was doing was the right thing. Again doubt assailed her. Suppose Karl was not wooed by her efforts? How could she ever face him again? Suddenly she thought about James entering the cabin and seeing the evidence of her attempted seduction, and she knew she couldn't face him while he took in the curtains, the table, her dress. When she heard them returning, she hid behind the curtain in the corner. She sat down on the trunk and pulled her feet up off the floor so they wouldn't know she was back there. Agonized, she hugged her knees to her chest, waiting with closed eyes to hear what was said when they first walked in. James was speaking as they entered. "Because it gets dark earlier these nights, so I'll be sure to start back." She didn't need to see him, to know that James came up short at the sight of that table. The silence spoke volumes before James said in an odd tone, "Gosh, Karl, look at that." Not a word came from Karl. She imagined him, stopped in the doorway, holding his dirty clothes, maybe with a hand on the edge of the new door. "Flowers, Karl," James said almost reverently, while Anna's heart threatened to choke her. And the curtains. She hung the curtains. Still not a word from Karl. "I thought she was kind of silly to spend all that time on curtains, but they sure look good, don't they?" "Yeah, they sure look good," Karl said at last. Anna leaned her head against the wall in her little corner, breathing as shallowly as possible so they wouldn't suspect she was there. "I wonder where she is," James said. I guess she is around somewhere." I guess she is." "Well, I better get my hair combed before I leave." "Yeah, you do that. I will get Belle and Bill harnessed for you. You don't need to, Karl. I can do it myself." "It is all right, boy. I have nothing else to do until Anna gets back from wherever she is." "Okay, I sure appreciate it." An eternity passed, while James whistled softly through his teeth, going up the ladder, coming back down. When Anna thought she couldn't stand it a minute longer, she heard his footsteps echo across the floor toward the door, then disappear. From outside came their voices again. "Thanks, Karl." "Yeah, it was nothing. You have harnessed them plenty times for me. It was nothing." "Well, this might be, too, but here goes." They laughed together. Then Anna heard Karl say, "Just remember what I said." She smiled to herself. "Now you say hello to Olaf and everybody, for Anna and me." "I will. And don't worry, I'll take good care of Belle and Bill. That is one thing I do not worry about. Not any more. See you later then, Karl." "Yeah. Have a good time." "I will. Bye." Now is the time, thought Anna. Now, while Karl is still outside, I should go out and maybe be waiting by the stove when he comes in. But she couldn't make her limbs move. "I've wrinkled my skirt by sitting here hugging my knees too tight," she thought wildly. "I should have an apron like Katrina's. Oh, why didn't I think of making an apron?" She waited too long and heard Karl's heels on the floor. A few steps, then he paused. Was he studying the table? Is he wondering where I am? Will he think me stupidly childish when he discovers I have been hiding behind the curtain all this time? She pressed her hands to her cheeks again, but her palms seemed as hot as her face. She swung her feet to the floor and pulled the curtain open. In the pit of her stomach things were jumping and twitching like there were live frogs in there. He was standing with his hands in his pockets, studying the table. The movement of the blanket, as it was drawn aside, caught his eye, and he looked up. Slowly, he withdrew his hands. Slowly, he lowered them to his sides. Anna paused, holding on to the blanket. The right thing to say eluded both of them, especially Karl. Upon what should he make comment? Her table, set beguilingly with that crisp flowered cloth and the fresh blossoms she had gathered, and placed in the homespun way his own mother used to do? Or should he mention the curtains she'd hung at the windows? They charmed him, when at first he'd been so disappointed she was wasting the pink gingham on such things. Or the dress she had stitched as a surprise for him, simple, long-sleeved, full-skirted, matching those crisp pink curtains. Or maybe her hair, her lovely, curling, Irish, whiskey hair, drawn severely into braids and wound into a coronet at the top of her head. Karl searched his mind for the proper word, but, much like the first time he had ever laid eyes on her, there was only one word he could say. It came out, as it had so often, questioning, wondering, telling, a response to all he saw before him, a question about all he saw before him. All he had, all he was, all he hoped to be was wrapped up in that single word. Anna? She swallowed, but her eyes stayed wide and unsure. She dropped the curtain, then clutched her hands behind her back. "How was your swim, Karl?" she asked. Unbelievably, he didn't answer. "Was the water cold?" She tried again, nervously. Thankfully, he spoke at last. "Not too cold." His cheeks and forehead were shiny clean, lean and tanned. His hair was freshly combed. The late afternoon sunlight came slanting in one of their precious glass windows, reflecting off his clean skin and hair, turning it even more golden. From clear across the room she thought she could smell his freshness. "I see James got off all right." "Yeah, he is gone." Her hands hurt. She suddenly realized her hands hurt. With a conscious effort she loosed them and brought them out of hiding. "Well," she said, flipping them palms up in a nervous little gesture. Karl swallowed. "You have been busy while the boy and I were at the pond." "A little," she said stupidly. "More than a little, I think." "Well, it's our first meal and all." "Yeah." Silence again. "So, did you and James get things talked over?" "Yeah." "I don't know what good I did him, though. I am not so good at courting myself." He stuffed his hands into his pockets again. Anna felt as if her tongue were paralyzed. They stood there, with only the sound of the fire snapping in the new wood stove, until finally Karl added, "He seemed to be a little less nervous by the time he left. The talk must have done him good. I thought it would." "Yeah." Anna searched frantically for something to say. "Well, he sure didn't seem to mind missing supper with us." "No, he didn't." "Thank heavens for Neda." Once she said it, she could have pinched her tongue. "Well," Karl said, much like she had a moment ago. "Are you hungry, Karl?" she asked. Hunger was the farthest thing from his mind, but he answered, "Yeah, I am always hungry. I have supper started, but I need to do some last-minute things." "There is no hurry." "We could have some tea, though, while we wait." "That would be good." "Rosehip?" She saw Karl's Adam's apple lunge as he swallowed. "Yeah, rosehip is fine." "Well, sit down, and I'll make it." She flapped one clumsy hand toward the ostentatious table, and finally forced her feet to carry her to the stove. Karl pulled out his chair, but stood next to it, watching as she reached for the container from the makeshift shelf on the wall next to the stove. "I wanted to have that dresser done for the kitchen by the time we moved in," he said. "Oh, it doesn't matter. There's plenty of time to get it made when the weather turns cold, and there's not much else to do. I think I'd enjoy the smell of the wood while you're working in the house." "I have a tree picked out for it." "Oh? What kind?" "I decided on knotty pine. The knots look like jewels when they are polished up. Unless you would rather have oak or maple, Anna. I could use oak or maple." He watched the sway of her skirts as she took the kettle and filled the pot with steaming water. She whirled around then, saying, "Oh, no, Karl, pine will be fine." But she whirled too fast, and had to slap quickly at the lid of the teapot to keep it from flying off. He flinched as if to catch it if it came his way. "Sit down, Karl, and I'll try not to scald you with the tea." He thought about pulling her chair out for her, but she didn't go over to it. She stood beside his, waiting for him to roost. When he did, she bent to pour his tea, and he caught the distinct drift of chamomile about her. While she poured his tea, she apologized. "I'm sorry it's not comfrey. I know you like comfrey best. But I have a feeling you wouldn't have asked for it anyway, just because we don't have much left. It doesn't matter that the comfrey died. We can find more of it wild in the woods and transplant it in the spring. But you told me comfrey is your favorite. I like rosehip just as much." She poured her own tea, then sat down opposite him. "The first drink you taught me to make," she said, raising her mug. "Here is to rosehips," she toasted, waiting with her mug aloft. He followed her lead and clicked his mug against hers, remembering the first night. He'd made her rosehip tea to calm her down before bedtime. "Here is to rosehips," he seconded. They lifted the cups to their lips, looking first at each other, then sharply away over the rims of their mugs. "When did you get all this done?" he asked, scanning the cabin. She shrugged her shoulders, limp yet from the hurrying. "The flowers are. I like the flowers in the milk pitcher that way. Thank you. And the cloth on the table, too." "Thank you," she repeated. "And the curtains. You match the curtains, Anna," he said with a smile. She, too, smiled. Funny how they thought alike. "I am a little camouflaged at that. You might have to search to find me." "I do not think so, Anna," he said. "The gingham does not look the same on the windows and on the table as it does on you." "Damn my hands," she thought, as one of them went up to brush down her collar like a simpering schoolgirl. "I was beginning to think I would have to make another trip to town for gingham, if I did not want to see you in breeches all winter." "You did mean it for dresses, then?" "I guess I was a little disappointed to see you using it all for curtains. Not quite all." He lifted his cup toward her, as a fencer might touch the tip of his sword to his fencing master. She lifted the teapot to refill. "The dress is lovely, Anna." The tea jiggled a bit on its way to his cup. "It is?" she asked, as if she'd only now discovered it. "Much better than the breeches." She couldn't help badgering him some more. "I kind of got used to those breeches, though." "I kind of did, too." "Don't tease me, Karl," she said. "Was I teasing?" he asked. "I don't know. I think so." "And you do not want me to tease you any more?" "Oh, yes," her heart cried, "like you used to do." But she had to say, "Not tonight," hoping he would read the rest in her eyes. He nodded silently. "I have some things to do. You sit here and enjoy your tea while I get things." But her words trailed off. She got up self-consciously, knowing he would be watching everything she did. She took down the new japanned frying pan and placed it on the stove. She took up the bowl and the whisk, and began breaking eggs, cracking them against the edge of the crock. "Where did you get the eggs?" he asked. "From Katrina the other day, when we went over there to fetch Eric to help with the bear. But I was saving them for tonight." Again he fell silent, watching her as she whisked the eggs, then added them to the other dry things she had gotten ready in another bowl beforehand. She added milk, feeling his eyes on her back. When the batter was ready, she almost forgot and poured it into the pan without grease, but at the last minute she remembered, put a blob in the pan, and sneaked a peek behind her to find Karl, indeed, watching her every move. The batter went sizzling into the pan, and she suddenly stamped her foot, remembering the jar of lingonberry jam still hidden in the root cellar. "Oh, I forgot something. I'll be right back." She ran at a most unladylike clip out the door, around the corner, and struggled with the ground-level door of the cellar. Down the steps she went, her skirts hindering her, worrying all the way how long it took Swedish pancakes to fry. The jar of jam was there, and she hurried back with it, dropped the cellar door in place, and flew into the house, to be greeted by the smell of scorching batter. She forgot to take up a potholder, so the handle of the frying pan burned her hand when she reached to slide it to a cooler part of the stove. Karl watched all this happening, not knowing if he should get up and flip the pancake over, or let her do this her own way. It took every effort to stay where he was and let the pancake burn. But when the japanned pan sang out in the quiet house, it echoed into too deep a silence. Anna's chin dropped down onto her chest, and from behind He saw the tender curls in the nape of her neck, fighting to be free of the braids. Karl saw her pull up a forearm and swipe it across her eyes, realizing she was crying. He got up from his chair and picked up the pot-holders, took the frying pan and flipped the pancakes out the door. He came back and set the pan down on the stove, then stood behind Anna and placed both of his hands on her upper arms, squeezing lightly. "I make a mess of everything I do," she wailed pitifully. "No, Anna," he said encouragingly. "You have not made a mess of the curtains, or the table, or your dress, have you?" "But look at this. Katrina showed me just how to do it, and I did everything like she said, but still, for me, it's a disaster." "You worry too much, Anna. You try too hard and things upset you. Is there more batter you can fry?" She nodded her head, dismally trying not to sniffle. "Then put more on and start again." "What for? There'll just be another disaster. Nothing I do ever turns out right." He hated seeing her so defeated. If he could not get her to succeed at this attempt, which was so vital for both of them, he was afraid the beautiful beginning she had created would lead to nothing but defeat. He had to get her to smile a bit and try again. So even though she had said she did not want to be teased tonight, he had to tease anyway. Perhaps the first ones were not such a disaster as you think. Nana ate them this time. She turned to look out the door, and sure enough, there stood Nana, her happy face turned their way while she ground her teeth against the last of the burned pancakes. Anna gave a sorry little snuffle of laughter, wiped her eyes with the back of her wrists, and resolutely picked up the batter and began pouring cakes again, while Karl took his chair at the table. This batch turned out perfectly, but Karl didn't know it until she brought the plate to him. "I would like to wait until yours are done, then we will both eat together," he said. "But these are all hot. Use the warming oven of your new stove to keep them that way while you cook yours." "All right, Karl, if you say so." Her failure to produce perfection immediately lost some of its sting as she placed the lovely cakes into the oven, then poured more. While she did this, she heard Karl get up and light tallow dips flanking the pitcher of flowers. She turned with the 2 plates again. The sun had gone away. The candles were welcome now as dusk settled. "There now, see," he said sensibly when she was seated across from him again. "These are beautiful pancakes you have made." "Oh, Karl, you don't have to say that. The biggest dolt in the world can make pancakes." "You are not the biggest dolt in the world, Anna," he said, so painfully sorry he'd called her dumb the day of their fight, realizing how those stinging words must have added to her sense of inadequacy. "Well, almost," she said, staring at her plate. "No," he insisted, "not even almost." They gazed at each other for some time before Karl asked, "Is that lingonberry jam you have there? Or are you not going to let me find out?" "Oh, sure. Here." She handed it to him. "But I didn't make it. Katrina did. She gave it to me." "Quit apologizing, Anna," he ordered gently. Unconcernedly, he garnished his pancakes with lingonberry jam and began eating, looking at her across the table with his shining face as placid as the surface of the pond. Never in his life had Karl had to force himself to eat like he did now. For all he cared, the goat could come in and eat up pancakes, jam and all, right off the plates, and it would not concern him one bit. But for Anna, he knew he must eat these pancakes and ask for more. She picked at her food with pitiful interest. Karl was much better at acting than she was. She jumped up gratefully to fry more when he asked for them. By the time she brought the second batch, the candlelight was intimate and disconcerting, limning, as it did, every expression that passed their faces as they stared, silently, most of the time now, at each other, across the pancakes and lingonberries, the cups and rose hips, the asters and loosestrife, the gingham and sweet clover. When he finished, he leaned back and slung one arm around the back post of his chair. "You never told me, Anna, what you thought of my gifts." Those blue eyes studied her in a way that turned her calves to the texture of Katrina's jam. "I thanked you for the stove, Karl. I love the stove, you know that. I am not talking about the stove." "The gingham?" "Yeah, the gingham. The gingham. I love the gingham. It's really made the place cheerful. I wanted to buy you a hat with a pink ribbon, but Morissette did not have any at this time of year." "You did?" She was surprised and warmed by his even wanting to. "Yeah, I did. But I had to get you the soap instead." She studied the tablecloth, picked at the edge of it absently with her thumbnail. "I do like the soap, Karl. It's very special." "It took some doing to get that out of you." "It took some doing to get that soap out of you," she said softly, thinking of all those bitter words they'd said the day he ran off in such anger. "The night I brought it home, you did not seem to care much about it. I was saving it." "For tonight?" "Yes." She looked down at her lap. "Like the eggs for the pancakes?" She made no reply. "How long have you been planning tonight?" She only shrugged her shoulders. "How long?" he repeated. Her tear-filled eyes flashed in the candlelight as she looked beseechingly at him. "Oh, Karl, you came home that night, and all you could talk about was Kerstin." "And I will perhaps talk about Kerstin often. She is our friend, Anna. Do you understand that? She made me see things, made me see about things that only a true friend could make me see." Anna put her forehead in her hand and fought the tears. "I don't want to talk about Kerstin," she said wearily. "But to talk about us, I must talk about Kerstin." "Why, Karl?" She looked him squarely in the face again. "Because she's the one between us? Because she's the one you want?" "Is that what you think, Anna?" "Well, what am I supposed to think, when ever since she came you have everything down the road you could have had, if you'd only waited a few more weeks before bringing me here and marrying me?" "Those are your words, Anna, not mine." "Well, they're true," she accused with a touch of petulance. "Do you think I don't know how you feel when you're at their place? It shows, Karl. You're happy and smiling and talking Swedish and eating Swedish pancakes like you were back in Skåne again." Karl leaned forward, placing his forearms against the table edge, looking deep into her eyes. "Listen to me, Anna, and listen to yourself. You just said, 'their place.' That is what Kerstin made me see. It is their place that makes me happy. Yes, I am happy there, but it has nothing to do with Kerstin any more than the others there. But she made me see how it must look to you. That is why I must talk of her." She sat across from him, with her narrow shoulders pulled forward, as she clasped her hands tightly between her knees. "Karl," she said plaintively, "I can never be Kerstin, not if I try for 1,000 years." His heart seemed broken and healed at once. Broken for all the insecurity he had made her feel, but healed by the love that had driven her so far as to try to become what she thought he wanted. "Anna, Anna," he said with deep feeling, "I do not want you to be." Suddenly she seemed confused. "But you said—" "I have said many things that were better left unsaid, Anna." "But, Karl, she is everything you wanted for yourself, everything I lied about being, and more. She is 24 years old, and she can cook, and keep house, and raise gardens, and talk Swedish, and wear her hair in braids," Karl finished smilingly, raising his eyes briefly to her hair. "Yes," Anna answered wretchedly, "and wear braids." "And so you thought you would try to be like her, and it did not work?" "Yes. I didn't know what else to do any more." She sounded utterly miserable, felt utterly miserable. Karl was so tempting, sitting there in the candle glow talking all nice that way. Every time she met his eyes she wanted to fly around the table and kiss him. Instead she looked at her lap, clenching her hands tightly in bonds of pink gingham to keep them from reaching out to him. "Did you think, Anna, that maybe it was not you who needed to change, but me?" he asked now, so softly. "You?" Her head snapped up, and she laughed a little too harshly. "Why, you're so perfect, Karl. Any woman would be a fool to want you to change. There's not a single thing on this earth that you can't do or won't try or can't learn. You're patient, and you have a grand sense of humor, and you care about things so much, and you're honest, and I have yet to see you defeated by anything. Why, I haven't found a single thing you don't know how to do, except forgive, Anna," he admitted before the dusky room grew silent. Flustered, she reached for her cup, only to find it empty. But Karl captured her hand for a moment. Then she pulled it away, clutched it between her knees again, while she said, "Even that, Karl, you would not have had to do if you had waited for Kirsten. I'm sure of it." "But I did not wait for Kirsten. That is the point. I had you, and I could not look past the one and only thing you could not change and try to forgive it. I have held on to my stubborn Swedish pride all these weeks, long after I could see that until I forgave you that one thing, you would not find pride in anything else you did." "Karl, I can't change what I did." Her luminous eyes looked to him in supplication which he knew she should not need to be feeling. "I know that, Anna. It is something that Kirsten made me see. She made me see that I was wrong to hold it against you all this time." You talked with Kirsten about that, too?" she asked, aghast. "No, Anna, no," he assured her. "It was about other things that we talked. About things like blueberry cobbler, and an Irish girl who wants to have Swedish braids. She made me see you were trying to make up for things that did not need making up for. You were trying to be things you do not need to be. She made me see you were trying so hard to please me, you even tried to be Swedish for me." He arose from his chair and came to bend on one knee beside hers. "Anna," he said, putting both hands on her knees. "Anna, look at me." When she wouldn't, he put a finger beneath her chin and raised it. He saw into the wide brown eyes, with the luminous teardrops quivering on their rims. "Tonight you have done all this to please me. All the pretty gingham curtains, and the flowers, and this dress." His hand rose to her collar, and he took it between two fingers. His eyes rose to her hair, and an infinitely tender tone crept into his voice. "And these terrible braids that do not suit you at all, because you have beautiful, whiskey hair that wants to curl its own way, flying free like it should be. All of this you do to win what was yours by rights from the first. Only I was too stubborn to give it to you. Do you know what that is, Anna?" She thought he meant the right to his body, his love-making, but could hardly answer either of those. Instead, she remained silent. "It is your pride, Anna,"
he went on. "Do you understand what I am saying?" She shrugged her shoulders in a childish way. "I am saying that when I walked into this cabin today, I felt small and guilty at what I have made you do here. You have tried in all the good ways that make you my special little own Anna to please me. All these weeks you have tried. But I make you do a thing like this. Don't you like it, Karl? Oh, Anna, my little Anna, I like it so much that it makes me want to cry. But I do not deserve it. Oh, Karl, you're wrong. You deserve so much. He reached to cover her lips with his fingertips, stopping her words. You are the one who deserves, Anna, more than I have given. It is not enough that I have taken up my axe and cut trees to build you a home, and that I have cleared land and raised food for its table, and bought you a stove and a bar of soap. A home is only a home because of the people in it. A home is only a home when it has love. And so if I give you all these things, what does it matter when I withhold myself? In his own fiercely honorable way, Karl kept his eyes glued to her face while he said all this. When a man speaks of things which mean much to him, he does not hide it from showing in his face. There, before Anna, all the pain and longing and want of Karl Lindstrom lay naked in the expression of his eyes upon hers, of his lips as he spoke, even in the hands that now stroked her hair, her collarbone, then the gingham skirt draped upon her knees. All these months, Anna, while I have planned this log house, I have dreamed about this first night in it and how it would be. I have thought of having you here and sitting with you at our table, and talking about things the way we would do after our supper was done. And always I dream of a fire in my hearth, and of loving you before it. Now, Anna, I find I have, by my own foolishness, almost lost all those things I worked so hard for. But I want them, Anna. I want them all, just like it is tonight. This beautiful table you have set, and you in your starchy little dress, and— But this time it was Anna who placed her trembling fingers over his lips, stilling them. "Then why do you talk so long, Karl?" she whispered, her voice soft and quavering and yearning. The hunger in his eyes spoke passionately, even before he reached to take her face between his two hands and bring it slowly toward his own. Lips parted, eyes closing. He touched her mouth hesitantly with his own while she sat, too stunned to move. "Forgive me, Anna," he whispered hoarsely. "Forgive me for all these weeks." Into his azure eyes Anna gazed wonderingly, wanting this moment to draw on into the forever of their years. "Oh, Karl, there is nothing to forgive. I'm the one who should be asking." "No," he uttered. "You asked, long ago, on the night you picked blueberries for me." Still kneeling, he took her hands apart, and lowered his face into them where they lay on her lap. He needed so badly to be touched by her, to be assured of her forgiveness now. She looked down at the back of his head, at the blonde wisps that waved into the shadowed hollow of his neck. Her love surged in devastating swells that overflowed from her eyes, blurring Karl's image before her. To Anna came the intrinsic understanding that he must have the words she alone could give. Karl, who in all ways was good and loving and kind. Karl needed her absolution from a transgression of her own making. She felt his flesh upon her palm and moved her other hand to twine her fingers in his hair. "I forgive you, Karl,"
she said softly, knowing utter fullness of the words, at the look in his eyes as he raised them to her face again. Then the expression on his countenance changed, beautified, intensified. He rose to his feet and grasped her upper arms to draw her inexorably up, too. He pulled her to his chest, leaning to kiss her, clutching her arms like they were his salvation. Then, suddenly, he freed them, placed them around his neck, hungry for the clinging to start. She came against him in a grasping, wild, tumultuous kiss that touched his body from nose to knees. Within her open mouth his tongue tasted salt tears mingling with the kiss, and he took them from her, stroking her tongue with his, swallowing the salt of her sadness, taking it into himself, that she should never again know tears because of him. "Don't cry, Anna," he crooned, covering her face with kisses, holding the back of her head in both hands as if she might slip away. "Never again, Anna," he promised, wiping away tears with his lips, then seeking the warmth of her neck, bending to her again, his face in the hollow of her gingham breasts now. Downward he kissed until he knelt on one knee with his face pressed to her stomach, drowning in the fragrance of chamomile. "Anna," he said against her, "I have loved you longer than you know." She leaned her head back and her eyes slid closed as he cradled his head against her and held her with one arm while he ran a hand warmly, firmly, possessively from the hollow of her back to the hollows behind her knees, then up again. "How long, Karl?" she asked greedily, drifting in sensuousness while his hands played over her. Tell me everything you dreamed of telling me long before I came to you." Her voice was a joy-racked whisper as his hands continued their reacquaintance with her curves. "I have loved you when I did not know you existed, Anna. I have loved the dream of you. I have begun loving you before I left my mother's arms. I have loved you while I find this land to which I would bring you, and while I cut its timbers to build this home for you, and while I reap my grains for you, and build my fire for you. I know all my life you are waiting somewhere for me." "Karl, stand up," she whispered. She begged. "I have been waiting so long to feel you against me again." He rose to his full height, running his hands up her legs, up her hips, up her ribs. She was waiting with seeking mouth for his return. Together they clung and touched, faces, hair, shoulders, breasts, tongues, hips. Even the hollow of his spine was hers at last, as she ran her hand down inside the back of his pants. "I can't believe you are letting me touch you at last," she said breathily, her voice a strange thing in both their ears, aroused, eager, throaty. "Never ask. You never have to. Never, Anna." His eyes were closed, his breathing strained. "Karl, how I used to watch you, when you would lean to build the fire, and think of running my hands over you this way. And I watched you in those breeches, and wanted to put my hands here." He fondled her breast, her stomach, "and here, and here." "You never have to ask either, Karl," she whispered, while his hands made free with her. "Anna, I want to build a fire now. Do you want to watch me lean to build a fire?" "Yes," she whispered. "Always have I dreamed of a fire." "Yes, yes," she whispered, the waiting now a joyous agony. "But I do not want you to ask anything while I do it." "I won't ask, Karl," she whispered against his lips. "Go build your fire for me. But if I cannot ask, you cannot either. Only one thing, Anna. But now—" Instead of asking what, she moved sinuously against him, blending her curves against his, while her body promised what her words did not. Pull in our latch-string, Anna, and close our curtains that I did not think we needed." He had to put her from him, turning her toward the door while he went to the fireplace and knelt before it. He shaved golden curls from the hardwood logs, and he heard the swish of one curtain after another whispering upon their willow-withe curtain rods. He leaned to touch steel to flint, and heard the gentle rap of the hazelnut swinging upon its string against the sturdy oak panels of his door. Keeping his face to the hearth, he laid kindling to the growing flame, hearing the rustle of corn husks behind him. Then a strange brushing sound that whispered along the floor. But he gazed into the fire, kneeling upon one knee, until her hand slid slowly down from his neck onto his shoulder, then down across his back and into the back of his pants to pull his shirt-tail up. She caressed his warm skin there, fanning her fingers upon him until he closed his eyes to the fire, basking instead in the heat of her touch. "How I watched these shoulders in the sun," she whispered, raising his shirt as high as it would go, riding her hands up his back, then lowering her lips to the warm skin near a shoulder-blade. Hunkered there on one knee, an arm cast out loosely, he dropped his forehead onto his biceps as she touched her tongue to his exposed back. How I watched them, you'll never know. He pivoted to face her then, finding her on both knees behind him, kneeling upon the heavy buffalo robe she had dragged over from the bed. His hands moved onto her hips, pressing seductively. "Did you watch them, like I watched these hips, bending over in those breeches?" Now his hands swam upward along her ribs to her breasts again. "And how I wondered if I was mistaken about what was inside that shirt of your brother's." She pressed against his palm, heat rising everywhere through her body now. "Were you mistaken?" she asked. He had a handful of her firm breast, yet he answered, "There is only one way to find out when memory is dim." He teased her buttons, while she took lipfuls of his mouth, nipping gently at his lower lip. "Memory can't recall what the eyes haven't seen, Karl," she whispered, braving a hand upon the inside of his knee as he knelt before her. "But you have worked so hard on your pretty gingham dress. It is a shame it got so little use." Buttons came open, one by breathtaking one. "It would rather lie peacefully on the floor than get wrinkled and crushed," she whispered against his lips. "Would it?" he asked through his kiss. "You said no questions, Karl." "These are not questions, Anna. These are answers." Then Karl's hand found the warmth of her breast and followed the valley between her ribs to the warm, low place that hungered for his touch. Her eyes blinked once, slowly, as the contact of his hand swept the breath from her. Open-eyed again, she moved her hand to cup him, taking her turn at answers. They leaned into each other's hands. Karl's moved exploringly. Anna's followed suit. They kissed, touching, learning each other, asking questions with only their hands. "Warm," Karl murmured in her ear. "Hard," Anna murmured in answer. "Beautiful," he said, knowing before he saw. "Beautiful," she answered, knowing too. They lost their balance and clung. They regained it and separated, looking deeply into each other's faces by the fire that blazed. And then there were only vivid sensations, light and heat accompanying his hands as they moved down the remaining dress buttons, then fell away in invitation as he knelt with knees slightly apart before her. Heat and light on the movement of her fingers as they opened the line of his shirt buttons, then dropped obediently to her sides to wait. Gilded shoulder as he pushed the dress back, and the fireplay danced along one side of her body. Golden skin, as she answered by taking his shirt in her hands and wresting it from his shrug. adoring eyes as he took the hem of her shift in both hands and pulled it upward until she raised her arms. Roving glances as they knelt, resplendent in the fire's light, letting the goodness build. Time holding its breath as he slowly plied her last barrier, curving his palms to the shape of her hips as he rustled her naked. Time beating at her breast as he dropped his hands to his thighs again, kneeling before her expectantly, waiting in the gold hue of the burning logs. The force of a long summer's love moving her to reach out to this man and free him from the last restraint of woven threads. And then there were only two lovers, kneeling in the glow that limned their bodies in fireshine, that splashed a half of each with orange, that picked the radiance from one pair of eyes and sent it dancing to another, eyes that wandered and worshipped, widened and wondered. When Karl at last raised his eyes to Anna's, he beheld there a breathless wonder to match his own. Moved by it, he forgot himself and spoke to her in Swedish. The lilting mellifluousness fell from his tongue as a song in Anna's ears, although she did not know what he said. How ever could she have taunted him for this mellow, musical richness? It was, she knew now, a part of Karl she loved as much as his muscled body, his golden face, his patience, and inherent goodness. She suddenly wished to understand the songful words he spoke to her in such a reverent tone. "What did you say, Karl?" she asked, her misty eyes lifting to his, running a finger beneath her jaw, down the rim of light that gilded her chin, neck, breast, stomach, thigh, and knee. He spoke this time in English. "Anna, you are beautiful." "No, say it in Swedish. Teach me to say it in Swedish." She watched his lips form the strange sounds. He had beautiful bowed lips, a little full, very sensual now as he repeated, "Du är vacker, Anna." Touching his lips, searching his face, she repeated, "Du är vacker, Karl." With her fingertips still touching his skin, he said, "Jag älskar dig." The way his eyes closed when the words were gone, the way he pursed his lips and cupped her palm hard against his mouth, she knew even before he repeated it what it meant. "Jag älskar dig, Anna," he said, the beautiful pronunciation, Anna, making her heart dance crazily. "Jag älskar dig," Anna said softly, her Swedish sounding Yankee, but the meaning ringing forth no matter what the language. "What did I say, Karl?" she asked in a whisper. "You said that you love me." She took his face between her hands to kiss it. "Jag älskar dig," she repeated. "Jag älskar dig, jag älskar dig, Karl," planting fevered kisses across his skin until she again forced his eyes closed. Their warm flesh met. He took her tumbling down and over until she felt soft fur below, firm flesh above, sandwiched between the two textures. He clasped her, caressed her, kissing, learning what pleasured her when she smiled and nuzzled, then arched and moaned. With hands and tongue he brought her to a precipice where she trembled, waiting for the plunge that would carry her over. But the low sounds from her throat told him then to play her more slowly, extending the pleasure they found, each in the other. He rolled over onto his back and stretched, taking every touch she gave, savoring the feel of her hands and lips becoming intimate with his honed body. And then Anna slipped down and lay atop him, pressing warm and firm against him with breasts, belly, hips. Her braids had fallen down, the strands of her hair like filaments of the fire itself, surrounding her girlish face. He found a loose end, his fingers working it looser while she lay above him, kissing his neck and chest, meandering downward, downward. Soon he forgot her braids. The two of them curled their bodies together, changed directions, kissing, tasting, trying to get enough, unable to. They gave each part of themselves freely, letting their senses expand beneath the joy. And when they hovered near their climaxes, righted again, shivering with anticipation, he made her say it one more time to compound his joy. "Tell me again, Anna," he uttered fiercely, one hand twined in her hair, the other touching her depths as she moved rhythmically against it. "Tell me you love me like I love you."
"You're all Scarjea. I love you, Karl,"
she said almost savagely, underlining the meaning of this act they now shared. Once again they found the remembered magnificence from their first time, the grace in the blending of their bodies as he entered her, the litheness of movement as they flowed into a rhythm of mutual thrust and ebb. They passed the bounds of language, creating a new one of their own, built of love sounds, wordless murmurs, racked breathing, throbbing silences, pleasured moans. When their strength and suppleness brought them to the limits of fulfillment, they spoke the universal language. The deep masculine shudder and groan, the strangled female response. Then together they collapsed, spent, in sated silence, with only the pop and titter of the fire sharing their communion. He rested in her, at peace after all this time. She stroked the damp hair at the nape of his neck. His shoulders were drying now beneath the touch of her fingers and the fire. His mouth rested in the depth of her neck. When they had rested so for a long time, she spoke to the ceiling where the shadows danced. "Karl, do you know what you are like?" He spoke to her neck. "What am I like?" She wondered if she dared tell him. Yet it was there on her mind, had been there since she first touched him, since before she had first touched him. "You are like your axe-handle when you have just laid it down." He braced himself up to look into her face. "Like my axe-handle?" he asked, puzzled. "Smooth, warm, long, hard, curved. And, like you once said, springy." "Not any more I am not," he said, smiling. "I knew you would tease me if I told you." "Yes," he said, kissing her nose. "From now on I shall tease my Anna, so she will never forget the feel of an axe-handle." "Oh, Karl!" But her laugh came splashing. "How I have missed that laugh," he said. "How I've missed your teasing." They smiled into each other's faces. "Oh, Anna, you are something," he said, gloriously happy. He let his eyes wander all over her face and hair. "What am I?" she probed. But he could not liken her to anything he knew. Nothing else was as good as she. "I do not know what you are. I only know what you are not. You are not Swedish, and so you must not put these awful braids in that Irish hair of yours ever again. I tried to get them out, but I have only made them worse." Then, seeing her concern, soothed it. "No, not now, Anna. You are a tempting little mess, so just leave it. And you are not fat, and you are not the best cook, and you are not the best gardener. But I do not care, Anna. I want you just as you are." "All right, Karl," she said, looping her arms about his neck. "I promise. I won't ever change." "Good," he said. "But, Karl." "Yeah?" "If you're going to the trouble of teaching me to read and write this winter, you might as well teach me in both languages right off the bat." He could only laugh and kiss her again, saying, "Oh, Anna, you are something." When the night sounds were hushed, and even the nocturnal creatures seemed to bed, Anna and Karl joined them. "Put the latch-string out for the boy, Anna," Karl said, while he lifted the heavy buffalo robe and took it to their rope bed in the corner. Anna opened the door and stood gazing out at the night for a moment. "Karl, I really never felt what you did about this place and all its plenty. until I thought I had lost you. But I know now, I really know. Come to bed, Anna." She smiled over her shoulder, then closed the door and padded across the newly hewn boards of the floor to the candlelight at their bedside. Karl stood waiting there for her. And in the center of the bed, between their two pillows, lay a single shaft of sweet clover, plucked from the bouquet that had graced their dinner table, where lingonberry jam now dried on 2 forgotten plates. End of The Endearment by Laverell Spencer.